Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Suddenly, a black figure flashed in the sky. Who was taking action here? An Umbu ninja suddenly appeared. The Kusanine immediately pointed at Sasuke and screamed as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Umbu adult, that's the man. He cut off my arm. He hoped with great hope that Umbu would give him justice. But when the other party really looked around, he didn't seem to notice Sasuke, standing there calmly. There's obviously no one else here. You must have seen it wrong. Did you fall down by yourself? Umbu pointed at the other person's neatly cut arm and made up a story. The face of the Kusagakushi ninja instantly froze. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He pointed at Sasuke with a trembling hand and shouted, "Fall! Let me see if you can give me a wound this smooth. Can't you see there's a grown man standing here? Please watch your words. Otherwise I have the right to arrest you." The Umbu personnel said coldly. The Kusanagi ninja took 2 steps back in fear, looking back and forth between Sasuke and the Umbu personnel in horror. "Okay, now I understand. You people in Konoha village are protecting each other, right?" The Kusanagi nin yelled angrily. Sasuke interrupted calmly. "Okay, sure, Sway. Don't waste your time talking to this guy." Hearing this, Umbu slowly took off his mask, revealing Uchiha Shirsue's helpless face. "I'm on a mission now. How could you say my name? You two actually know each other?" The Kusanagi nin almost roared his throat out. Sasuke looked at him expressionlessly and said, "You have 2 choices now. Disappear from here within 3 seconds, or be sent to prison by us." The shinobi was so frightened that he could not speak, and just kept repeating, I never thought Konoha would become like this." Umbu colluded with the villagers and deceived the superiors and subordinates. He cried in despair. Sasuke's face was filled with black lines, and he felt like he had done something unforgivable. He is obviously on the side of justice. At this moment, a black shadow flashed, and suddenly there was an Umbu member around. His appearance immediately made the situation more tense. Seeing this newcomer, the Kusagasa ninja seemed to have seen his savior and shouted, "Umbu-sama, you came just in time. I want to report these 2 people. Elder brother." However, just one gentle call instantly shattered the last bit of hope in the heart of the safari grass ninja. Puff! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, staggered and pointed at the people in front of him and asked, "Is it your accomplice again?" The newly arrived new Umbu also took off his mask, revealing Uchiha Itachi's calm and gentle smile. There was a glimmer of relief in his eyes as he looked at Karen in Sasuke's arms. "Sasuke, this kid, has actually started looking for a girlfriend." Then I started to observe the surrounding situation. What is going on? At this moment, the whole person of Kusanagi suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground unconscious. I don't know whether it was because of excessive blood loss or because he fainted from anger. Shursui held his forehead and sighed. "Save the people first, and I'll explain it slowly later." Itachi nodded in agreement, then picked up the unconscious Kusanagi nin and said, "Then I'll go to the hospital. Send the one with the serious injuries to hospital as well." Sasuke suddenly added, pointing to another severely injured Kusanine. "Let's go." Shursui waved for them to follow him, and quickly took the wounded man to the roof and left the scene. The other few surviving but trembling grass ninjas quickly followed suit and moved their companions away. In the blink of an eye, only Sasuke and Xiangling were left on the field. At this time, Xiangling's face was full of gratitude towards Sasuke, and her eyes were full of stars. Sasuke looked at Xiangling and asked, "Do you want to go back to Kusagakure or stay with me in Konoha village?" "I want to follow you," Xiangling answered almost without hesitation. Sasuke smiled faintly upon hearing this, as if he had expected such an answer. "Then let's find a place to settle down." Just as the 2 were about to set off, a slightly trembling voice came from behind. I seem to have come a bad time." Hearing this, Sasuke suddenly paused. It's Sakura. Why is she here too? The annoying smile of Shurgong Yue suddenly flashed through my mind. This guy, Sasuke, suddenly had a terrible headache, but he immediately calmed himself down. He turned around and gave the other person a warm smile and stretched out his hand to signal Sakura. No, you came just in time. Sasuke. Faced with Sasuke's invitation, Sakura immediately put everything behind her and threw herself into Sasuke's arms. Holding the two of them in his arms, Sasuke's lips curled up slightly. Still want to plot against me? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shinomiya Yuzuki, you underestimate the charm of me, Uchiha Sasuke. Yue took a big sip of the noodles and was about to savor them carefully. Sasuke's faint voice suddenly sounded from behind. Yue, you said you would keep it a secret from me. Are you really going to keep it a secret? Huh? Yue paused with the chopsticks in her hand, then turned around with a smile on her face. Surprisingly not. How does it feel to be caught up in this Shura field? As soon as Yueka saw the situation clearly, the excited smile on his face froze instantly. F***K. He pointed at Sasuke, who was hugged by two girls, with a stunned look on his face. Snort. Sasuke shook his hair, and his cool look made people's heart beat fast. I'm sorry I didn't let you succeed. What can Yue say? She can only give a thumbs up. Awesome. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. Sakura, Karen. Let's go. Okay, Sasuke-kun. Naruto held a bowl of ramen and looked at Sasuke and the other two as they walked away, his eyes full of envy. That stinky Sasuke. Yue glanced at him and said, Why are you so envious? Your luck with women is better than his. Huh? Is that true? Naruto was stunned. Yue was very surprised and began to count on her fingers. How could there not be? In Konoha village alone, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan has fallen in love with you. Not to mention that outside the village, there are several girls who are interested in you. For example, recently, after the Chunin exams, a big star named Fuji Fuyuki is coming to Konoha. You two will definitely have a good encounter. Really? Naruto didn't react much and continued eating noodles. He has always been a little slow in terms of emotions, not to mention he is still young. Okay, eat quickly. You will have your game later. But considering your strength, the opponent is definitely not your match. Just keep attacking. Dota doesn't have Grandmaster Earth style, so he has no anti-air capability. What do you mean? Nothing, continue eating. Yue patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Naruto nodded. He felt that he had to start getting used to the strange words that Yuzuki would say from time to time. Who's at ING me? After taking a few mouthfuls of noodles, Yue's attention was drawn to the group chat. When I opened the chat group, I saw that the person who at me was Jiraiya. Shinomiya Yutsuki was a little surprised. This powerful toad sage himself was extremely powerful, and now he knew the direction of the plot. Jiraiya, who has all the information about the ninja world, still needs help? Shinomiya Yuzuki. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Jiraiya. Well, Master Yuzuki, if I want to revive someone, what price do I have to pay? Uchiha Obito. Resurrecting the dead has completely destroyed the balance of yin and yang. The Pure Land will severely punish the destroyer. At the very least, one life for another. Jiraiya. 0.0. Really? Don't lie to me. Uchiha Obito has been muted for 1 hour. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Don't listen to his nonsense. What's the price of resurrecting a person? I have a relationship with the Sage of Six Paths. It's just a matter of words. Uchiha Obito. What's the relationship? I've been in the group for so long. How come I didn't know you had this relationship? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait, didn't I ban you from speaking? Uchiha Obito. Your silence period is 1 hour. What does it have to do with me 1 hour later? Shinomiya Yuzuki. What the hell? You have been able to influence the permissions of the chat group. Yuzuki was shocked. He knew that Obito's Samsara Eye ability was heaven-defying, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It can actually affect the chat group. Uchiha Obito. No, my past self is still muted, but my future self is not affected. Shinomiya Yuzuki. How did you do that? Uchiha Obito. It's just time travel, how easy it is. Shinomiya Yuzuki, 6. Seeing this, Yue breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought the group chat couldn't keep up with the speed at which the group members became stronger. It turns out that Obito used some kind of card bug to circumvent the muting effect. But even so, that guy's pretty awesome. Uchiha Obito. So what is your relationship with the Sage of Six Paths? Aren't you an outer devil? Shurgong Yue. You are still young. You'll understand when you grow up. So, Jiraiya, who is the person you want to resurrect? Jiraiya, Yahiko. I paid too little attention to them and failed to oversee their growth, which led to Yahiko being killed by Danzo. Orochimaru. I suggested killing those 3 little guys at the beginning. If you had listened to me, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened later. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Hey, Orochimaru, the Boruto legend from Konoha 80 years ago, finally showed up. I've been diving for so long. Orochimaru. Sorry, I spent some time studying this group chat. Shurgong Yuzuki. Did you find anything? Orochimaru. Nothing. Your power is too secretive and too powerful. I have no idea where to start. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, after all these years, you are still the same. Killing cannot solve the problem. When will you understand this truth? Orochimaru. I think so, of course, if you refute it. You are right. Jiraiya. Killing can never solve problems. It will only bring more hatred. Orochimaru. You are right. Jiraiya. I think. Orochimaru. You are right. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait a minute. Stop arguing, Orochimaru. Get me a computer. By the way, remember to download more standalone games. I haven't played computer for a long time. Orochimaru, well, I have to ask Boruto. Mitsuki, and I don't know much about this. Shurgong Yue. Hey, I'll wait for your good news. At Jiraiya, I'll send someone over to you. You can revive whoever you want. Jiraiya. Thank you, Yutsuki. By the way, who is this person? Shinomiya Yuzuki, my loyal subordinate. Haiden. Jiraiya stopped on a small hill not far from the Rain Country. He was going to visit the Rain Country, and unlike the original novel where he sneaked in directly, this time he planned to make a visit openly. But before taking action, he still needs to wait for foreign aid. Support from the chat group is coming soon. Here we go. Jiraiya raised his head suddenly and saw a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a green figure jumped out from it. Boom! The man fell from the sky and hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Jiraiya brushed the dust in front of him and looked closely at the unexpected visitor. A resolute face, a round bowl cut, and a green tights. This outfit looks strangely familiar. Haiden, why are you dressed like this? Jiraiya was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. At first glance, he thought it was my guy. Faden calmly brushed off the dust on his clothes and said casually, I'm used to wearing it. Wait a minute. Your eyes, are those the Rinnegan? Jiraiya was also very surprised. He didn't expect that this kid also had the Samsara eye. This is a gift from the highest god. There's no need to make such a fuss. Fate One explained. Okay. Yue has already told you about my mission, right? Of course, don't worry. Lord Evil God has made all the arrangements. I will follow your instructions from now on. The evil god you're talking about. You are referring to Yu, right? Yeah. Fate nodded. It's quite a lot of fun. Jiraiya nodded and waved to Haiden. Okay, let's go. The two then headed towards the Rain Country without speaking a word along the way. This country is covered with dark clouds all year round, and it seems that the sun never shines. The drizzle never stops all year round. As soon as the two stepped into the border, drizzle hit them in the face. At the same time, in the hidden rain village located in the center of the Rain Country, Nagato suddenly opened his extremely sharp eyes. Familiar chakra fluctuations. Yes, Sensei Jiraiya is here. He spoke the name as if he were talking to himself, the name that had not been mentioned for a long time. What happened, Nagato? After noticing that Nagato looked strange, Conan, who had been guarding him, immediately asked with concern. I sensed Jiraiya-sensei's chakra appearing near us. He came to the land of rain. When this name was mentioned, even Conan, who was always as cold as stone, couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise on his face. But she quickly regained her composure. The Akatsuki organization has indeed been quite active recently and has attracted widespread attention in the ninja world. Perhaps this is why Konoha sent Jiraiya-sensei here to gather intelligence. How about I go and find out how he got in quietly and then chase him out? Conan's tone remained calm, and it seemed to her that the person she was about to face was not an old acquaintance, but an enemy. He didn't come in a covert way. He walked in openly. At this point, Nagato's voice sounded a little strange. Come here openly? This made Conan frown. Could it be that the other party had used some new tricks? For example, luring the tiger away from the mountain. And I also sensed Haiden's chakra. He was right next to him. At this point, Nagato's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Didn't Haiden go on a mission with Kakuzu? Strange, really strange. And he sensed a familiar power in Haiden. That seems to be reincarnation eye. No. Nagato quickly shook his head. Was it because too much vitality was sucked away that he started to have hallucinations? Ever since Nagato defeated Hanzo and took over the Rain Country, the entire country seems to be isolated and closed to the outside world. No outside visitors were accepted, and information became extremely blocked. Even the news of Hanzo's death was covered up for a long time, and the outside world was almost unaware of the change of regime in the Rain Country. If it weren't for the Akatsuki organization's frequent hunting of tailed beasts in the ninja world, alerting various countries, the Rain Country might have been able to continue to hide from the world's sight. Stop! The Rain Country doesn't welcome strangers now. Please go back. Just as Jiraiya and Haiden were about to step into the border of the Rain Country, a loud shout rang out, stopping the two in their tracks. At the same time, a stern figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way like a barrier. As a veteran who has been in the martial arts world for a long time, Jiraiya has already been able to handle such emergencies with ease. He approached me with a familiar look. I have old friends in this land. How can you say we are strangers? As he spoke, Jiraiya naturally took out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, and handed it over. Try this cigarette, but this ranged shinobi obviously didn't buy it and directly refused. Leave here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Seeing this, Jiraiya no longer forced himself and silently put away the cigarette in his hand. You have to know that you are usually very cautious when using these good things. Then he said with a smile on his face, Why do you have to be so repulsive, little brother? What if the person I'm looking for is your boss? If you let me pass, I will put in a good word for you in front of my superiors. Maybe you can even get a promotion. It's so boring to be a guard here. Unexpectedly, these words were met with a burst of ridicule from the Rain Shinobi. He pointed at Jiraiya's fancy and unruly attire and said, You know my boss. You're dressed like an opera singer. You don't even have the most basic forehead protection badge. Let's go quickly. Go back to where you came from. Faced with this contemptuous attitude, Jiraiya, the hero and Toad Sage, was of course dissatisfied. Hey, are you looking down on my outfit? Don't you think it's cool? In response to his complaint, the other party seemed even more impatient and said coldly, Stop talking nonsense and get out of here, or you will suffer the consequences. After saying that, the ninja quickly took out a kunai and stabbed it into the ground. Those who cross this line will be held responsible for their own actions. Then, with a sneer, the man leaped into the rain like an arrow and disappeared. Jiraiya, who witnessed all this, scratched his head in confusion, talking to himself. Is my image as Mr. Toad so disgusting? It seems that if I can't get in openly, I can only choose to act in secret. Why does it feel like entering openly is much more troublesome than sneaking in secretly? Teacher Jiraiya. Suddenly, a call with complex emotions came from above, as if it passed through layers of air and reached the ground directly. Jiraiya made a curious sound, Then he looked up and saw a figure floating in the sky. The figure seemed to merge with the sky, making it almost impossible to detect its existence. If you look closely, you can see a pair of pure white wings extending behind her, like a pair of bright moons in the night sky. As she appeared, countless pure white pieces of paper slowly fell from the air, as light and pure as the first snow in winter. These white papers float gently in the wind, and finally fall quietly to the ground, giving people a feeling of transcendence from the world. A dim and mysterious light shone through the dark clouds, making the face of the uninvited guest half bright and half shadowy. When he came to his senses, Jiraiya immediately showed his signature warm smile and waved to the other party enthusiastically. "Conan, long time no see." Following the sound of wings fluttering slightly, Conan began to slowly descend from the air as gracefully and lightly as a fairy. Finally, when it touched the ground, the pair of pure and beautiful wings originally attached to her back began to gradually dissipate. It turned into tens of thousands of tiny pieces of white paper and scattered in the wind, until it finally disappeared completely from sight without leaving any trace. Looking at Conan, who had completely stood still, Jiraiya said happily, "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Conan." Looking up and down at the now graceful girl, he even exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you've grown so much in the blink of an eye." But compared to Jiraiya's enthusiasm, Conan standing opposite him still maintained his usual calm and composed expression. She raised her eyes slightly to look at the mentor whom she had not seen for many years, and asked in a calm but polite tone, "Teacher Jiraiya, may I ask what is your purpose for coming to the land of rain this time?" This question made Jiraiya stunned for a moment, obviously caught off guard by the other party's direct approach. What's my purpose? I just want to come and see if you guys are doing well." After saying this, he laughed heartily, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Then, in order to prove that what he said was true, he deliberately clapped his hands twice as an opening statement. Boom, boom. Then he said excitedly, "Look what treasures I brought." At this moment, Jiraiya used summoning magic, and then a cloud of white smoke suddenly rose from the ground. This sudden change made Conan, who was originally a little confused, immediately alert. She quickly took a few steps back and deployed a paper shield floating around her for defense. But what no one expected was that as the fog cleared, what appeared before their eyes was a big, shiny, black fish that jumped around. Jiraiya held up the big black fish that was still struggling and wagging its tail to escape, and looked at Conan, who was obviously too nervous, with a puzzled look on his face. "What's going on? What happened to you?" Although he felt a little surprised and confused deep down, he did not stop showing his affection. Jiraiya held up the freshly caught river fish and shook it proudly a few times, smiling smugly. "Remember? In the past, we loved to sit around the fire and chat while grilling delicious fish. I wonder if you still have this taste after all these years." After that, he suggested, "Why don't we have a nice meal together to celebrate our reunion like we did before?" Conan fell into a long silence. She stood there like a statue, so quiet that even the air around her seemed frozen. The woman, Jiraiya, took a few steps closer, walked in front of Conan, and waved his palm, his eyes showing worry and concern. "What's wrong? You seem to be acting weird." "I'm fine." Conan's voice was like the faint chirping of insects in the distance, almost drowned out by the wind and rain. Her expression was complex and varied, like a canvas on which ink of different colors was randomly splashed. She had indeed changed, to a point that even teacher Jiraiya couldn't fully understand. This change made her feel a sense of inexplicable fear and self-blame. After a moment, she shook her head, her voice a little hoarse. "Teacher Jiraiya, please go. We're doing well." There is endless helplessness and sadness hidden in every syllable of her words. "Grilled fish, we don't like it anymore." As soon as Conan finished speaking, he turned and left. She turned her back to Jiraiya and didn't even turn her head, as if she was deliberately trying to hide something. Conan cruelly wanted to cut off all contact with the man who had once brought her new life. The current Akatsuki organization has long deviated from its original path. Under their leadership, they have provoked wars everywhere and captured the tailed beasts. These actions made Conan feel guilty and painful. The moment she turned around, a crystal-clear drop of water slid silently down her smooth cheek. It fell gently and disappeared into the mud beneath its feet. Rain or tears, perhaps it makes no difference to her at this moment. There was no turning back from the path they had embarked on. The woman, a sudden call from behind, interrupted her steps. That was Jiraiya's voice, with a hint of surprise, but more of concern and reluctance. This is not like you, Conan. You used to be so warm and generous, but why do you seem so distant now? Did you encounter any difficulties? Jiraiya had an unusually serious look on his face. I am your teacher. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you can tell me. His tone became firmer. I can help you solve the problem. I'm one of the Sannin, the heroic Jiraiya. There's nothing I can't do. As he said this, Jiraiya laughed and struck a classic pose. Teacher, Conan's voice trembled, as if too many emotions burst out at this moment. She tried to explain, but felt her words were powerless. Seeing this strong yet fragile girl standing in front of him again, with tears streaming down her face, Jiraiya's heart suddenly softened. He walked slowly to Conan and gently stroked the wet ends of his hair. It's okay, you can tell me anything. Jiraiya comforted gently. Those warm and powerful hands seemed to be able to dispel all the darkness in the world and gave Conan great comfort. Hearing these words, Conan could no longer control the torrent of emotions that had been suppressed for so long in his heart, and he threw himself into the teacher's strong arms. Teacher, before he could finish saying the two words, he was already sobbing. I did. It is true that I neglected to support your growth during the teaching process. Jiraiya hugged his apprentice tightly and whispered softly. But from now on, no matter what happens, the teacher will always be with you. Feeling the warm power transmitted by the master, Conan's tears flowed like a spring. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. She spoke intermittently. We have violated the goals and ideals that we set when we first established the Akatsuki organization, and now we are deeply trapped in sin and have done many wrong things. It doesn't matter. As long as we work together and slowly make up for our mistakes, that's the best solution. Jiraiya said firmly. These problems will be overcome sooner or later. However, when the topic touched upon a heavier name, Yahiko, the originally stable emotions suddenly got out of control. And Yahiko, he passed away. Conan couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he mentioned the name of this man who was once regarded as a spiritual leader. This is a small matter. I can revive him. Conan raised his crying face like a cat in astonishment. Could the teacher have such a profound ability? Under Conan's surprised gaze, Jiraiya scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Actually, it wasn't me, it was him. Jiraiya suddenly pointed at the man who had been doing push-ups since entering this place. Conan looked in the direction Jiraiya was pointing. I saw a figure in a green tights who seemed to be unconcerned about the pouring rain and was doing standard push-ups on the ground. Who is he? Haydn. When Jiraiya said the name, Conan almost thought he had heard it wrong. Haydn. Before coming, she already knew that Jiraiya was accompanied by a Haydn. This made both her and Nagato very confused. But didn't Haydn just go on a mission with Kakuzu? So since she arrived here, she has been looking for the image of the man with a scythe and a slicked back hair. Yet no trace of it could be found. Conan never expected that the person now called Haydn would be a strangely dressed person, which made Conan very surprised. Haydn, stop practicing. There will be plenty of time for training later. Come on. Jiraiya waved and shouted over there. Hearing this, Conan quickly broke free and tidied his appearance. No matter which version of Haydn is standing before her, she must always maintain the dignity of a leader in the eyes of her subordinates. Never let the other party see you so weak. Fortunately, the drizzle now is continuous and can easily cover up the traces of tears. I just need to tighten my expression again. Haydn slowly stood up from the ground, and when he turned around, Conan was stunned. That is definitely Fei Duan. But what about this pot-lid hairstyle and this green outfit? Hey, the man waved hello. The Samsara eye. Because Haydn's appearance changed so much, it was only then that Conan noticed the pair of mysterious Whelan in his eyes. The shock was extraordinary. Teacher Jiraiya, what's going on? Why did a second pair of Rinnegan appear? As he spoke, he gently scratched his cheek with his fingertips and spoke vaguely. Maybe he found it. Conan was incredulous. Picked up? What do you mean by picked it up? This is the gift I received from my devout service to the evil god. Fadewan corrected him sternly. Well, at least it can be used. Jiraiya quickly changed the subject. It is too difficult to talk about the complex background of parallel time and space, cross-dimensional communication groups, etc. The most important thing is to find a reason to solve the issue of Yahiko's resurrection first. Faced with this sudden change, Conan was speechless for a moment. All right. Although I understand that my teacher may be hiding something, it no longer matters in the current situation. As long as Yahiko can return and lead the Akatsuki organization again, everything else can be ignored. Master Jiraiya, please follow me. I will take you to see Nagato. After that, she gently led the way forward. Finally got it done. Seeing that the matter was resolved smoothly, Jiraiya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Achievement. Passed through the rain country without taking any damage. On the other side, a ninja hiding outside the city gate couldn't help but tremble all over after seeing the three people's backs gradually going away. Shit, that person is actually Jiraiya. One of the Sannin? He looked down at the kunai in his hand, realizing how close he came to fighting such a being alone. And they actually know some of the senior officials in our village. It looks like we're done for. Thinking that a long career as a goalkeeper might be his only way out, the range shinobi could not help but feel hopeless about the future. As for his fears and worries about the future, Jiraiya had actually put them behind him long ago. Even if he still remembered, according to Jiraiya's personality, he would not deliberately make things difficult for such a small character. Ah, Sensei Jiraiya. Feeling Jiraiya and Conan's chakra slowly approaching, Nagato sighed softly. He knew that Conan had been convinced by the teacher. Teacher Jiraiya is still so powerful that he won over the angels in the Akatsuki organization without any effort. Yuhu's technique can only sense the existence of chakra, but Nagato has no way of knowing the content of the conversation between the two. What was even more unexpected to him was that at this moment, Jiraiya was planning to resurrect Yahiko with the help of Haiden, who possessed the Rinnegan, with the intention of reviving the Akatsuki organization. Nagato's current judgment is that, under the influence of Jiraiya, Conan has turned to Konoha village. In a dim environment, Nagato's body was fixed in a specially made large container. The head was slightly raised, and the samsara eye was activated. 8 tails only has 1 tail, but it can still be used, as long as 9 tails is put back in place. Peace is within reach and must not be destroyed. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the Hidden Rain village, all the 6 paths pains are attacking. Kakazu, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, and Uchiha Itachi, who were once part of the Akatsuki organization, have all died, and even Conan has joined the enemy camp. But even if he is the only one left, he must stick to it and implement this plan. It's not far ahead, Jiraiya-sensei. Led by Conan, she, Jiraiya, and others were moving at a very fast speed and were about to reach their destination. The location of Nagato. At this moment, 6 figures suddenly appeared in the air. Boom! These uninvited guests appeared before their eyes, stood side by side, and completely blocked the way forward. Pain. After seeing who was coming, Conan's face flashed with joy, because in her eyes, these were the concrete manifestation of Nagato's will, almost equivalent to seeing Nagato himself. Nagato, we are about to usher in a new turning point, and soon we can. Excited beyond words, Conan was eager to tell Nagato the news that Yahiko would be reborn. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Shinra Tensei. I saw Tendo, pain gently pressed down with one hand, and an extremely terrifying repulsive force burst out like a wave. The powerful shock wave quickly rushed towards the 3 people on the opposite side, making people feel that even their tiny figures could be swept away in an instant. Nagato, wait, let me explain. Jiraiya-sensei means no harm. The moment Conan discovered the misunderstanding, he quickly spoke out to stop it, eager to explain the situation to clear the air. However, the only response she got was a continuous stream of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming pressure poured down, as if to destroy everything. Conan was anxious and wanted to say a few more words, but Jiraiya behind him protected him. It's useless to say anything now. Wait a moment and let him calm down first. Teacher, realizing the seriousness of the situation, Conan briefly and clearly introduced the opposing team's lineup. These pains are puppets created and controlled by Nagato. Each of them has very powerful abilities. For example, the Heavenly Path, the main force responsible for attacking. The Hell Path, which can repair the damage of other companions and even revive dead members. Just when Conan thought that Jiraiya would personally take action against his opponent, the latter just waved his hand calmly, signaling everyone to stay calm. Don't worry, just stand aside and watch the show. As soon as the words fell, a person who had been standing quietly on the side slowly walked towards the front line. As he moved, this person exuded an increasingly strong sense of oppression. 8 gates Duinjia activated. Gate of opening. Gate of healing. Gate of life. With every step forward, an 8 gates formation is opened. By the time the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder, was completely opened, Haydn had already walked to the front. Amidst the roars, blue steam began to violently burst out of his body. At this moment, his body is bearing unprecedented pressure. Every minute and every second, the power brought by 8 gates escape armor continued to torture his bones, muscles, and tendons. But what was surprising was that Phaeton was not afraid at all, and instead seemed to be enjoying the process with a look of joy on his face. Keek mo chicken. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the Shinra Heavenly Expedition has arrived. The earth cracked, tearing out a deep gully. However, Phaedon was not panicked at all. He just raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Boom! Shinra Tenshing's advance was instantly blocked. That terrifying, repulsive force couldn't even shake Phaedon in the slightest. After a moment of stalemate, as Phaedon's palm slowly clenched, all the repulsive force released by Shinra Tensei dissipated instantly. Conan was greatly shocked and couldn't believe that the Shinra Tensei was blocked like this. Nagato's gaze suddenly tightened. Haydn. Only then did I notice that this strangely dressed man was actually Phaedon. No, Haydn is dead. Who is this person? And is this the Samsara eye? Nagato was shocked. Another pair of Samsara eyes appeared. Wow, that feels good. Phaedon shouted loudly, kicked his legs, and leaped into the air like an arrow, soaring into the sky. Then, an object like a meteor was seen with a long tail, breaking through the thick dark clouds of the rain country, leaving a huge hole. Light rushed out from the cracks, and the long-lost sunshine finally shone on the earth again, swooping down and spreading warmth all over the world. Ashura's attack. Nagato quickly controlled Shirato's movements. Just like an exquisite science fiction blockbuster, Shirato Pain's arms changed dramatically, transformed into a deep and terrifying laser cannon. Boom! A huge beam of energy shot straight into the sky and flew straight towards the falling meteor. Boom! The moment the two collided, a blinding white light illuminated the entire sky. Is this all you have to deal with me? Your attack is not as good as the feeling that 8 gates Duinjia gave me. Accompanied by Phaedon's mocking words and the rapid whistling of the wind, he turned into a meteor and fell to the ground. It just hit the Shura road. Bang! In an instant, Shirato Pain disappeared without a trace, leaving only a huge pit. This guy, Nagato's face darkened because he immediately realized that with the loss of sight, it meant that Shura Road had been completely destroyed. As the Grandmaster of all pains in close combat skills, Shirato was unable to withstand the opponent's attack. The power of the opponent was simply unimaginable. What are you staring at? All the pains were concentrating on watching the hole, in case Phaedon suddenly jumped out of it and launched an attack. But at this moment, Phaedon's voice unexpectedly sounded from behind them. What? Nagato was shocked and quickly tried to mobilize the remaining pains for defense. But it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive heavy punches, 3 more pains, Hell Path, Animal Path, and Hungry Keto fell one after another. Scrapped. Shinra Tensei. After losing 4 pains, Nagato's chakra consumption was greatly reduced. At this moment, he gathered all his strength and performed a god-tier Luo Tianzhong that was far stronger than usual. At that moment, it was like a huge wave pressing down on us. Boom, boom, boom. This time, even Haydn couldn't resist and was thrown away like a puppet under the unrivaled force. What kind of power is this? It can actually compete with the power of God. The expression on Nagato's face did not show any relaxation, but rather looked more solemn. He clearly saw that although Faden was not far away, he was unharmed, which meant that he would come back for revenge sooner or later. Use that trick. Nagato immediately made up his mind, and at the same moment, the only remaining human also collapsed to the ground. At this moment, all the chakra in Nagato's body is concentrated at one point. In the end, all of them converged on Tiandao Pain. Feeling the opponent's powerful chakra, Conan instantly understood Nagato's intention. Nagato, don't use that move. It will cause too much damage to your body. She shouted loudly and stretched out her arms to try to stop Nagato from performing the spell. However, Nagato did not respond. Tendo Pain clasped his hands together, and when he opened them again, a tiny black ball appeared in his hands. Tendo Pain threw the black ball lightly, and it floated up and flew into the sky. Planetary devastation. Conan quickly grabbed Jiraiya's clothes and said, "Teacher Jiraiya, let's go. Once you're sucked in, you can't escape." Jiraiya put his hand on his forehead and stared at the black ball in amazement. Oh, is this the planetary devastation? It looks amazing. As the black sphere rose high into the sky, Conan looked helpless as he saw Jiraiya, who had no intention of evacuating. "Teacher Jiraiya, if we don't leave now, it will be too late." "Don't worry. Everyone said someone would take action, so let's just watch the fight calmly. This is a super strong man I call from the group. He can easily defeat the ninja world. Don't worry about this little planetary devastation." Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling Conan to stay calm. Conan was speechless for a moment. She admitted that Haydn was indeed strange and extremely powerful, but to say that he could overthrow the entire ninja world was a bit too much exaggeration. Since Sensei Jiraiya was so confident, Conan had no choice but to suppress his anxiety and nervously watch the situation on the battlefield develop. At this time, the black sphere began to generate power, slowly emitting an amazing attraction, trying to suck everything within a 10-mile radius into it. The earth fell apart, and the boulders were slowly pulled up. Conan and Jiraiya, who had just stood firm, found that a figure had quietly appeared above the black sphere at some point. It's Faden. How did he know the planetary devastation's weakness? Nagato's pale face showed shock. Before the planetary devastation is formed, if someone breaks the black sphere, this special skill will be completely ineffective. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fadewan suddenly stretched out his hand and reached directly into the black sphere. He grabbed the black sphere and refined it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the huge gravitational force disappeared without a trace like a black hole. Nagato clutched the handrails on both sides tightly, his veins bulging, and the strong backlash made him feel so painful that he wished he was dying. There was a sweet feeling in his throat, blood gushed out, and Nagato fell into extreme weakness. After struggling for a while, Nagato gritted his teeth, raised his shaking hands stubbornly, and tried to seal again. "I haven't lost yet." On the battlefield, Tendo Pain took action again. However, a ghostly figure, which even the Rinnegan could not capture, approached silently behind Tendo Pain. Imitating the sound of Might Guy's usual fighting, Haydn swiftly hit Tendo Pain's head with his elbow. Boom! Tendo Pain was immediately knocked away, and his body bounced back violently. What? Nagato's eyes suddenly went dark, and he completely lost his vision. He could only slump in his seat with a dazed look in his eyes. Well, after a long while, he sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and accepted his fate. Nagato, is he defeated just like that? Conan looked around and saw the mess and the damaged panes, and an unreal illusion arose in his heart. Hey, come and help me. I have no strength left. Suddenly, Fadewan's weak shout was heard from a distance. Jiraiya and Conan rushed over immediately upon hearing the sound, and in a flash they were in front of Haydn. Why are you like this? Jiraiya looked in surprise at the emaciated, almost skin-and-bone Haydn in front of him. It is a far cry from his original strong image. The aftereffects of using 8 gates Duinjia are nothing serious. Just replenish your energy. Excuse me, there are a few bottles of potion in my left pocket. Bring me one. As he spoke, Faden turned over with great effort, revealing a small backpack on his left. Is this it? Jiraiya quickly stepped forward, fumbled around inside, and pulled out a small bottle filled with red liquid. Yes, that's it. Put it in my mouth. Haydn nodded repeatedly. Jiraiya did as he was told, unscrewing the lid and pouring the red water in the bottle into his mouth. After a while, after absorbing the mysterious liquid, Fei Duan recovered to his original state visibly. It was simply a miracle. What kind of magic elixir is this? It's so magical. Jiraiya stared at the empty bottle in his hand with surprise. The effect is so fast. If there were more of them in stock, they could almost completely replace the role of medical ninjas, right? At this time, after moving his limbs a little, Fadewan was finally able to slowly prop himself up from the ground and sit down to rest. Noticing the change in Jiraiya's expression, Faden smiled. Don't even think about it. This stuff is an exclusive secret recipe made specifically for me by our Lord Evil God. There are only a few bottles of this in the entire ninja world. Yue? I can ask him in the group when I have time later. Thinking in his mind, Jiraiya nodded involuntarily. The Evil God. Upon hearing this name, Conan's expression suddenly changed. She keenly captured the key information in the conversation. It seems that this evil god of unknown origin but omnipotent magical powers not only gave Fadewan extraordinary powers. Even the legendary and extremely rare Rinnegan was thanks to him. Should we ask Nagato to also go and pay homage to this so-called evil god? Thinking of this, Conan suggested to Jiraiya, Teacher, let's go find Nagato and explain everything now. When Conan mentioned that name, his tone was not only complicated, but he could hardly hide his sense of loss. If Nagato had listened to her advice earlier, perhaps he wouldn't be facing such a difficult situation now. After releasing so many abilities, how much vitality does Nagato still have? Jiraiya nodded to Conan's suggestion. However, his attention was immediately attracted by the broken puppets around him. That was Pain, who was once invincible but was ultimately defeated by them. Especially the one that was transformed into a heavenly being, which was made from Yahiko's remains. We must take all of these wreckage away, especially Tiandao Pain, who needs to be kept carefully, he said in a deep voice. Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato slowly opened his eyes and cast his gaze towards the 3 people who were slowly approaching, with a complicated expression. When Jiraiya saw Nagato again after a long absence, his heart was filled with waves of emotion. The shy boy in my memory has now turned into a haggard look, sitting on a special device, almost no sunlight. Nagato. Jiraiya's voice trembled a little, facing the disciples in front of him, even though he had already watched the video of the original plot beforehand. However, it is still heartbreaking to actually witness all these changes with your own eyes. Don't worry about me, Sensei. These are the consequences of gaining great power. Looking at the other person's slowly approaching figure, Nagato said lightly, You win, teacher. But as his eyes fell on Haydn standing beside him, Nagato couldn't help but twitch his lips. Should you win this? In a corner of Yuin village, a towering water tower stands. On the top of the water tower, a Fei, the only remaining member of the Akatsuki organization, was standing quietly, watching everything that happened in the Land of Rain. The battle between Haydn and Six Paths Pain was so grand and earth-shaking that it seemed as if the whole world was shaking. Even in such a fierce battle, even if he was going to the toilet, he had to cut it off to see what was going on. Thump, thump, thump. A crisp sound came from behind Ah Fei. It was the sound of the iron ladder being stepped on. He turned his head when he heard the sound and saw Bai Zetsu and Hei Zetsu, with their heads covered with pitcher plants, climbing up the iron ladder breathlessly. You're such a jerk. You always choose to gather in places where you can't use Mayfly to sneak. What on earth are you thinking? Bai Zetsu was breathing heavily and looked like he might collapse to the ground from exhaustion at any moment. You know, this water tower is more than 100 meters high. Bai Zetsu gasped and shouted in despair. Why are you so mean to me? I didn't choose this place. Ah-Fei was so angry that he kept dancing, and his unique duck voice was quacking loudly. If it's not you, then who is it? Baiju stared at Fei with a half-believing and half-doubting look. Okay. Just then, Ah-Fei suddenly spoke. This time, it was no longer that funny duck voice, but was replaced by a vicissitudes and deep voice. We'll go to a different place next time. First, how's the intelligence gathering going? Baiju was surprised when he heard of Fei's sudden change. This guy's transformation is too fast, isn't it? Could he have a split personality? Black Zetsu pondered for a moment, then slowly replied. It's not a good situation. One of Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya, is calling. Jiraiya? What is he doing here? Ah-Fei frowned tightly under his mask. You know, this guy is not an easy character to deal with. Probably to get information about the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization has become a target of public criticism in the ninja world, so it's not surprising that it has attracted Konoha's attention. Ah-Fei nodded slightly, and then continued to ask, so what is the current situation? Nagato has been defeated, and all of Six Paths Pain have been destroyed. Black Zetsu's voice was extremely heavy, as if he was carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Jiraiya is that strong? Ah-Fei was extremely surprised. In his opinion, even if he wanted to deal with Nagato, it would take a lot of time. But how long has it been? 10 minutes? Or 5 minutes? It wasn't Jiraiya, it was Haiden who did it. If I'm not mistaken, today is not April Fool's Day. Ah-Fei said meaningfully. You know, Feiduan had died a long time ago and was buried deep underground. Without any nutrition, even if he had an immortal body, he would probably have become a lifeless corpse now. Although it may sound unbelievable, Haiden is indeed still alive and has joined Konoha. I noticed that his outfit is somewhat similar to Might Guy from Konoha Village, and he can also use the forbidden technique of 8 gates. 8 gates Duanjia. Detailed information about this forbidden technique immediately emerged in Ah-Fei's mind. It is a forbidden technique that can remove physical restrictions in a short period of time, thereby gaining powerful strength. This forbidden technique is so terrifying that even an ordinary genin can easily defeat the famous 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja world after using it. However, Ah-Fei's voice remained calm, without any fear. It doesn't matter. No matter how strong you are, it's useless if you can't hit someone. But he still has the Rinnegan. What? Black Zetsu's next sentence made Ah-Fei stunned. He suddenly turned his head to look at Hei Zetsu, his eyes full of disbelief. What did you say? Black Zetsu's voice was also full of doubts. As far as I know, there's only one pair of samsara eyes in this world. I don't know where the pair he has came from. Ah-Fei took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. Take me to see it. After a moment, Ah-Fei said in a serious tone, This way. Ju pointed in a direction and turned around to climb down the water tower, using the iron ladder. Don't crawl. I'll teleport over. Ah-Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed Hei Zetsu's shoulder. Ju was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Ah-Fei activated Kimui, and a mysterious space vortex appeared instantly, about to draw them in. At this moment, Ah-Fei suddenly made a puzzled nasal sound. What's wrong? Black Zetsu turned around and asked. It seems like something is staring at me. It's probably a mosquito. Don't worry about it. The corners of Ah-Fei's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, this mosquito is really good at catching timing. You know, when Kimui is activated, he will be in a physical state, but it is only for a moment. Even a mosquito can bite him. This mosquito is really powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamui sucked the 2 of them in. Only a tiny barely noticeable mosquito was left buzzing around. After circling a few times, the little mosquito found that the other party had indeed left, so it turned around and flew away. Ha! Isn't it normal for an apprentice to be unable to defeat his master? Jiraiya laughed and patted Nagato's shoulder gently. The hearty laughter echoed in the air, as if it could dispel all the haze. But Nagato looked at Jiraiya calmly and said slowly, "Teacher Jiraiya, you have come all the way from Konoha to the Land of Rain. You must not just come to me to reminisce about the past. Now that you've won, just make any offer you want." His voice was low and weak, as if he had completely given up and was desperate. "Nagato." Conan called Nagato's name softly, his voice full of concern. "Conan, you were right to join Konoha. Staying in the Akatsuki organization, there really is no future for you." Nagato looked at Conan, his eyes full of helplessness and fatigue. Seeing Nagato's negative look, Jiraiya could no longer sit still. He stepped forward, put his arms around the man's neck, shook him with dissatisfaction, and then said, Hey, Nagato, why are you making me sound like a villain? Is this the image of me, Jiraiya, in your mind?" Jiraiya's actions were full of intimacy and casualness, as if there had never been a barrier between them. Feeling his mentor's familiar movements, Nagato couldn't help but feel a slight touch of emotion in his heart. His mind involuntarily recalled the good times he had spent with Sensei Jiraiya when he was a teenager. Those were the happiest 3 years of his life. During those days, they studied and grew together, and their time was full of laughter and warmth. "Teacher Jiraiya." Nagato had a complicated expression. After hesitating for a while, he sighed and said, "I'm sorry." "Teacher Jiraiya." Nagato's tone was full of guilt and self-blame. He knew that what he had done in the past had disappointed Teacher Jiraiya. Seeing that Nagato had calmed down, Conan quickly spoke. "Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei came this time to help and change us." Then, she quickly told Jiraiya about his plan. When Nagato heard Conan say that Jiraiya could revive Yahiko, he was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. After a long while, he raised his head slightly and spoke in a heavy voice. "Resurrection? But this is of no use. If you want to change the world, you can't just revive someone. The only way to do this is with power." Over the years, Nagato has seen too much suffering and injustice, and has long decided to collect the tailed beast to intimidate the ninja world with force and then bring peace. But Jiraiya spoke strangely at this time. This does not affect their simultaneous existence. Jiraiya suddenly pulled away and showed off his muscles. "Do you think I have no strength, teacher?" This, Nagato was suddenly speechless. He glanced at Haiden, standing beside him imperceptibly. As for power, the teacher has it, and it's huge. Thinking of this, Nagato seemed to suddenly understand. "Teacher, are you willing to help us change the world?" Nagato's voice was filled with anticipation and hope. "Smart." Jiraiya smiled and gave a thumbs up. "I ignored your growth in the past, but it doesn't matter. It's not too late to make amends now. So now, are you willing to work towards peace with the teacher?" Jiraiya raised his hand and clenched it into a fist towards Nagato. Bump! Nagato raised his shriveled arm without hesitation and bumped fists with Jiraiya. "That's great." Conan clenched her hands and held them in front of her. She was very happy to see the master and disciple reconciling. However, at this moment, Nagato and Jiraiya's movements suddenly stopped. "Is there anyone coming?" Jiraiya and Nagato said in unison. There was a hint of danger in their voices. "Wow, Nagato, you have such a keen sense." Jiraiya turned his head slightly and looked at Nagato with an appreciative smile on his face. "Teacher, you are the same." Nagato responded, and the master and disciple smiled at each other. And in that smile they rebuilt the long-lost tacit understanding and trust. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya slowly turned around, and as he moved, the playful expression on his face began to turn serious. Duh. Light footsteps were heard, and soon a figure appeared at the door. The other person rested his head on his hands, looking relaxed, as if he didn't care about anything around him. "Hello, everyone." Seeing the three people looking at him, the visitor waved to them with interest as a greeting. His tone was light-hearted, as if he was just meeting an old friend. "Teacher, be careful." Seeing this person, Conan's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. He is Afe. On the surface, he is organizing activities as an intern of Akatsuki organization, but his real identity is... Conan paused, then said solemnly, "Uchiyamadara." Nagato also spoke solemnly at this time. "The leader of the Akatsuki organization is Tendo Pain, but in fact we are all under his control." His voice was full of helplessness and fatigue, as if he was completely helpless about this fact. "Teacher, did you bring Pain here? With the three of us working together, we may not be without a chance of winning." But as soon as he finished speaking, Nagato started coughing up blood uncontrollably and his face turned pale. "Nagato!" Conan immediately moved closer to check the situation, his expression changing slightly. "How are you doing?" Her eyes were full of concern and worry, and she was very worried about Nagato's physical condition. "It doesn't matter. I could still hold on. Your physical condition is no longer able to support continued combat. You need a rest." Conan's voice was full of determination. Nagato raised his hand with difficulty and waved. "It doesn't matter. I only control one pain." "That won't work either." Looking at Nagato's severely overdrawn body, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Haiden, do you still have that potion?" Jiraiya suddenly asked Haiden. "There are 2 more bottles. Sell me a bottle, please." "You're dreaming." Faden rejected Jiraiya's request without hesitation. "I'll give you 1 million. Jiraiya raised a finger, trying to impress Haiden with money. "Money is useless to me." If it was Kakuzu, he might have agreed. Faden's tone was full of disdain. 10 million. "No, it's just a pile of waste paper." Isn't this possible?" "Then how about this? When you get back, I'll give you a 5-star rating in front of you, okay?" Jiraiya said seriously. At this point, Faden's expression changed slightly, and he slowly walked up to Jiraiya and said with a half-believing and half-doubting tone, "Real. When has I, Great Toad Sage, ever lied to anyone? Take it." Without hesitation, Haiden shared a bottle of Precious Life Potion. As long as Jiraiya can praise his achievements in front of the evil god, then everything will be worth it. "Nagato, try this." Jiraiya handed the potion to Nagato. This is..." Nagato looked at the potion in his hand with a hint of confusion and surprise on his face. "Nagato, drink it. It might help you recover." Conan's eyes lit up. She had seen the miraculous effects of this potion. Maybe after taking it, Nagato could also recover completely like Haiden. Nagato didn't even have time to take a closer look at what it was before Conan urged him to drink it. As the potion entered the mouth, it instantly turned into a powerful life energy rushing through the body. Nagato looked shocked. In less than a moment, Nagato's skinny body began to swell up. Dry hair also becomes soft and smooth. "What?" After witnessing what happened, Afe was the most surprised. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. The vitality that was sucked away by the ghetto statue has actually been restored. Afe was shocked when he saw Nagato trying to walk. He glanced at the empty potion bottle beside him and asked, "What on earth is this? Did that guy take it out?" Afe looked at Fadewan, his heart full of confusion and surprise. First it was the 8 gates, then the Rinnegan, and now this heaven-defying potion. Where does this flying section come from? Why are you staring at me all the time? Afe's fiery gaze aroused Fadewan's dissatisfaction. His tone was full of impatience and anger, as if he was very dissatisfied with Afe's gaze. Afe's eyes fixed, and a deep voice came from under the mask. "Where did you get your samsara eye? Why do you always like to ask this question? I already said that it was given to me by the evil god." Haiden was full of impatience. "If you want one, then join me in worshipping the evil god. If he's happy, he might install one for you." His tone was full of ridicule and disdain, as if he found Afe's question very ridiculous. "Really?" Afe almost laughed out of anger. He would rather believe that Uchiha Madara had held back than believe it was some damn evil god. If this thing was really that powerful, Phaeton wouldn't be the only believer left. Forget it, I don't care how you got it. As long as it works, it's a good samsara. Afei spoke in a cold voice and slowly raised his hand. Want to fight me? You have to be sure. Phaeton stared at Faye with a playful look on his face. Be careful, this guy's abilities are very strange. He has an ability that allows him to penetrate all attacks, but this ability can only last for 5 minutes at most. Conan immediately told Haydn the information he had observed over the years. Oh, it seems like you've been keeping an eye on me all these years. Afei was a little surprised, but he just smiled nonchalantly. His eyes revealed confidence and calmness. But you think you can compete with me, Uchiha Madara, with these, which is ridiculous. Boy, don't be too happy too soon. I have a little bit of information about you. Do you want to hear it? Jiraiya chuckled, with a mysterious smile on his face. One of the Sannin, the hero Jiraiya. Hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person. Do you have any advice? Afei raised his hand, motioning the other party to tell the story, but he didn't care in his heart. Afei was surprised that Conan could tell some of Kinyui's abilities, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was a conclusion drawn by Conan based on more than 10 years of observation. And what about Jiraiya? He had never even met the other party a few times in his life. What information could he have? He was more inclined to believe that the other party had heard something from hearsay and thought he had information about him. Humph! The legendary Sannin is nothing more than this. Jiraiya looked at him meaningfully and said, Your ability is I technique, right? It seems to be called Kamui. Afei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. But Jiraiya didn't care and continued. Kimui's eye technique can only fully exert its power if he has 2 eyes, but you only have 1. It's still more defensive, but it's pretty powerful. It can turn itself into a virtual being, it can teleport, and it can also capture people and absorb them into a place called Kimui Dimension. The advantage is that the blur can be triggered instantly, without any pre-swing, but the disadvantage is that when blurring, you can't attack yourself. Am I right? Mr. Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya turned to Afei and smiled with interest. You? Afei's heart trembled. How'd he know? Suddenly, Afei felt a red ball on his nose. He just became a clown. The little bit of information Jiraiya gave him directly exposed his true colors. He actually looked down on the other person before. Conan and Nagato were also very surprised. Seeing that Afei was silent, it was obvious that what Jiraiya said was true. But how did he know? It took Conan more than 10 years of observation to figure out some of the rules of the Afei technique. How on earth do you know all this? Afei said through gritted teeth. His voice was full of anger and doubt, as if he was questioning Jiraiya. Hey, Jiraiya chuckled. I know more than that. For example, you're not the real Uchiha Madara. Nonsense. If I'm not Uchiha Madara, then who am I? Afei said coldly. It doesn't matter if his underwear is seen through, but he can't lose his vest. In this identity, he has to keep tough. No matter what Jiraiya said next, he would firmly, regardless of the consequences, firmly stand firm on his identity as Uchiha Madara. Yeah. Jiraiya didn't comment. Then he took out a small card and read out the words on it. Excuse me, are you Mr. Tsuchi, who lives in the Uchiha clan residence number 139 in the southwest of Konoha? Jiraiya said with a grin. As the words fell, Afei felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his head. He felt like countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. But I couldn't see anyone. Now you still want to say you are Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya's tone was full of ridicule and sarcasm, as if he was mocking Afei's disguise. Oh, by the way, Mr. Soil, I think I know something more. Jiraiya rubbed his chin with a grin. Do you want to continue listening? It's news about a girl. Enough. Afei was furious. He pulled out a black stick out of thin air and stared at Jiraiya with murderous intent. I don't care where you got this information from, but it doesn't matter anymore, because the dead will keep my secret forever. Sannin Jiraiya, let me learn from your skills. If you can't win the argument, do you have to use force? Jiraiya was stunned. His eyes were full of surprise and helplessness. Snort! Afe said nothing and rushed forward. Jiraiya's expression began to calm down. I haven't even avenged Minato yet. Why are you more anxious than I am? Rasengan. Chakra quickly condensed in Jiraiya's palm. After a moment, a blue Rasengan appeared in his palm, spinning rapidly like a whirlpool. Whoosh! Afe rushed towards him like an arrow, but Jiraiya showed no fear and faced him resolutely with Rasengan in hand. At the moment of touching, Afei's body became ethereal, and the two bodies passed through each other, and in the blink of an eye they were standing back to back. But the next moment, Afe turned around at lightning speed and stabbed Jiraiya with a black stick in his hand. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. The long hair on Jiraiya's back suddenly grew in size. It instantly became extremely tough and sharp. Laugh! The black stick only penetrated a few inches and could not go any deeper, being stuck firmly. Rasengan! Suddenly, Jiraiya, who was wrapped in the Needle Jizo, quickly retracted his hair and rushed out of it like an arrow. In just a moment, the dazzling Rasengan was approaching Afei's face. Nothing can hit me, Afe said coldly. The light of the Rasengan reflected in his pupils, and he used hollow transformation again. Jiraiya once again crossed paths with him, passing through his body. Well, even if Kimui knows the information, he's still very difficult to deal with. Jiraiya stood back in front of Nagato and the others, extinguished the Rasengan in his hand, and spoke with emotion. I should have brought Kakashi along earlier. The person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. After he activates the hollowification, there are very few people in the ninja world who can pose a threat to him. At least, there is no ninjutsu that can break the hollowification. Using another Kamui Sharingan is the most direct method, because the Kamui space is connected. As long as someone attacks Afe in the Kamui space, his hollowing will be ineffective. When Kakashi was mentioned, Afei's eyes fluctuated slightly, but soon returned to his indifference. I wonder how Minato defeated Kimui back then. Why don't you go down and ask him? As the words were still fresh in his ears, Afe casually threw out a black stick, which, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, shot straight at Jiraiya like a powerful arrow. Bang! Without Jiraiya having to do anything, a blue energy cannon was instantly fired, blowing the black stick into pieces. Teacher Jiraiya, let me deal with him. We still have some unresolved old scores. Nagato's firm voice came from behind Jiraiya. He walked slowly to the front, his legs fully recovered. Oh, you want to take over? Great. Jiraiya was slightly surprised, but immediately agreed that this was Nagato's first battle after returning to his peak. As a mentor, he has no habit of spoiling people's fun. Jiraiya and the others stepped back a few steps to leave more fighting space for Nagato. We were attacked by Hanzo that year. Were you involved? Nagato stared at Afe and finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for many years. What does it matter whether you admit it or not? Afei's tone was as calm as water. Nagato smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. The human path will force me to get the information I need. Ashura's attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato suddenly attacked. His arm transformed into a cold gun muzzle and instantly fired a powerful laser straight at Afe. Useless, Afe sneered. As soon as the laser touched his body, Kimui activated immediately. Behind Afe, a huge phantom of Mangekyo Sharingan flashed by. Whoosh! The next moment, Afe launched an attack at an astonishing speed. He held a long black stick in his hand and rushed forward as fast as a bolt of lightning. Nagato immediately became highly alert, with his Rinnegan fixed firmly on Afei's figure. When he attacks, his physical form will be revealed, as long as I can find the flaw at the moment he attacks. Nagato deliberately let down his guard and let Afe approach, preparing to counterattack in desperate situation. Whoosh! However, to Nagato's surprise, Afe penetrated his body without him being prepared. The other party didn't fall for it and gave up this attack opportunity. Then, Afe flashed in the air like a nimble flea, dazzling everyone. Faint! Nagato immediately understood the other party's intention. Ah-Fei is using this method to confuse himself. If a real attack is suddenly mixed in among these countless fake moves, it will definitely catch people off guard. After the two crossed paths again, Ah-Fei flashed behind Nagato. Now, Ah-Fei's eyes focused, and his figure instantly moved into the air, and the branch in his hand flew out at an extremely fast speed. Wood style, the art of cuttings. Nagato stood there quietly, seemingly not reacting. At the critical moment, a blue shield suddenly surrounded Nagato. Hungry Keto, sealing technique, suction seal. This thin layer of blue shield was like a natural barrier, blocking the branches from advancing and making it impossible for them to break through. The human way. Nagato counterattacked quickly, his figure flashed, and he instantly passed through the blue shield and appeared in front of Ah-Fei. What? Ah-Fei's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was defeated by the sudden attack. He was dragged to the ground by Nagato and held down heavily. His face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Nagato could jump out of the shield. At this moment, Ah-Fei had a breath accumulated in his throat, but it was choked back abruptly. As usual, after the insertion, he will follow up with Fire Style, Storm Dance to finish off the opponent in one fell swoop. Who knew that the opponent would seize this fatal gap? Got you. Nagato smiled coldly and instantly activated the human path with his right hand, firmly controlling Ah-Fei's soul and making him unable to move. Then his left hand turned into a black gun barrel and pressed tightly against Ah-Fei's cheek. Pay the price for your actions. The muzzle flashed. Boom! A powerful laser suddenly burst out. How could I die here? Ah-Fei's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. With strong willpower, he managed to tear open a gap under the control of the human world. It was this moment of opportunity that Ah-Fei seized firmly. Kamui! Boom, boom, boom! The laser brushed across Ah-Fei's face and passed by his side. This move was incredibly powerful, penetrating the building beneath his feet and leaving behind a huge, bottomless pit. However, the activation of Kamui means a reversal of the offensive and defensive situation. Phew! A black stick pierced Nagato's abdomen. He looked down in disbelief, his eyes filled with horror. How can a human way fail? Nagato tried to escape from the predicament, but the intense disorder caused his chakra to suddenly go out of control and become unusable. Ah-Fei took advantage of the situation and grabbed Nagato's throat, lifted him up, and slammed him towards his right eye. Go into the trash can. With a sneer, the vortex-like space distortion instantly sucked Nagato in. Nagato! Conan's face suddenly changed, and he launched ninjutsu without hesitation. Shikamachi dance. The angry Conan attacked, and a pair of pure white wings instantly condensed behind him. With a flap of its wings, a huge paper wind whistled towards Ah-Fei. However, for Ah-Fei, who possesses the ability to become virtual, all this is useless. He stood there motionless, and the paper wind could not touch his body at all. The samsara eye is just that good. Ah-Fei sneered, laughing in his heart at himself for having been wary of the other party. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. If I had known, I would have taken a Rinnegan earlier and went out to work on my own. Now that I have the samsara, I won't play with you anymore. Jiraiya, wherever you got my information from, it doesn't matter now. After the world ends, no one will remember any of this. Ah-Fei raised his face and declared arrogantly, Goodbye. Oh no, goodbye. At this time, Ah-Fei seemed to be in a good mood and even waved goodbye to a few people. Stop. Let Nagato out. Conan roared, his eyes red as blood. But Ah-Fei ignored her. The power of Kamui was activated, and his figure gradually faded away. Phew! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. I saw the blood under Ah-Fei's mask dripping slowly along the edge. This change interrupted his transmission process. What is going on? Ah-Fei looked down in disbelief and saw a bloody wound appeared on the right side of his waist. He had been stabbed in the kidney. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and the mask was already filled with blood. This time, The same wound appeared on the left waist, as if someone had stabbed him out of thin air. Wait, out of thin air? Ah-Fei suddenly came to his senses and looked around hurriedly. Finally, Haydn was found in a corner, covered in black, standing in a magic circle. Obviously, the curse of death by blood has been activated. It's you. Ah-Fei glared at Faden fiercely. What are you looking at? Who told you to scold me before? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Facing Ah-Fei's malicious gaze, Fadewan curled his lips in contempt. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed himself with the blade, aiming at his thigh. Laugh. The sound of steel-piercing flesh was horrifying. Faden, however, looked like he was enjoying it. On the other side, Ah-Fei, who was injured and suffered backlash, was in big trouble. As his thigh was stabbed hard, he collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. The activation of the Death God's blood power requires a blood mark. How can you bypass this? Ah-Fei's eyes almost popped out, and he screamed loudly. I didn't avoid it. I got your blood a long time ago. Faden blinked innocently, then stabbed the knife into his lower abdomen again. Impossible. You never touched me from beginning to end. How could you have my blood sample? Ah-Fei retorted, suppressing the pain. Who says you have to draw blood yourself? Humph, it turns out that Lord Evil God is really wise. How can ordinary people understand the methods of God? Fadewan shook his head in disdain, then stabbed himself in the heart with a knife and stopped playing with Ah-Fei. Ah-Fei stood with his legs straight and his eyes bulged. His heart was hit hard, and if half of his body was not made up of Hashirama's cells, he would have died on the spot. They're not dead yet. Fadewan was very surprised, because in the past, when he dealt with other ninjas, stabbing the heart was the method he used to end the enemy when he got tired of it. Why is it ineffective now? Let me help you. An impatient shout came from the side. Haydn turned his head and saw a blue Rasengan covering his face. Hey, why didn't you tell me in advance, The huge Rasengan was stuffed directly into his mouth. Ouchie. Fadewan's eyes lit up when his mouth was forcibly pried open. This seemed to be a good experience. He was happy, but the other guy, well, his whole body was shaking like a sieve on the ground. But even so, he did not scream, just let out a muffled groan. His only remaining, I looked toward Haydn through the mask. Are you human? Shiki paper dance, separation. Conan did it too. She watched Jiraiya and Haydn having so much fun, and immediately raised her hands and summoned a huge paper wheel. The paper wheel cut Fadewan's body madly, while Ah-Fei was killing him like a fish, with blood spurting everywhere. Big ball Rasengan, Shiki paper dance, spin, Toad oil flame bomb, confetti explosion. The master and disciple seemed to be competing with each other, continuously using ninjutsu on Haydn. Fadewan didn't care. He even enjoyed it a little. But Ah-Fei on the other side was in a bit of a miserable situation. His body was straight, his face was dull, and his eyes were lifeless. This was the first time that Ah-Fei felt disgusted with Hashirama's cells. The endless vitality prevented him from dying quickly and cleanly. Finally, after holding on for a few minutes, Ah-Fei's head tilted and he died completely. On Fadewan's side, the Death God's blood was also lifted at the same time, further confirming the result. Because the Death God cannot curse the dead with blood. Finally dead, Fadewan showed a satisfied smile and then slowly laid down on the formation. Every time after killing someone with blood, he had to lie there for 30 minutes. This was a necessary ritual to offer a sacrifice to the evil god. Wait, Jiraiya-sensei, are we forgetting something? Conan came back to his senses from his crazy attack, with a hint of confusion and doubt in his eyes. What did you forget? Jiraiya scratched his head, unable to remember for a moment. Suddenly, Fadewan's leisurely voice came from the side. The guy with the red hair. That's right, Nagato. Conan and Jiraiya looked at each other. Their eyes widened. It's okay if a Fade dies, but what about Nagato who is trapped in Kamui space? While the two were talking, Ah-Fei's body disappeared quietly. Fire style storm dance. Following an angry shout, The astonishingly high temperature and the violent spatial strangulation attacked the three people madly from behind. Jiraiya had his back to the other party and did not seem to notice the attack at first. "Teacher Jiraiya, be careful," Conan exclaimed as a warning. However, at this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on Jiraiya's lips. "As someone who has all the information, how could I not know that you have Izanagi who can be resurrected?" Bang! Jiraiya clasped his hands together, and suddenly 2 balls of white mist rose from his shoulders. "The two-toed Sagers, Fukasaku and Shima, are ready. Brother, sister, turn on Sage mode." "Roger that, little Jiraiya." The two-toed Sagers had received Jiraiya's message in advance. They had already begun to gather natural energy, and at this moment, they entered Sage mode with Jiraiya in an instant. "Little Jiraiya, get started," Fukasaku Sennin said in a deep voice. "Here we go." Jiraiya turned around suddenly, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a large amount of oil. Immediately afterwards, Shima Sennin used the fire-style technique, instantly igniting the sea of oil. In an instant, a blazing fire rolled into the sky. And this is not the end. Fukasaku Sennin immediately added wind escape technique, and the flames suddenly became more violent and hot, reaching the extreme. Oil, fire, and wind, 3 in 1. Sage Art Gomen. A thick substance like a torrent rushed across the ground, advancing like a surging wave. Gomen, with a temperature of several thousand degrees, can melt almost anything. Boom! Stormy dancing collided with Gomen, and the former was instantly devoured by this terrifying force, completely annihilated effortlessly. Do you know even this? Afei's face was extremely gloomy. He does have a backup Sharingan that he uses to cast Izanagi in battle. But how did this matter, which had never been made public, get discovered? This is not just a simple intelligence leak. This information should be a personal secret. Information, Jiraiya? I'll remember you. Afei looked at Jiraiya deeply, and the next second he was engulfed in the sea of fire. There was no sign of struggle, as if he had been completely melted. But in the immortal's perception, Jiraiya clearly felt that Afei's breath quickly penetrated into the ground and quickly disappeared. "You can stop now. This trick has no real effect on him." Jiraiya stopped casting the spell and explained to the 2 immortals beside him. Upon hearing this, Fukasaku and Shima stopped their magic moves and looked quite puzzled. "Jiraiya-chan, what we just used was a powerful sage jutsu that can burn everything in the world. He is so deeply involved that even a head of steel and an arm of iron should be melted, right? How can it be ineffective against him?" Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle, because he has a special ability that can make his body weak and completely resist any type of attack damage. Is there such a heaven-defying skill? The 2 old immortals who had experienced many hardships were both amazed. Today was a real eye-opener. What measure should we take in the face of such an enemy? Fukasaku Sennin, who was extremely curious about this question, asked. Jiraiya shook his head slightly and responded with a sly smile. "Don't worry about this. Someone will take care of him. The most important thing for us right now is to use our human compass to track his movements." Sennin Fukasaku stared at Jiraiya in front of him as if he was lost in thought, waiting for more instructions. Jiraiya then looked toward Haiden. "Haiden, it's your turn." Faden nodded and slowly stood up from the ground. Since Afei is not dead, there is no need for this half-hour memorial ceremony. Stand further away. As soon as Faden finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing and state. He took a deep breath and pressed his thumb lightly on his heart, applying a little more force. 8 gates Duinjia array. Gate of death open. A blood-red light burst out instantly. Boom! Layer upon layer of air waves spread out from Faden's body, and the entire venue seemed to be swept by a violent storm. "Which way?" Fadewan's voice resounded like thunder. At this moment, he stood straight, like a god of war. Jiraiya closed his eyes and sensed the changes around him with his whole body and mind, his powerful perception spreading everywhere. After a moment, Jiraiya opened his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed firmly. This way. Haiden quickly turned his head and looked in the direction Jiraiya pointed. Let's go. Remember to hold on to me. Jiraiya turned to Fukasaku and Shima Sanin and smiled. Brother, sister, please hold on to him. Next, things might go very fast. Very quickly, Fukasaku grabbed Jiraiya's hair nervously and glanced at Shima. Mother, I'm counting on you. Shima Sanin nodded in agreement and stretched out his strong and tough tongue to wrap around Haiden's waist. Conan, we'll be back soon. After nodding to Conan, Jiraiya turned his gaze to Haiden. Set off. After saying this, Fadewan slowly bent down and supported himself on the ground with his hands. The Haiden roller coaster is about to depart. Passengers, fasten your seatbelts. Go! Fadewan roared excitedly, exerted force with his legs, and rushed out as fast as an arrow. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar erupted in the air, which was caused by the sonic boom due to the speed exceeding the speed of sound. At this moment, Fadewan's speed has reached over 360 meters per second. He flew through the sky, leaving a trail of wild tracks in the air, like a firebomb that had run away. At such a high speed, they can even catch up with Ah Fei, who has used space-time teleportation to leave. At the same time, in a hidden forest far away from Yuin Village, the space vortex twisted the world, and a figure walked out from it. It seems I need to prepare a few more Sharingans next time. Ah Fei muttered to himself with some fear. Even now, he still feels scared. Death by blood. Ah Fei gritted his teeth and uttered the name. He actually fell into the hands of such an almost stupid person. Once cursed by this magic mark, no matter where Ah Fei escapes, he will not be able to avoid the backlash damage brought by Fadewan. This is true even when using Blur. This curse almost became his lifeline. But the key point is that the conditions for activating this skill are extremely harsh. How did Haiden obtain his own blood? He remembered that the other party never touched him directly from beginning to end. The only bleeding, could it be that mosquito? A flash of astonishment flashed across Ah Fei's eyes. It should be correct, he said. How could there be such a clever mosquito that stared at him the moment he switched entities? Even though he now knew the truth, Ah Fei still found it incredible. When did that Haiden become so cunning? Use inconspicuous mosquitoes to secretly collect blood samples, and then use the blood-killing method without anyone noticing. Who could have predicted such a thing? This person must be eliminated no matter what. He is too dangerous. A flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Woohoo! Where are you running to? There was an excited sound in the sky. Less than a second later, a deafening air cannon descended from the sky. Boom! You came so fast. How did you catch up? Ah Fei raised his head suddenly, and a fierce air cannon grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. Blurred. Bang! One punch shook the heaven and earth, and the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Boom! With a sonic boom, Fadewan fell like a meteor and hit the ground heavily. The noise was just as loud as the punch just now. Ugh! Jiraiya broke away from the protection of Needle Jizo, his face pale and his eyes dull. Sanin Fukasaku and Sanin Shima could no longer bear this journey, which was 100 times more exciting than a roller coaster, and had already returned to Mount Mayaboku. Fadewan, I'll leave it to you from now on. I need to catch my breath for a while. Ugh. After saying that, Jiraiya just lay on the ground and vomited. If I take action, wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? Haiden confidently raised his thumb and pointed at himself, revealing a row of large white fangs. Somehow, after studying with my guy for a long time, he also picked up this habit. Oh, by the way, take this potion. Remember to give it to me after the Gate of Death is over. I'm afraid I won't have the strength by then. Haiden remembered something and took off the small bag from his waist and placed it next to Jiraiya. Come on. This is the first time I'm unleashing the power of the Gate of Death. This kind of pleasure makes me feel wonderful all the time. Fadewan raised his arms and clenched his fists, looking eager to try. Without the blood of the dead, what are you? The smoke and dust cleared, revealing Ah-Fei, who was intact. Even when facing Haydn, who opened the gate of death, his attitude was still very disdainful. The death god's blood can only be used once. He has already used Izanagi to transfer death, so he will not give Phaedon the chance to get his blood again. Yeah. Phaedon didn't comment, then suddenly punched out. Bang! A violent air cannon gushed out like a wild horse running wild. It went straight towards Ah-Fei, stirring up huge waves of earth along the way and plowing a long gully in the ground. Boom! Do you think this kind of attack will work on me? No matter how loud it is, it's just for show. Once the virtual transformation was turned on, the air cannon had to pass through him and posed no threat at all. Whoosh! Ah-Fei threw a few black sticks as a counterattack. Phaedon took a few steps casually, and his figure seemed to teleport, changing more than a dozen directions in the blink of an eye. Ah-Fei's attack also had no chance of hitting him. How long can you sustain the power of the 8 gates? 1 minute? Or 2 minutes? Even if you are immortal, you will still burn out. Ah-Fei looked at him coldly. Gate of Death is to burn life in exchange for power. Phaedon will fall sooner or later. Now, he just had to wait. Haydn raised his eyebrows. I could spend the whole day with you. But the evil god probably doesn't want to see his followers suffer like this, so I'll finish you off with one strike. Oh! In response to Phaedon's boast, Ah-Fei could only sneer. Watch out, kid. This punch is going to be awesome. Haydn took a deep breath. Product. With a low roar, the blood in Phaedon's body seemed to have found an outlet and rushed back like crazy. The earth was shaking, and countless blood and energy condensed into a figure that looked like a god or a demon behind Phaedon. His face is majestic. Kamui is mighty. Huh. As Phaedon raised his hand, the god behind him also raised his huge fist. God fist! Phaedon roared angrily, stepped forward with his left foot, and the next moment he was already on Ah-Fei's head, punching him hard. At the same time, the huge divine fist smashed down from the sky, as if the heavens were collapsing. Ah-Fei raised his head, his eyes were about to burst, and his voice was a little broken. What the F*** K is this? Kamui! Kamui! He frantically urged Kamui to transfer his body to become virtual, but under his divine fist, the space was distorted. Any space-time ninjutsu is ineffective at this moment. Kamui, no exception. Aya! The divine fist smashed down, and the whole world turned into silence. The greatest sound is the one without voice. But at that moment, the entire Rain Kingdom was shaken. When the dust settled, and everything returned to calm, Ah-Fei's figure had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bottomless abyss in his place. Well, Jiraiya cautiously approached the edge of the abyss and peered down. As far as the eye can see, the darkness is as deep as an abyss, and not even light can penetrate the darkness. Hiss! After being punched like this, wouldn't your body be covered in bruises? Jiraiya gasped, his eyelids twitching. Haydn, how are you? He turned to look at Haydn, who was standing still and silent. The latter's dry and cracked lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. However, a breeze blew by, and the charcoal-like body was blown away by the wind like a dandelion, turning into fragments and floating away. The red spring came to an end quietly. Only the broken skeleton stood in the wind. It doesn't look like the situation is too good. Jiraiya muttered to himself, pulling out the life potion that Haydn had given him earlier from his pocket. When he uncorked the bottle and was about to hand the potion to Haydn, he froze. Where's your mouth? The Haydn in front of me is just a skeleton. How can I drink this potion? As if sensing Jiraiya's doubts, Haydn, who had lost all his senses, actually raised his arms and tapped his skull gently. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if he was signaling Jiraiya to pour the potion directly on his head. You want me to pour on your head? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Phaedon couldn't hear any sound at this moment. He just mechanically repeated the action of knocking on the skull. After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya decided to do as he was told and slowly poured the potion over Haydn's head. The medicine flowed down the bones, gradually soaking the whole body, and was quickly absorbed by the bones. In the blink of an eye, tiny granulations began to grow on the surface of the skeleton, and Fade One recovered at an astonishing speed. This thing is really exaggerated. Holding the empty bottle in his hand, Jiraiya widened his eyes. The scene before him was like a miracle of life and death. Whoosh! Just as Jiraiya was attracted by the scene in front of him, suddenly a sharp branch shot out from behind him. Phew! Jiraiya was caught off guard and was hit instantly. The branch pierced his chest fiercely, going through his back to his chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the small branch suddenly exploded, like green iron flowers spreading wantonly in Jiraiya's body, instantly destroying his internal organs, and his vitality was horrifically drained away. After all, I am still one step ahead. Afei's deep voice filled the air. Jiraiya had an expression of disbelief frozen on his face. It is hard to imagine how the opponent survived Fade One's attack. That was enough to distort space. But you can be proud of yourself for pushing me to this point. Afei's figure slowly rose from the ground. At this time, Jiraiya finally noticed. The Mangekyo Sharingan beneath the opponent's mask had turned a pale white. You're actually willing to use your own Mangekyo to activate Izanagi? Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood, marveling at the other party's decisiveness and ferocity. You know, that's Mangekyo that houses Kamuyui's power. It was precisely because of this that Afei was able to pretend to be a ghost in the ninja world for a long time without being exposed. He was even able to compete against the famous Yellow Flash at the age of 16. Now, without Kamui, it can be said that Afei has lost 80% of his strength. As long as I can live, what does it matter if I give up everything else? Afei said in a calm tone. How cruel. So, I'm the winner. Say it to me, Jiraiya. As Afei closed his palms, the wooden spikes on Jiraiya's body suddenly grew and submerged him completely. Next, it's you. After dealing with Jiraiya, Afei turned to Faden with the help of his perception. Although he had completely lost his eyesight, his ninja instincts were still sharp, so he had no problem dealing with battles in a short period of time. So he could find Jiraiya's location and take care of him. Wood-style cuttings. Afei condensed a branch and prepared to throw it at Faden to eliminate the culprit who put him in such a desperate situation. However, at this moment, something strange happened. There was a loud bang. The ground bulged deeply, and a figure suddenly emerged from the soil. It was Jiraiya. He jumped into the air with an excited smile on his face. Finally, I was fooled. Big Ball Rasengan. A big ball Rasengan that is countless times larger than a normal Rasengan falls from the sky. Jiraiya. Afei was shocked. What happened? Hasn't he already solved it? The one just now definitely couldn't be a clone, because the clone will disappear when it is hurt. It won't bleed at all. Kamui. Whatever the truth is, there is no time to consider it now. Afei subconsciously wanted to urge Kamui to activate the hollow transformation, but he was no longer able to use it. Drink! The big ball Rasengan hit him hard on the back, and the huge impact force instantly knocked him to the ground. This familiar feeling of being pushed on the back. Afei was dumbfounded. Boom! Along with the dazzling blue light, a violent explosion roared. When the light of the Rasengan dissipated, a huge deep pit was revealed, and Afei was lying in the pit covered with rubble, dying. Jiraiya fell from the sky and landed in front of Afei. At this time, the half of Afei's body with Hashirama cells had been smashed, making it very difficult for him to move. It seems that I am still the final winner. Of course, you may not necessarily lose. Do you have an extra Sharingan to cast Izanagi? Jiraiya squatted down with a smug smile on his face. Afei raised his face with difficulty to face Jiraiya. The mask was broken, revealing the true face of Uchiha Bito. Two pale eyes looked at Jiraiya blankly. Are you a human or a ghost? Uchiha Bito's voice was very weak, but his doubts were evident. What are you talking about? There's no way I could be a ghost. Jiraiya curled his lips, his face full of dissatisfaction. Uchiha Bito was silent for a while, then shook his head. You don't look like that. Why don't you look like me? Am I not handsome? Uchiha Bito stopped talking, but his expression was somewhat indignant. Oh shit, you still have a nerve to call yourself a human being? Look at yourself. Do you look like a human being? It opens like this. Seeing that Uchiha Obito didn't say anything else, Jiraiya shook his head and stopped making trouble for himself. His face turned serious and he said, Uchiha Obito, you assassinated the Hokage, released the Nine Tails, and caused heavy casualties, including the fourth Hokage and Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha's core strength. He participated in the Uchiha clan's Annihilation Night, killing many people, and manipulated the Akatsuki organization to capture the tailed beasts behind the scenes, causing turmoil in the ninja world. These crimes are too numerous to list. Uchiha Obito listened quietly without rebuttal, accepting the accusations completely. I won't kill you, but you will spend the rest of your life in prison unless something unexpected happens. When this decision was made, a clear voice sounded in Jiraiya's ears. Bite. Group member Jiraiya triggers a major plot change and receives a gold coin reward of 800,000. So many gold coins. Jiraiya smiled. Looks like I have a chance to try to revive Minato myself. This mission not only changed the fate of the Akatsuki organization, but also successfully arrested Uchiha Obito. It can be said that it has completely subverted the original plotline. Hee. I'm afraid even you didn't expect to fail here. Jiraiya chuckled, staring at Uchiha Obito with amusement in his eyes. At first, he indeed did not expect Uchiha Obito to use Izanagi again, and was even willing to sacrifice Mangekyo. The reason for being on guard is that I have never received any prompt information from the chat group. As one of the key characters throughout the entire drama, if Obito died, the chat group would definitely have a corresponding reaction. The moment Fade Wan threw his powerful punch, Jiraiya, realizing the unusual situation, immediately hid underground. And he used the Toad substitution technique to leave behind a substitute to confuse people. Let's go. As he said that, Jiraiya grabbed Uchiha Obito's body and jumped out of the pit. Huh? Is it done? Haiden, who had long since returned to normal, immediately stepped forward and asked Jiraiya when he saw him return. It's over. How are you now? Jiraiya nodded in response and asked with concern. At this moment, although Fade Wan still looked a little tired, he was fine. It's okay. I'll be fine after a little rest. Then he added, by the way, where's the guy you wanted to save? Don't worry, take a rest first. In the following time, after bringing the two back to the hidden rain village safely, they began to deal with the follow-up matters. The sensation caused by this confrontation was truly extraordinary, and the whole country felt the shock brought by the fatal blow at that time. As people were in panic, after a whole day of busy arrangements, various urgent matters were finally properly resolved one by one. That evening, after Haiden had fully recovered, everyone held a grand but brief resurrection ceremony for Yahiko. The Rain Country team reunites after a long separation. Although there was a sense of strangeness and awkwardness, there was also joy. It just feels a little subtle. After all, many years have passed since the initial tragic farewell, so the resurrected person still retains the same appearance as when he left the world. In contrast, the other partners have naturally experienced the baptism of time and appear much more mature and stable. The 16-year-old Yahiko and the 35-year-old Conan stood side by side, looking at each other with admiration in their hearts. After a brief thought, the young man broke the silence and said with a smile on his face, "You become more and more charming, Sister Conan." At the same time, he deliberately exaggerated his gestures to indicate the changes brought about by the age difference between the two. Conan was speechless for a moment in response to this teasing, with mixed emotions showing on his face. Seeing this, Zerai, who was standing not far away and observing the development of the situation, did not intervene too much. Instead, he chose to temporarily give in and said, "Just get used to each other slowly. I don't think there will be any problem." Then he turned to explain what to do next. "I'm going to go find Nagato." Given the current situation, Uchiha Obito lost Kimui's ability. Fortunately, Kakashi still has an eye in his hand that can connect to Kimui's space, so he only needs to contact him as soon as possible to complete the rescue work smoothly. Then he turned to another hero beside him and said, "Haiden, I'll take you back first." At this point, The journey has come to an end, and the original mission objectives have been exceeded. The original plan was just to help complete Yahiko's recovery process. However, during the actual execution, a heavyweight criminal, Uchiha Obito, was unexpectedly captured. Therefore, this is undoubtedly a very satisfactory result for this foreign aid contributor. Finally, after confirming everything was correct and preparing to evacuate, Jiraiya opened the group chat page and added the group. Jiraiya, Master Yuzuki, everything has ended successfully here. You can recall Haiden to return to his original position. Ichiraku Ramen. Huh? It's over so quickly? Speed is of the essence in war. Yue just put down the bowl in her hand when she suddenly felt someone at her in the group chat. His eyes moved slightly, and then he saw the message sent by Jiraiya. Without thinking, he opened the transmission channel to recall Fade One. There was a slight fluctuation in the space beside him, and then a space door with flowing light suddenly appeared before his eyes. A figure slowly walked out of that door, Haiden. Major Evil God. Mission accomplished. The moment he saw Yue, Faden immediately knelt on one knee. Then he prostrated himself on the ground, almost prostrating himself to express his deepest respect and enthusiasm. His expression was filled with great awe. However, in such a place located in the heart of Konoha village, there's a constant stream of people flowing around. Such a sudden and eye-catching behavior instantly aroused the curiosity and attention of many passers-by. Hey, what's going on over there? A healthy person is kneeling on the ground. Don't you know how many new things are popular now? Maybe they are playing some special master-servant role-playing game. I see. Young people today are really creative. Listening to the chattering of the people around him, Yue's face suddenly turned dark, and he quickly pulled Fade One up. F***K, get up quickly. What happened? Lord Evil God. After hearing the order, Fade One stood up reluctantly. Yue pushed him to sit on the chair, holding her forehead with both hands and showing obvious headache. In public places like this, just call me by my name. Otherwise, it will easily cause misunderstandings. Hearing this, Haiden, who had calmed down, suddenly became terrified again. You want me to call the evil god by his name? As if he had heard something incredible, his voice was filled with uncontrollable shock and worry. This is extremely disrespectful to the evil god. Seeing the other party looking like he was facing a formidable enemy, Yue couldn't help but smile slightly. Faden is usually fearless, but when it comes to the object of his admiration, Faden always behaves extremely sensitively and even a little overly nervous. After thinking for a moment, Yue made a compromise proposal. Well, if you really don't want to change the way you address me, that's fine. But remember, in a public place like today, there's no need to perform such a grand kneeling ceremony. That's okay. Faced with this suggestion, Faden finally smiled with relief and nodded in agreement. After a light laugh, Yue waved her hand, and several bottles of life potions glowing bright red appeared miraculously on the table. Your previous reserves must have been used up. Take these and take good care of yourself. He said this gently, and then patted the latter on the shoulder and encouraged her. There are still many important tasks waiting for us to complete together in the future. I hope you can work hard in training during this period of time. As you command, Lord Evil God. Fighting spirit rekindled in Fade One's eyes, and he looked full of energy. Go ahead. As Yue finished his last sentence, Faden nodded firmly and turned to leave. Yue, where did you trick such a subordinate from? As soon as Haiden left, Naruto leaned over and asked curiously. F***K. What do you mean by lying? They came to me voluntarily. The venue has been repaired. Please return to the competition venue as soon as possible. This voice spread to every corner of Konoha village through the broadcasting system, summoning the contestants scattered around to regroup. Oh, finally we can continue. Let's go, Naruto. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Shinomiya Yutsuki's eyes. He suddenly jumped up from his seat and waved to the blonde boy beside him impatiently. Naruto stood up with a bright smile on his face. Uncle Handbeater, Sister Ayam, will take our leave now. Come on, Naruto. I hope you can get the ideal result. The gentle voice of the hand-beating uncle sounded, encouraging people like the warm sun in winter. When the two stepped into the duel arena again, the ground that was originally broken by the battle had been completely renewed, and there was no trace of the previous round of competition. Yo, Sasuke, you seem to be adapting pretty quickly. An unexpected figure came into view in the viewing area. Uchiha Sasuke was sitting there quietly, with Haruno Sakura and Karen beside him, smiling sweetly. There was a warm and harmonious atmosphere between the three of them. It's all thanks to you. Sasuke responded to the other party's slightly provocative words with a contemptuous look. This was going to happen sooner or later anyway. I just gave it a little push. As he spoke, Shirgong Yue showed a sly smile. After all, you should be grateful. Grateful? Sasuke raised his middle finger. When the final comes, Naruto and I will repay this favor. Facing such a response, Yue just smiled faintly. Then let's wait and see. He turned to Naruto and said, "It's time for you to show your strength, but remember to be careful when you attack. With Naruto's current strength, it would be funny if he could kill Dodomu with just one slap." Naruto clenched his fist and nodded. "I will. Go." Uzumaki Naruto walked towards the center of the venue. As his back disappeared, Shirgong Yue found a random seat and sat down. Then, like Doraemon, he took out a silent camera from his pocket and started taking pictures of Sasuke and the other two getting along harmoniously. This made Uchiha Sasuke feel a little awkward. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the latter, lowering his voice and questioning. "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Yue put away her camera and met the suspicious gaze with a relaxed and happy smile on her face. "No, I just took a few commemorative photos as a souvenir." "Is it really that simple? I always feel like you have other ideas." Although he expressed disbelief, his eyes still revealed a bit of vigilance. "Is this the only thing I can do in your mind?" Shirgong Yue complained, covering his chest. Sasuke's mouth twitched. "No need for questions, that's just who you are. F***K, you figure it out." Just as the two were arguing, Sakura beside them quietly pulled the edge of her black coat and reminded them softly. "Sasuke, the next game is about to start." Hearing this, Sasuke withdrew his attention and prepared to concentrate on the upcoming battle. Before leaving, he added, "Don't forget to print a set of these photos for me when the time comes." Packed. After receiving the promise, his eyes turned to the place below where a fierce battle was about to take place. The two contestants are standing at their respective starting positions, ready to go. The polite exchange of opposing seals indicated that the next few minutes would be a clash and test of each other's skills. "I heard that you're a friend of Boss Yue." With a hint of interest and tentativeness, Tutong Wu was the first to break the silence, with a hint of respect in his tone. Do you know him too?" Naruto's expression instantly became much more lively, as if he had found a breakthrough in the topic. "Maybe he can be considered a younger brother. For his sake, I promise not to be too rude." Tutong Wu's words were calm, but full of confidence. "Okay, I'll try to be gentle." After the slightly awkward answer, the brief exchange ended before the referee Moonlight Gale appeared and interrupted the conversation between the two. "Are you all ready?" So, as these words fell, the air seemed to freeze in an instant, and then only a whistling sound was heard past my ears. "The game starts now. Earth style earth and stone palm." Tutongwu made a move instantly. He thrust his palm into the ground, and the dirt and gravel on the surface were forcibly pulled out and quickly gathered in his hand, condensing into a huge petrified palm. With his legs kicking the ground fiercely, Tudomu's body was as fast as an arrow, and he slammed down at Naruto with a huge palm of earth and stone. At the critical moment, Naruto leaped lightly. His nimble figure turned and bounced twice in the air, and in a flash he had crossed the entire duel arena and landed steadily at the other end. Boom! The giant palm of earth and stone that missed its target could only smash into the ground angrily, stirring up a cloud of dust. The body flash technique is so fast. Tutong looked back in surprise, secretly amazed in his heart. It was truly extraordinary that the opponent was able to escape such a long distance in the instant before his move hit him. Try my trick again. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Not willing to be outdone, Tutong launched another offensive. I thought the opponent was just an ordinary character, but it seems I have to take it more seriously. This is how the battle becomes more interesting. Earth-style earth and stone bamboo shoots. He put his palms together, then brought them down heavily, pointing directly at the ground in front of him, which seemed calm but was actually turbulent. Almost in the next second, countless extremely sharp spikes seemed to be released, rushing out of the ground and scattering towards Uzumaki Naruto. There's no way you can avoid it this time, right? The words came out with full confidence. This was a superb skill taught by Lord Haidu himself, and the speed was fast enough to make people unable to defend against it. However, it was still the same familiar series of actions: jump, leap, and charge. When his vision became clear again, all the spikes that tried to restrain him were empty. How was that possible? A shocked expression appeared on his face, and Tutong was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he slowly turned to face Naruto, who was standing easily in the distance. How on earth did you do that? His tone was full of doubt and disbelief. I only saw a flash of golden light passing through my sight, and then the opponent disappeared without a trace. What skills do you have hidden? Show them all to me. With a playful smile on his face, Naruto gently waved at the person in front of him, his attitude calm and unhurried. Well, I do have a hidden trick. His expression became particularly solemn, and Tutong Wuji didn't want to continue this fruitless entanglement. After taking a deep breath, he quickly and accurately completed a series of complex seals. Earth wall. As the low voice fell, the ground in front of them began to shake violently, and then an indestructible mud wall appeared out of thin air, instantly blocking the two of them. Naruto remained calm and watched all this happen with great interest, just as he was predicting what might happen next. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and then the earth wall shattered and collapsed. After that, a huge rock ball rolled and crashed into the sky. Oh, that's a good idea. The corners of his mouth curled up. He had already seen what strategy the other party was going to use. However, he did not expose this fact, but instead responded in the way the other party expected. What followed was a series of action demonstrations, jumping and leaping, drawing a graceful V-shaped trajectory in the air before lightly landing in a safe position on the other side of the venue and standing still. Is it really a trap? Excited laughter echoed all around, announcing that his masterpiece had finally worked. He found the pattern in Naruto's actions and set a clever trap based on it. Now everything is ready, and he just needs to give the opponent a fatal blow. The power to drive away rocks. I saw Tutong unconsciously urging me to kick out with great force and speed, as sharp as a gust of wind and sand. The total time from his appearance to his attack was only 0.29 seconds. At this moment, Naruto, who had just stood firm and had not yet taken further defensive measures, was suddenly faced with an unprecedented crisis. Kill me, Dodomu laughed excitedly. At the moment, he was immersed in the ecstasy of defeating his opponent and seemed unaware of the intriguing smile on Naruto's lips. Just when his sweeping leg was only 0.01 centimeter away from Naruto, a huge golden hand extending from behind Naruto suddenly reached out and grabbed Dodomu firmly in its palm. What's this? Tutong Wu's face suddenly changed, and he was stunned. Without waiting for Tutong to react, the giant golden arm shook violently twice in the air and then swung violently. Tudo Wu was instantly thrown out in a meteor-like trajectory and rushed out of the duel arena. Uzumaki, Naruto wins. Moonlight Gale appeared in front of Naruto and announced the result, and those who were knocked out were directly judged out. It hurts so much. Dodo Wu returned to the arena with his hands covering his back and a grimace on his face. As expected of the son of the fourth Hokage, your speed is amazing. I am convinced of your defeat. He sighed, stepped forward, and took the initiative to complete the seal of reconciliation with Naruto. Although we are rivals, you are not bad. Naruto responded with a smile as warm as spring. Tutong Wu nodded in agreement. This time it was because I was not as skilled as others, and I underestimated my enemy. How about we compete after I have mastered the two ninjutsu, light heavy rock and heavy rock? A challenge is always welcome. The two smiled at each other, then left the duel arena together. Moonlight Gale then began to host the next round of competition. The next contestant is Uchiha Sasuke versus Xiangling. Please enter the venue and prepare. As soon as the voice fell, Xiangling in the audience timidly raised her hand to signal, lowered her head, and whispered, Mr. Invigilator, I would like to apply for a waiver. Oh, Moonlight Gale looked in the direction of the voice. When he was about to speak to persuade her, he found that Xiangling was standing next to her rival Sasuke, and she was holding his hand tightly. Moonlight Gale was stunned, and countless fantasies quickly emerged in his mind. Could it be that this guy has already handled this duel privately? This strategy is really brilliant. He secretly praised himself in his heart. In view of this, Xiangling chooses to give up the game. Uchiha Sasuke wins. On to the next one. The subsequent schedule will proceed as planned. But for the audience, after seeing the shocking appetizer between Rock Lee and Gaara, the subsequent competition seems somewhat dull, even though there are a few highlights occasionally, such as scenes where the floor shatters. After all, the remaining contestants are indeed real genins. Soon, as the last round of competition ended, Moonlight Gale called out Shinomiya Yuzuki's name. Next one, Shirgong Yue versus Yue Luoyang. Both players please enter the arena. The announcement echoed in the air. In the audience, Naruto excitedly punched Yutsuki in encouragement. Hey, come on, Yue. If you fall here, I'll make fun of you. It would be better if he fell here, so that we can laugh at him every day. Sasuke crossed his legs with a playful smile on his face. Sasuke-kun, eat some grapes. Xiangling's gentle voice sounded, and she peeled a grape and put it to Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke only needs to open his mouth slightly to enjoy this top-notch service. Sasuke, how about we make a bet? Yutsuki's voice came with a hint of playfulness. What? Sasuke's eyebrows twitched wildly, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yue warily. If I win, I'll bring Sarada here. How about that? Yue raised the corners of her mouth, with a cunning light flashing in her eyes. As expected, after hearing Yutsuki's words, Sasuke's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Go away. Sasuke's face darkened, and he grabbed an apple and threw it over. Yue dodged Sasuke's hidden weapon and ran away quickly. But when he was halfway through the run, another snow pear flew over and hit Yue squarely on the head. F***K. Sharingan is really amazing. As Yutsuki's exclamation faded away, Sasuke sat back in his chair in anger. However, just after sitting down, Sasuke felt a chill coming from both sides of him. Sakura put down the fruit plate in her hand and said with a forced smile, Sarada? It sounds like a girl's name. Who is she? Sasuke-kun, 2 isn't enough? You're so greedy. Xiangling's faint voice also came from the side. At that moment, Sasuke felt overwhelmed. Sasuke, I'm going to the bathroom. Naruto smiled reluctantly and quickly found an excuse to run away. Naruto, wait. Sasuke was shocked and quickly reached out to call out to the other person. In the current situation, with no outsiders present, the person involved, would be deeply trapped and unable to extricate himself. However, Naruto was not moved at all. He turned into a flash of golden light and disappeared without a trace, as if there was something terrifying somewhere. Oh my god, girls are horrible. The scene changed and came to the audience seats on the other side. The Raikage placed his hand on Yue Luoyang's shoulder and said earnestly, Luoyang, in the competition, friendship comes first, competition comes second. We in the Hidden Cloud Village have always been friendly. When you get on stage, remember to be polite to your opponent and speak politely. Is that clear? Understand. Yue Luoyang nodded firmly. Well, very good. Remember, you are a rare genius in our Hidden Cloud Village. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't, just surrender when the situation gets bad. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Being alive is more important than anything else. Raikage continued to remind him. I understand. Yue Luoyang nodded again, his expression serious and earnest. Raikage said with satisfaction, very good. Once you are on stage, you could defend for a while, just to show your respect, and then surrender directly. If there is no problem, you can go on stage. Understand. Yue Luoyang nodded solemnly, turned around, and slowly walked towards the duel arena. Do you really understand? Raikage stopped him and asked doubtfully. Yue Luoyang turned around and smiled confidently. Give it a try, right? I understand, Raikage-sama. After saying that, he jumped directly into the duel arena, leaving the stunned Raikage staring at his back. Give it a try? The Hidden Cloud Village. Maru. Thump. Raikage's eyes went dark, and he fell headfirst to the ground. Oh no, the Raikage-sama has fainted. Please invite both players to enter the venue. Following the announcement of Moonlight Gale, Shigong Yue and Yue Luoyang slowly stepped into the duel arena. Afterwards, the two sides formed the seal of opposition, indicating that the competition was about to begin. You are very strong. Yue Luoyang looked solemn, as if the person standing in front of him was not a young man, but a ferocious beast. Even the Raikage-sama told me to be careful with you. But I also have my own ninja way. No matter how powerful you are, I will do my best. He clenched his fists tightly, his resolute face full of determination. Come on. Although I may not be your opponent, I still hope you can give it your all. My blood is boiling. I have a feeling this will be an exciting battle. Yue Luoyang announced excitedly, and his body seemed to be responding to him, trembling slightly with excitement. Following Yue Luoyang's words, the audience outside the venue began to look forward to it. It seemed that a wonderful show was about to be staged, and they opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss any moment of the confrontation. The battle begins. Moonlight Gale waved his hand, and then his figure disappeared. Bang! Plop! A gunshot was heard, and Yue Luoyang's expression froze. He looked down at the red dot on his chest in disbelief, and then fell to the ground. What are you mumbling about? Shigong Yue muttered, and put the pistol with steam still coming out of the muzzle into his arms. Outside the venue, all the audience were stunned for a moment, and then stared at Shinomiya Yutsuki in amazement. Is this the end? They thought they could see an exciting and fierce battle. Moonlight Gale, who had just left the field, was also stunned for a moment, and returned to the field with a strange look on his face. Announced, Shinomiya Yutsuki wins. Thank you. Shigong Yue smiled and turned to leave. No one came to their senses until the medical team carried Yue Luoyang away. Is it really over? Returning to the audience seats, Yue immediately saw Sasuke's lonely figure, while Xiangling and Sakura were nowhere to be found. Yue walked forward with a stifled smile and asked knowingly, Where are Xiaoying and Xiangling? Could it be that he ran away because of you? Yue showed a dark and evil smile. Ha! They must have run away. They went to my house to cook, and we can eat directly after the game. It's almost noon now. Don't you need to eat? Sasuke glanced at him and said lightly, Or is there no one at home to help you cook? Sasuke raised a playful smile. The counterattack begins. The smile on Yue's face froze. What? Is the charm given by sass a bit too much? In this situation, why are Sakura and Xiangling still following him wholeheartedly? You can keep them calm in this situation? Yue looked at Sasuke suspiciously. It's okay to cheat your brother, and he will just laugh it off, but don't cheat yourself. Sasuke suddenly found it funny. Who do you think I am? You are Ertsuzi. Okay, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Let's talk about the thing you just used. Sasuke waved his hand. What kind of hidden weapon is that? It's so fast that it's hard to defend against. Sasuke asked curiously. Apart from them, the genin of Lungai level, Yatsuki Ryura was definitely considered a strong man in this Chunin exam, but even he couldn't react to bullets. It looks a bit like a scientific ninja tool, small and convenient, but extremely powerful. Sasuke is a man who has seen the world. The technology in his previous era was relatively advanced, and he had seen similar weapons. This is the Desert Eagle God. It's quite powerful. Yua took out the weapon she had just used and showed it to him. The noble golden gun was covered with mysterious and delicate textures, which gave people a sacred feeling under the reflection of light. Did you make this? So cool. Naruto popped his head out from the side and stared at the pistol in Yuyue's hand with shining eyes. I didn't make it, I bought it. Bought it? Where can I buy it? I want to buy one too. Naruto's face was full of anticipation. Your wish may not come true. This thing is not available for sale in the ninja world. This is a specialty of another world. Another world? Naruto didn't understand, but he felt greatly shocked. Yes, it is an extremely chaotic world. I will take you to play the biochemical mode if I have the chance. Yuyue patted Naruto's shoulder and suddenly thought of something and couldn't help laughing. As for this, since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. Yuyue smiled gently, then threw the Desert Eagle God to Naruto. Naruto hurriedly and carefully took it, feeling a little flattered. Give it to me. He looked down at the golden and noble Desert Eagle God in his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. It must be very precious, right? I can't have it. Naruto wanted to return it to Yutsuki, but the next moment he took out two more, one in each hand. It's a bit expensive, but it works. Naruto stared at Xiaoyu with two guns in amazement. So you have so many? Well, since they said they were bought, then there must be more than one. Yue raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. Then he turned his head to look at Sasuke and shook the Desert Eagle God in his hand. Sasuke, do you want it? Sasuke naturally wouldn't be polite to him and directly extended his hand. Seeing this, Yue threw the Desert Eagle God directly over. Sasuke took it, put it in front of his eyes, looked at it carefully, and gently stroked the lines on it. It looks good, but I wonder if it has the power to break Susanoo? Sasuke looked at Yue and asked curiously. Yue thought for a while and shook her head. Well, it shouldn't work. A pistol isn't that powerful, but you can just try to see if it works. You have Susanoo anyway. I'm too lazy to try. Sasuke put the Desert Eagle into his pocket sideways. The gun has a bayonet under the muzzle, and it would pierce the fabric if put directly in. While several people were chatting, the voices of several examiners were heard from below. This practical assessment has been successfully completed. Those who successfully advance can be promoted to Chunin. However, this exam also has a final assessment. Only those who win the actual combat assessment can participate and compete for the final ranking. Finally, we will distribute generous rewards according to the ranking. The location for this assessment is the Death Forest. The rules are a multiplayer free-for-all elimination system. There is no penalty for giving up the final assessment, and you can still be promoted to Chunin. Don't worry. Finally, the assessment will be held tomorrow. Those who want to participate can sign up now. As the new rules were announced, the crowd became excited and discussed heatedly because the ranking rewards for this Chunin exam were very generous. If you can get first place, you will undoubtedly take off directly and won't have to worry about the rest of your life. But despite all the talk, only 1/3 of the people ultimately chose to participate. Let's go and sign up. Yuyue slowly stood up from his seat and gestured to Naruto and Sasuke. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. The registration procedure is very simple. You just need to tell the examiner your name and let him record it. Well, today's matter should almost come to an end. After waving goodbye to Naruto and Sasuke, Yutsuki yawned and turned to go home. See you tomorrow then. Go back and remember to have a good rest. We will compete in our best condition tomorrow. But don't fight all night like I did, even though it's really fun. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly became very curious and walked up to her in 2 steps and asked, Yuyue, did you stay up all night last night? Yue nodded in surprise. Well, what's wrong? So you didn't sleep at all this morning? Then why didn't you come out even though I called you for so long? What were you doing in the room? There was no blame in Naruto's tone. It was just pure curiosity. He was thinking, what else can he do if he doesn't sleep? Is he going to the toilet? Oh, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Yuyue's face. Want to know? Yeah. Naruto nodded rapidly, his eyes sparkling and full of curiosity. You will understand it when you grow up. You're still young now. Yue patted his shoulder and said earnestly. Huh? Naruto was totally confused It was basically meaningless to say this. Sasuke, who was standing by, sensed something subtle from Yutsuki's words. After a moment of thought, his expression suddenly became extremely surprised, and he looked at Yue with a hint of disbelief. Yue, are you? He certainly wouldn't be as naive as Naruto, and he also clearly remembered that Otsutsuki Kagaya was currently living under the same roof with Yuzuki. And he also knew that Kagaya was very fond of Yuzuki now, so it was possible that something could happen between them. Under Sasuke's shocked gaze, Yutsuki nodded shyly, a smile on her lips. No way. Sasuke was at a loss after hearing the news confirmed by Yue himself. He suddenly felt darkness in front of his eyes and almost fainted. That's Otsutsuki Kagaya. You are so bold. Sasuke's eyes widened, his tone full of disbelief. So what? Yue asked with innocent eyes. What can I do? If the Sage of Six Paths finds out, they will definitely kill you. Sasuke said with a twitching cheek. His eyes seemed to see through Yutsuki. When a person sits in the Pure Land, his father will come from heaven. It's something we both agreed to. What can Xiaolu do about it? Don't worry. Even if he is dissatisfied with me, Kagaya will definitely stop him. Besides, Xiaolu may not be able to beat me. Yutsuki waved her hand nonchalantly and instead began to comfort Sasuke. You! Facing the fearless Yutsuki, Sasuke really didn't know what to say. I had to cover my face with a wry smile and made an okay gesture. You are invincible. Yue smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment. Yutsuki, Sasuke, what are you talking about? What's wrong with Kagaya-sama? Is there something wrong? This confusing conversation between Yutsuki and Sasuke completely confused Naruto, and he was in chaos as if his computer had crashed. I have no idea what the two of them are talking about. Well, Sasuke wanted to explain, but when he saw Naruto's clear and innocent eyes, he immediately changed his mind, waved his hand, and whispered to comfort him. It's okay, go play. Hearing this, Naruto twisted his whole body into a ball, with confusion written all over his face. Ha ha! Yutsuki and Sasuke smiled at each other, then turned and left. Naruto was left there a loss, stunned for a moment, then hurriedly chased after him. Hey, don't go away. Explain it to me clearly. Crack! The old wooden door made a discordant sound, and Shurgong Yue slowly pushed open the door and walked in. Then he closed the door gently and walked straight into the hall. It smells so good. As soon as you step into the hall, a table full of sumptuous food comes into view, with a dazzling array of food, color, aroma, and taste. You're back just in time. It's time to have lunch. Kagaya was wearing an apron and busy at the dining table. She had already sensed Yue's arrival. Yue walked over quickly, bent down, and took a deep sniff. His face was full of intoxication. Smells good, right? Kagaya turned around and smiled brightly. I have improved my cooking skills. This time it will definitely taste better than yesterday. Yue nodded in agreement. It smells good, very good. Come, sit down. Kagaya pulled Yue to sit down at the table, facing a table full of delicious food. Open. With the delicious food in front of her, Yue immediately focused her attention on the food in front of her. After all, he had fought all night last night, and he urgently needed to replenish his energy. After a burst of eating like a whirlwind, soon all the food on the table was in Yue's stomach. Comfortable, Yue leaned back in the chair with a comfortable look on her face. Yue, can you help me take a look at this? Kagaya's voice suddenly came from the front, with a hint of help. What's wrong? I can't seem to take off my apron. Kagaya smiled awkwardly. What? Let me see. Yue stood up by holding the armrest of the chair and walked behind Kagaya. The apron was a regular style, and it looked quite tight on Kagaya's delicate and plump figure. Her plump breasts stood high, as if they would burst the small apron at any time. It opens with just a pull. Yue pulled the apron ribbon behind Kagaya, and the apron loosened instantly. Can this also stump you? Just when Yue was feeling strange, suddenly a huge figure pressed over. Oh my god! Under Kagaya's sudden attack, Yue was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground. Kagaya, this is not fun. You are so heavy. Kagaya's lips curled up into a charming smile. Now that you've had enough to eat and drink, why not have a fight? It'll help you digest the food. What do you think? Shirgong Yue was stunned. Now. But still daytime. Kagaya raised her hand, and Yomi Hirasaka swallowed the two of them and came to the starting ball space in Aim no Mikoto. It's night now. As soon as the words fell, the light in the space of the origin ball dimmed according to Kagaya's will, and it suddenly became pitch black, so deep that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. In that case, Yue took a deep breath. Since Kagaya had taken the initiative, he naturally couldn't back down anymore. After accumulating strength for a moment, Yue suddenly leaped up. Konoha Taijutsu's secret technique. 1,000 years of killing. For some reason, the remaining chapter from yesterday was not posted, so it was added to the previous chapter. If you find that the plot is incoherent, you can flip back to the previous chapter. The next day, it's almost time. I'm leaving now. Lying on Clone's back, Yue forced a smile. Yesterday in the Heavenly Palace, the two supreme beings fought so hard that the great Tao was completely wiped out. The battle spread from the sky to the underground, from the original spherical space all the way to the lava space. After breaking through the lava space, it penetrated the cold and harsh ice and snow space. Finally, the winner will be decided in the gravity space. Under the influence of multiple gravity, the battle was extremely difficult. In the end, Yutsuki was the better of the two and narrowly defeated the evil Otsutsuki Kagaya, executing her on the spot. But this victory also cost him a great price, and his legs are still weak. Nowadays, even when traveling, he has to rely on this wooden clone for support. Come back early. Kagaya smiled softly and waved to Yue. Go. Yue felt a chill on her back, patted Wood Clone, and urged him anxiously. Wood Clone nodded, then leaped up and disappeared at the end of his sight as quickly as a meteor across the sky. Forest of Death. The candidates taking part in the final examination are already in place and arrived early. Naruto and Sasuke are no exception. At this moment, Sasuke was leaning lazily against a giant tree, his arms folded across his chest with a sullen look on his face. Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged next to him, was closing his eyes, resting and adjusting his breathing. The other contestants around them were wary of each other and secretly tried their best to spy on their competitors. After all, in this final multiplayer melee elimination match, everyone is a potential threat, and every time an opponent is reduced, the ranking will move forward by 1 point. Compared to the others in the tense atmosphere around them, Naruto and Sasuke were not under that much pressure. Why hasn't Shirgong Yue come yet? Did he oversleep? After waiting for a while again, no one came, and Naruto couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sasuke heard this, and a hint of intriguing smile appeared on his lips, not necessarily sleeping. It could also be that. Hi. Before he could finish his words, two figures dropped from the sky and landed in front of Naruto and Sasuke. It was Yuzuki Shinomiya and his Wood Clone. You're saying bad things about me, right, Seth? Sasuke shrugged. Just telling the truth. Yue, why do I feel like you're a little? Naruto's surprised voice came from the side. He thought for a while and finally thought of a description. Hollow. Really? Yue blinked. Of course not. Naruto pointed at Yutsuki's haggard face. Look at him now. His face is pale, his eyes are bloodshot, and even his movements require his clone to do the work. The word weak is written all over his face. Didn't we agree yesterday to have a good rest and adjust our condition? Did you not sleep again? Naruto said suspiciously. Listening to the conversation between the two, Sasuke couldn't help turning around with a stern face, but his trembling shoulders betrayed him. At first glance, it was identified as Zhua AI. In response to Naruto's question, Yue sighed deeply with a sad look on his face. I didn't expect you to figure out. I did stay up all night again last night, but it's not that I didn't want to rest, but I just didn't have time to rest. I just went back to have lunch yesterday, and the evil Otsutsuki Kagaya invaded the ninja world. For the safety of the ninja world, I had no choice but to fight alone. For this reason, I can only sacrifice my personal rest time to block them from the ninja world and protect the peace of the ninja world. Yua said this seriously, as he described vividly. It seemed as if, as he said, a shocking battle took place in an unknown place. Huh? Naruto was completely stunned. At first glance, it seems like there is nothing wrong with it, and you might even think Yue is a hero. But his brain worked quickly, and he immediately remembered that something was wrong. No, that's not right. Isn't Kagaya-sama your friend? Why would she attack the ninja world? Could it be some unpredictable changes have occurred? Looking at Naruto, analyzing seriously, Yue couldn't help laughing. What a naive little Naruto. I wonder what his expression will be when he grows up and knows the real situation. So it was Yutsuki who won. After a rough analysis, Naruto couldn't figure out what was going on, so he just asked directly. Hearing this, Shirogane Yue showed a proud look and raised his head from the back of Wood Clone. That's natural, but the opponent is Kagaya Otsutsuki after all. She is very powerful. She was able to take all my attacks and even counterattack me with ease. Yuzuki. It wasn't until I launched the final attack that Kagaya was completely defeated. Finally, when she is powerless to defend herself, defeat her with one move. Sasuke gave Yuzuki a thumbs up, full of admiration. You are this. Thank you for the compliment. Yue waved her hand and smiled modestly. Can your body still sustain the battle? Why don't you go back and rest first? Naruto was naive and worried about Yutsuki's health. I'm fine. I'll recover in a while. I have a fairy body. Yue, I suddenly thought of something. Sasuke stroked his chin with a strange look on his face. Ow! The chakras of Ashura and Indra, sons of the Sage of Six Paths, have been reincarnated. To some extent, Naruto and I can be considered their reincarnations. Doesn't that mean? Yue's eyes lit up. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have remembered it. He immediately opened his arms and hugged Sasuke with excitement. My great-grandson! Go away. Sasuke's eyebrows twitched wildly. His face was full of black lines, and he raised his leg and kicked out. It will be bright if I give you some sunshine, right? Hey! Yuzuki chuckled, and Wood Clone jumped on the spot to avoid Sasuke's attack. Okay, everyone, the final test is about to begin. Please be quiet. The sudden voice interrupted the chat of several people. The three of them turned their eyes towards the source of the sound, only to see several examiners coming together. Everyone looked at them solemnly. The rules of this test are, there are no rules. You can use any means to improve your ranking. After the examiner's announcement, the place was suddenly filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. There was hostility among the candidates, and the air was filled with murderous intent. Try to improve your ranking. The final winner will receive a generous reward. The candidates below began to get excited, their emotions aroused by the examiner's passionate tone. They were like chicken blood, secretly working hard to get a better ranking. However, all the examiner's eyes were on Yutsuki, Sasuke, and Naruto from beginning to end. It should be about time, right? Mitarashi Anko whispered. Aren't there a few more words you haven't said? Moonlight Gale was stunned for a moment. Oh, just fool around. They are just runners-up anyway. Okay. Ibiki, you make the announcement. Ahem. Marino Ibiki took a step forward, looking solemn. I declare that the final assessment. Start. Whoosh. Almost at the moment the start was announced, all the candidates burst out at astonishing speed and rushed into the death forest like arrows. This game is crucial, and in order to achieve a good ranking, it is essential to make full use of the characteristics of the venue. One step ahead, every step ahead. In the blink of an eye, only Yue and 3 others were left on the field. I feel like I've almost recovered. What do you mean? Are we going to? Shinomiya Yutsuki jumped off the Wood Clone's back, stretched his muscles, and prepared to turn around to ask Naruto and Sasuke for their opinions. However, when he turned around, he saw a huge wind-style spiral shuriken and Naruto's brilliant smile. Surprise! Wind-style, raisin shuriken. With a sharp cutting sound, the spiral shuriken suddenly hit Yue's chest. Boom! With Naruto's swing, The spiral shuriken pushed Shinomiya Yutsuki away, leaving only an angry voice echoing in the air. Damn, you have no moral principles. Boom! The spiral shuriken pushed Shinomiya Yutsuki all the way into the death forest with unstoppable force, leaving a huge gully along the way. When a maximum distance is reached, the spiral shuriken explodes. It explodes into a huge circular spiral that madly attracts everything around it and draws it into the powerful wind to cut it. Amaterasu, sexy coke sound. Sasuke took a step forward and fired an Amaterasu, adding fuel to Naruto's attack. A streak of blood ran down from the corner of Sasuke's eye, and the azure spiral in the distance was instantly ignited, wrapped in a layer of pitch-black flames. It turned into a spinning fireball burning with dark flames. Hey, hey, hey! Several examiners shouted hurriedly and rushed over here. Mitarashi looked anxious, glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, and said accusingly, "Why are you fighting here? Don't destroy the place here. Go fight in the death forest." Haha, sorry, we'll leave now. Naruto scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sasuke, run. Naruto shouted to Sasuke and ran towards the direction of the Raisin Shuriken explosion. Sasuke responded softly and followed closely behind. These children, they have such strength at such a young age, and they don't know how to control it. Looking at the huge traces of destruction on the ground, Mitarashi Hondo pinched her brows with a headache. Don't worry, just report it directly to the 4th generation. He will handle it. We don't need to worry about it. Ibiki Marino comforted her. Oh, that's good. The expression on Hondo's face suddenly changed from gloomy to bright, and she smiled happily. Let's go. Go eat 2 skewers of meatballs first, and come back later. Maybe they've finished fighting. Anko greeted excitedly. Gale, why don't you leave? Hondo and Ibiki turned around and walked a few steps and found that Uegwon Gale was still standing there, so they couldn't help but call out to him. I think it's better for us to stay here and watch. I'm worried that something will happen if we leave. Moonlight Gale was stunned, pointing at the scene in the distance with a stiff voice, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Anko and Ibiki looked in the direction of Moonlight Gale's finger. Wow! The two of them were shocked and stunned. In front of them, a penguin with a black body, a snow-white belly, and a bright yellow beak slowly rose up. The penguin rose higher and higher, and when it finally stabilized, it was nearly 100 meters high, as if it was standing between heaven and earth. Although it looks imposing, for some reason it does not bring any sense of fear to people, but instead appears to be extremely cute. Is it because of the eye-catching red scarf around her neck? What on earth is this? It looks like a penguin, Ibiki said hesitantly. Hondo looked at him. Have you ever seen such a huge penguin? At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. The 3 of them steadied themselves and looked up, only to see that in addition to the penguin, there was actually another giant fox that was just as tall as the penguin. That's 9 Tails. The 3 of them looked shocked and instantly recognized the identity of the fox. First it was the penguins, now it's the foxes. I think this place should not be called the Death Forest. It should be renamed the Animal Forest. Mitarashi Hondo smiled helplessly. They started fighting a war between animals, and I bet on the penguin to win. Anko pumped her fist in excitement. Before he finished speaking, Penguin and 9 Tails were already engaged in a fight. The penguin is waving a shield shaped like a gold coin with a penguin pattern engraved on it. As for 9 Tails, its weapon is naturally its extremely sharp claws. No matter who wins, get out of the way. Moonlight Gale shouted suddenly, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. Hondo and Ibiki were stunned for a moment. Then they heard a sound of breaking air, and looking up, they saw that the gold coin shield in the penguin's hand had been knocked away by 9 Tails. The shield shot up into the sky like a meteor, then quickly fell down, aiming exactly where they were. Oh no, it seems like it's coming towards us, Hondo said in horror. Quick! The 2 men immediately flew back to both sides. The moment they dodged, the Q-coin shield fell heavily, causing a strong shock, which showed that its weight was not insignificant. It's safer to stay away from the battlefield. Hondo took a breath and suggested. Agree. Ibiki nodded in agreement, and the two of them retreated to a distance tacitly. What is the use of this Q coin? Sigong Yue stared at the huge Q coin in his hand, standing between the eyebrows of the giant penguin. And this is his completed form, Susanoo. Unlike other people's completed bodies, his exclusive artifact seems to be this Q coin. So far, he has not been able to find a specific function of the Q coin. Although it is quite strong, it can only be used for protection at present. But under the combined attack of Ninetales and Naruto, the Q coin shield was still knocked away. Yue, take this. Naruto had a confident smile on his face and was about to launch a fierce attack. The huge golden Ninetales approached with the force of thunder and punched out with fists. It seems that we still have to use with style. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yue shook her head and then clasped her hands together. Wood style, the art of the wooden golem. I originally wanted to try the unique Susanoo, but obviously the effect was not as expected. It's just that it's huge in size, so it may only be suitable for dealing with small fry. I haven't figured out the capabilities of Q coins yet. Does anyone have any good ideas? Please give me a hand. Suddenly, a large area of land surged, and a large number of trees grew rapidly and intertwined, gradually gathering into a giant that was as tall as a complete Susanoo. Bang! The wooden golem easily blocked Ninetales' powerful attack, and the wooden golem itself only trembled slightly. Yuzuki calmly jumped from Susanoo to the top of the wooden golem. Transfer at the same station. It's my turn to fight back, Naruto. A smile appeared on Yoyue's lips. Next second, the wooden golem raised his hand and smashed down with his giant fist. Ninetales tried to dodge, but one of his arms was still firmly grasped by the wooden golem. Under the pressure of such a huge force, Ninetales couldn't move at all. Bang! Ninetales was hit hard and flew out like a kite out of control. With a loud bang, many trees in this dead forest were uprooted, forming an open area. Yue, was it your Susanoo just now? The purple completed form of Susanoo slowly rose up, and Sasuke stood in the space between Susanoo's eyebrows, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. He looked like he wanted to laugh, but was trying hard to hold it back. Shigong Yue cast a fierce look. Hey, what's that expression on your face? This is an expression of appreciation. Yes, that's it. Sasuke couldn't help but nod, almost smiling. Screw you. Shinomiya Yutsuki raised his hand, and the Q coin that was previously knocked away by Naruto flew into the hands of wooden golem under his traction. The wooden golem threw it hard, and the Q coin flew out of his hand instantly, rushing straight towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Clang! Facing the huge Q coins coming towards him, Susanoo was not afraid at all. He drew out the huge sharp blade at his waist and chopped it off with a wave of his hand. A bright blade light cut through the space, and a sharp blade chopped down. The extremely hard Q coin was cut in half like tofu under this blow. That's all I can say. But why did you suddenly start a fight? I really didn't mean to make fun of you. Sasuke smiled with a hint of embarrassment. But at this moment, Yue ignored him, and her expression became extremely strange. Is that so? At the moment when the Q coin was cut off, some information emerged in Yoyue's mind, which was about the function of the Q coin. He has fully understood the function of this thing. Good luck to you, Sas. Yutsuki gave Sasuke a meaningful smile and didn't give him any time to wonder. With a wave of his hand, the Q coin that broke into two has turned into two golden lights and instantly pounced on Sasuke. The blinding golden light enveloped Sasuke's vision, forcing him to raise his hand to block the light. What are you doing? Sasuke demanded, his voice trailing off. As the golden light dissipated, Sasuke and the completed Susanoo that stood like a mountain also disappeared without a trace. What is this place? Sasuke looked around, frowning slightly. This Sigong Yue always comes up with new tricks for me. At this moment, he was in a space composed of soft, golden light, and there was nothing else here except himself. He just floated quietly in the air, and the silence around him allowed him to clearly hear his own heartbeat. Do you want to charge Q coins? In the silence, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. The voice sounded like Shinomiya Yutsuki, but with a slight distortion, seeming a bit silly. What Q coins? Sasuke looked confused, and then asked toward the empty space. Yuzuki, what new ninjutsu is this? Just charge your Q coins, and I'll tell you. You mean I have to pay you? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Yes, the voice replied. After hearing this, Sasuke showed a confident smile. As the son of the Uchiha clan, he is extremely wealthy. What's more, before in the Land of Waves, Naruto also swept up Cardo's huge wealth and gave him a part of it. How could he be short of money? No big deal, I'm just here to top up, come out now. Here I come. As those words fell, a crack appeared in the space in front of Sasuke, and penguin? A penguin that looked exactly like Shinomiya Yuzuki's Susanoo came out from the crack. Are you Yutsuki? Sasuke asked in surprise. I am Yuzuki Shinomiya. My pet, replied the penguin. A spirit beast? Sasuke was no longer surprised by this. There were so many strange animals in the ninja world. There are talking frogs, snakes, and even Katsuyu, and now it's no surprise to have a penguin. What exactly are these Q coins you're talking about? And how do I get out of here? Q coins can be used for lottery draws, and the method to leave here is in the reward. The penguin hopped and hopped, raising one of its flippers and shaking it. The next moment, the entire space suddenly changed, and a huge roulette wheel appeared out of thin air, displaying the prizes that could be drawn. Sasuke raised his eyes and looked. Escape from space, 50% chance of winning. All attribute enhancement, 16% chance of winning. Random mystery item, 16% chance of winning. Thank you for your patronage, 16% chance of winning. Penalty, 2% chance of winning. After reading all of them, Sasuke had a smile on his face. A 50% chance of leaving? With my luck, once is enough. It's the best that you think so, the penguin said with a smile. Then let's get started without further ado. How much does that so-called Q coin cost? Thinking that Naruto was still fighting alone outside, he couldn't waste any more time here. The penguin didn't answer, but raised 5 fingers. 5. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to continue asking questions, he suddenly noticed the penguin's palm and fell silent. Where do you, a penguin, get your fingers? Don't worry about the details. The penguin waved his hand with a smile. Okay, so you mean 5,000, 50,000, or 500,000? Sasuke had a relaxed smile on his face. These were just a drop in the bucket for him. Every 5% of total assets can be exchanged for 1 Q coin. Penguin spoke with a big smile on his face. How much? Sasuke's eyes widened, and he could hardly believe his ears. 5%. The penguin repeated honestly. I interpret your dream. This isn't just a big mouth. This is a percentage of real damage. Who can stand it? You have to queue up if you want to scold me. Penguin grinned. Faced with such an unyielding attitude, Sasuke was helpless. In order to get out, I had to compromise. 5% is 5%. After all, a 50% success rate is pretty good. You can't always not win. Sasuke took a deep breath. How do I pay? I don't have that much cash on me. As long as you nod your agreement, we will directly deduct the corresponding amount from your assets. Penguin replied thoughtfully. Then let's do it once. Sasuke said expressionlessly. For the Uchiha clan, even 5% of their wealth could buy a shop on Konoha's commercial street. Okay. The penguin nodded happily. Then it waved its hand, and a golden Q coin with a penguin pattern on it appeared in its hand. Take it, boy. You will become stronger. Sasuke took the Q coin and threw it towards the slowly spinning roulette wheel. Beep, beep. With a strange sound, the big roulette wheel began to spin. Sasuke activated the Sharingan in an attempt to cheat. Although a 50% chance may seem high, there is still a possibility of failure. However, the next second, Sasuke was at a loss. The speed of the turntable was so fast that even the Sharingan could not catch its trajectory. That's quite interesting. Sasuke commented lightly and stopped trying to interfere. Soon after, the roulette wheel gradually slowed down and finally stopped in silence. The pointer pointed to an inconspicuous area. Drop. The results are revealed. I'm sorry, but thank you for your patronage, Penguin said with regret. But Sasuke always felt that there was a hint of smugness in its tone. No, right? Are you kidding me? Even if you don't leave, the chances of other rewards should be high. Why is it a useless thank you for your patronage? No joke. Everything is based on probability. Yeah. Sasuke let out a long breath and gave the penguin a meaningful look. Then try again. No problem, come on. Penguin took out another Q coin and handed it to Sasuke. The roulette wheel spun again and stopped. I'm very sorry, but thank you for your patronage. Clang. The Kusanagi sword was unsheathed in an instant, with a cold and electric glow directly hitting the penguin's round body. Although Sasuke didn't say a word, his smile already revealed his dissatisfaction and threat. Well, it's just bad luck. And there's no point in you doing that to me, you see. After saying that, the penguin took a step forward and faced Kusanagi's sword. Sasuke was at a loss, as he didn't expect the penguin to do such a thing, but it was too late to put away the knife. In an instant, the Kusanagi sword pierced through the penguin's body. Are you a physical entity? Sasuke asked in surprise. The scene before him showed that his blade seemed to have pierced through an illusory existence. That's about it. I'm just a projection. Sasuke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since the opponent is just a shadow of Yoyue's summoned beast, the damage will not be truly transmitted back. After all, it is Yoyue's spiritual beast. It would be bad if it was really hurt. Go on. Sheathing the knife, Sasuke had no choice but to accept the fact and continue extracting in the face of this stubborn little guy. Okay. The penguin smiled again. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage, anyway. Sasuke, is there really something else in your lottery pool? Sasuke's voice was trembling, and his eyes were red. He did not turn on the Sharingan. Indeed, Penguin said affirmatively. For the last time, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Okay, get hungry and start marinating. Hello, all you beasts who like to drive Gundam in the Chunin exam. I am Chuda, an avenger from the ninja village in the sky. You bunch of beasts, do you still have any humanity? In an examination full of genins, he drove a Susanoo hundreds of meters high and fought with the strongest-tailed beast Nine Tails in a devastating battle. Is it fun to bully us primitive people? Originally, I felt a little hesitant to do it, fearing that innocent people would be harmed. But now I understand clearly that none of the people in Konoha are good people. Just wait, I will use the super bomb containing the power of Zero Tail to blow you all up into the sky. Two huge monsters in the distance were fighting fiercely. The noise was deafening, and the ground was shaking as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Chuda hid on a thick tree, using the dense leaves to conceal his body, and looked indignantly at Shinomiya, Yutsuki, and Uzumaki Naruto in the distance. Tell you what this is. His face was grim, and he growled with gnashing teeth. Damn Konoha ninjas, they still like to bully people as always. Then all of them should die. The Land of the Sky was a country destroyed by Konoha during World War II. The descendants of those who survived the Kingdom of the Sky, like Chuda, naturally shoulder the responsibility of destroying Konoha. They're always thinking about revenge against Konoha. Just at this time, Konoha announced to the entire ninja world to hold a joint Chunin examination for the entire ninja world. This was a great opportunity. The ninja village of the Land of the Sky immediately sent people to enter Konoha in disguise, carrying a super bomb made of zero-tail energy, preparing to blow up some important figures of Konoha in one fell swoop. This is to take revenge on Konoha. Chuda's gaze was fixed on Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing above Nine Tails, his eyes full of murderous intent. Uzumaki Naruto, son of the Hokage, Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. It's decided to be you. Die. Chuda took out a palm-sized spherical device from his pocket. This is the super bomb that contains enormous power and can destroy a mountain in an instant. He quickly left his hiding place and began to approach the battlefield quietly, trying to take advantage of the chaos to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Sneaking all the way without being discovered, just when Chuda thought everything was going well, he suddenly felt a loud roar above his head, and accompanied by a sudden darkness that enveloped everything around. When he looked up suddenly, he saw a huge shadow approaching him quickly. Ninetales was falling towards him like an out-of-control cannonball, and the landing point happened to be where Chudo was. Looking at Ninetales but facing him, it was gradually getting bigger and bigger. Chuda's eyes were red with anger. Your mother! Boom! A devastating earthquake. Ninetales smashed down heavily, and then slid on the ground for hundreds of meters without losing force, plowing a deep gully on the ground. Ouch! After a while of spinning around, Naruto finally managed to steady himself and asked with concern, Kurama, how are you? Ninetales shook his head and got up from the ground. I'm fine. But Ninetales looked at Shirgong Yue with some doubts. But how come that guy's wooden golem is so powerful? Even Senju Hashirama couldn't have knocked both of us so far with a single punch. In the perfect Jinchuriki state, our fighting power far exceeds my ability to fight alone. Naruto laughed and didn't find it strange. That's Yutsuki. It's not strange that he's stronger. That's true. Ninetales nodded in agreement. This guy, Shinomiya Yutsuki, really cannot be judged by common sense. Then give it your all. Even though the chances of winning are slim, as long as you have tried your best, it doesn't matter if you fail. Ninetales said with a smile. Go Kurama! Naruto yelled loudly with great excitement. Roar! Ninetales raised his head high and roared towards the sky, responding to Naruto's momentum and fighting spirit. Just as they were about to launch a new round of attack, suddenly, a small ball on Ninetales' buttocks exploded and made a strange sound. Puff! Naruto's expression froze, and he turned back in shock. Kurama, you farted secretly? What a joke! How could I be that kind of fox without manners? Ninetales was anxious and hurriedly explained. Then why are you? Naruto looked at him suspiciously. How would I know? Okay, let's not discuss this for now. Let's talk about it after the fight. As soon as the words fell, Ninetales rushed out like a hurricane, with incredible speed and force like thunder. It was as if he wanted to get over this embarrassing topic as quickly as possible. Boom! Ninetales came running on all fours, seemingly gathering strength. When it approached Yue, it suddenly soared into the air. Then it fell heavily. A huge fist smashed hard into the wooden golem under Yue's feet. With the help of gravity, this punch is enough to shake the world. Hiya! Naruto and Ninetales shouted in unison and attacked with all their might. And below, Shirgong Yue smiled faintly and calmly took up her stance. The feet are stepping in Tai Chi steps, and the fists and palms are intersecting. It seems slow, but in fact it combines hardness and softness. As he moved, the wooden golem under his feet also responded. In an instant, Naruto and Ninetales' attack arrived. In a flash, at this critical moment, the wooden golem stretched out its giant hand and gently pulled Ninetales' fist. Turn, soften, strike, and instantly dissolve all the forces. What kind of move is this? Just as Naruto and Ninetales were shocked by the moves used by Yuzuki Shinomiya, the wooden golem took the opportunity to pull Ninetales' arm and pulled its huge body towards it like a balloon. Snap! He slapped Ninetales lightly on the chest. Ninetales closed his eyes instinctively, thinking he was about to be knocked away again. However, the wooden golem's blows were so light and almost powerless. Just as Ninetales was surprised, Sasuke's surprised voice came from behind. Telekinetic attack. Naruto turned his head and saw Sasuke appearing behind him on the complete form of Susanoo, seemingly planning to launch a sneak attack, while Yutsuki was dealing with Naruto. However, Shirgong Yue was well prepared, and the mighty Susanoo was slapped away by a palm print like garbage. This shows the power of this attack. What a powerful attack! And hit Sasuke through me? Naruto was shocked, and then asked Yuzuki excitedly, Yue, what's this move? Can you teach me? Of course you can, but not now. Now take my punch. While chatting and laughing, Wooden Golem swung his huge fist towards Ninetales' face. Naruto quickly controlled Ninetales to cross his arms to block, but his arms were numb from the powerful punch. Boom! The next moment, Ninetales flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. What? Naruto frantically thrashed about on the ground, trying to regain control of his body. Suddenly, a strong arm pressed down on Ninetails' back, steadying the flying and tumbling Ninetails. It was Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke, where did you go? With Sasuke's help, Naruto regained his fighting form, but he was a little curious about Sasuke's sudden disappearance before. Not a very nice place. Sasuke's voice was a little heavy, and he seemed reluctant to talk about it. Wow, Sasuke came out so quickly, looks like he's lucky. Shinomiya, Utsuki's teasing voice came from the front. You call this good luck? Sasuke's face darkened, and he couldn't help but question. What kind of lucky draw is this? That 50% probability seems fake. If this is good luck, then there are no unlucky people in the world. Yua spread her hands and said seriously, you are really lucky. You got it out after just a few tries. And I think you got something good. In my opinion, you could be called the Emperor of Europe. Really? Sasuke looked skeptical. In the last few rounds of draws, he did draw an all-attribute enhancement and a mysterious little item. But the problem is that he has almost spent all his money. 80% of the Uchiha clan's assets have been used up by him. I don't know if my house will be gone when I go back at night. Then I will have to pack up and go to Naruto, sleeping in the same bed with him. It's true. Yue grinned. Sasuke, Yuzuki, what are you talking about again? Naruto looked confused. The recent conversation between these two was really hard to understand. It's okay. Come and fight. You should be familiar with this. Yue smiled and comforted. Hey, good idea. Naruto chuckled, raised his hands, and quickly condensed a huge tailed beast ball between his palms. Tailed beast ball. Wait, don't use this. Sasuke was thinking and glanced at Naruto inadvertently. When he saw the tailed beast ball appear, he immediately shouted to stop it. But it was too late. Naruto shouted, and the tailed beast ball flew out of his hand in an instant. Shoot towards Shirgong Yue violently. Boom! Why can't we use the tailed beast ball? Naruto was stunned for a moment. Because he will hold the tailed beast ball in his hand. Call back. Sasuke's words seemed to predict everything. Faced with the tailed beast ball that carries the power of destruction, Wooden Golem actually reaches out to grab it. As easy as catching a tennis ball, the tailed beast ball was held in the Wooden Golem's hand like a tennis ball. Haha, Sasuke, you were right. Utsuki can really catch the tailed beast ball. Naruto was still there grinning. No, what's next? Call back. Naruto suddenly came back to his senses. At this moment, the ground shook violently, and the aggressive Wooden Golem charged with the tailed beast ball in hand. The tailed beast ball was thrown towards him like a bomb. Fool! Seeing Naruto still standing there, Sasuke took a step forward and stood in front of him. Draw the sword. Cut! The giant blade slashed down and collided with the tailed beast ball thrown by the Wooden Golem. Boom! The dazzling flames instantly filled the whole world. Before the flames of the explosion faded, Sasuke continued his attack. The blade flashed, and Susanoo slashed out several times in succession. The fierce attack forced the Wooden Golem to passively defend. Wood chips flew everywhere, and for a moment, Sasuke actually suppressed the Wooden Golem. Sasuke, you seem to have gotten stronger. Naruto looked at Sasuke, fighting in front of him with surprise. Snort. I recharged my account and naturally became stronger. After saying that, Sasuke slashed down with his sword. A huge crescent blade whizzed out. The blow hit the Wooden Golem's chest hard, and a huge impact force pushed the Wooden Golem hundreds of meters away. Wow, you're really capable, Ertsuzi. Shinomiya Utsuki's voice of praise came from a distance. You haven't used your full strength yet. Sasuke smiled faintly. Then let me show you a little bit. Yuyueshin said with a smile. 8 wheels. The Wooden Golem raised his right hand, and transparent white light gushed out, transforming into a halo. Long-range attack. Sasuke's eyes were solemn, and he changed from holding the sword with both hands to holding it with one hand. Chakra surged, and a shield condensed on Susanoo's left hand. Just when Sasuke was carefully guarding against Yuzuki's halo, the opponent suddenly launched a charge. Take my move. With his huge body, this distance can be covered in just a few steps. After a moment, the Wooden Golem came in front of Sasuke. What? Sasuke didn't expect it to be a melee attack and had to raise his shield to block it. But the wooden golem used his nimbus to gently stroke the shield, and it was cut in half. Without its shield, the wooden golem charged straight at him. He raised the nirvana in his hand and sawed into Sasuke's Susanoo. The power of ordinary dust style is already extremely terrifying, not to mention Shinomiya Jutsu's enhanced version that incorporates Sage Jutsu. Even the complete form of Susanoo could not resist the saw of the 8-point light wheel. With just 3 or 2 strikes, Sasuke's huge Susanoo was sawed into pieces. "Is this your dust style transformation?" Sasuke exclaimed, and with his knowledge, he naturally recognized the ninjutsu used by Yuzuki at a glance. That's right. A smile appeared in the corner of Sigong Yuyue's eyes, but his hands did not stop moving, and he continued to swing the light wheel downwards. Another large part of the body was chopped off. Soon, Sasuke's Susanoo was in danger and on the verge of collapse. "Don't ignore me, Yuyue." Seeing Sasuke in danger, Naruto rushed over from the side on 9 tails. Boom! A fierce blow from the Iron Mountain instantly knocked Shinomiya Yuyue's wooden golem away. "Sasuke, how are you?" Naruto asked with concern. "Still able to fight?" Sasuke got up from the ground, with less than half of his Susanoo remaining. "Naruto, it looks like we only have a chance against Yuzuki if we work together." Sasuke looked up and met Naruto's eyes. "Then, what should we do?" "I'll count to 3, and then we'll charge forward together." Naruto blinked and said hesitantly, "Idiot, how could this be possible?" Sasuke smiled helplessly. "Follow my command." After saying that, Sasuke released Susanoo, jumped high, landed on top of 9 tails, and stood next to Naruto. "Join me in mobilizing power." Sasuke placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Although he didn't understand what Sasuke was going to do, Naruto still decided to do it. He began to activate the 9 tails chakra in his body, and 9 tails burst into brilliant golden light. At the same time, Sasuke uses the power of his eyes to the fullest. Susanoo appears again. But this time, this majestic, godlike Tengu warrior is no longer carried by Sasuke. Instead, it turned into an extremely strong armor covering 9 tails. 9 tails stood up, its huge body blocking out the sky and the sun, and the purple Susanoo covered it with a layer of mighty armor. Power Suit, Susanoo. With the combined power of the two, Susanoo's solid defense and 9 tails' powerful attack power have greatly enhanced 9 tails' combat effectiveness. Naruto controlled 9 tails to slowly pull out the giant sword from his waist, with a look of shock on his face. "That's amazing! That's our exciting combo, Sasuke!" Naruto shouted excitedly. He had never been so excited. "Hey, stop being a daze, Naruto. Yuzuki is attacking." Sasuke's calm voice sounded in his ears. Naruto turned around and saw that Shinomiya Yuzuki's wooden golem was approaching them rapidly, and every step caused a violent earthquake. "Watch me," Naruto smiled confidently. "Go ahead, Kurama." 9 tails gripped the giant sword tightly, the blade flashing with a sharp cold light. 9 tails and Sasuke's chakra merged on it, giving it a powerful, destructive power. Cut! The sword slashed out, as if to cut the sky and earth apart. The sword energy surged out, carrying the power to destroy everything. He rushed towards Sigong Yuyue, unstoppable. "Power Suit, I can do that too." Shinomiya Yuzuki chuckled, and the eternal Mangekyo with a penguin pattern appeared in his eyes. Powerful equipment, wooden golem technique. In an instant, a huge penguin phantom appeared and transformed into a set of hard armor that was covered on the surface of the wooden golem technique. Shinomiya Yutsuki also completed his majestic outfit. "I'll block it." As soon as wooden golem raised his hand, a huge Q coin instantly condensed in his palm, turning into an indestructible shield. At this moment, the fierce slash is already within reach. When a deafening sound of metal collision pierced the sky, the terrifying aura swept across the surroundings like a tsunami, and all fragile things were turned into dust in an instant. Feature trigger: Nanshan Pizza Hut. As long as the enemy's assets are less than your own, all attacks will be invalid. It's really a bit unethical, but I like it. A faint smile appeared on Yoyue's lips. When the dust settled, the wooden golem was revealed to everyone, safe and sound. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How is this possible? There is no injury at all. Naruto was extremely shocked. Maybe the problem lies in that shield and the strange symbol on it. TSK, this is not a good thing. Sasuke paused, his eyes showing a complicated expression. Try again. Naruto has never been willing to admit defeat easily, and immediately launched another attack. Possessed by 9 tails, he pounced forward like a ferocious beast. With his huge body and 40-meter-long giant blade, every strike was filled with astonishing power. Swing the sword and cut it down. There was a sharp whistling sound like tearing in the air, and the giant blade was approaching Yoyue's head. The wooden golem raised a shield high and used his old tricks again. There is no doubt that even Ninetales' full-strength attack was easily blocked. Hey, I don't believe it. I hit. Naruto launched a fierce attack with the giant blade at high speed, and the attack was continuous like a storm. Each strike was as fast as lightning and as powerful as a hammer. It's useless. Yue waved her shield calmly, catching every drop as if jokingly in the rain, defusing every attack with ease. Dang. The clanging sounds echoed throughout the Death Forest, as if one were in a noisy blacksmith shop. Rumble. The shock caused by the confrontation between the two giants spread in all directions, and invisible forces raged. The scene changed, and the candidates who were supposed to be against each other and plotting against their opponents were forced to gather together. Faced with such a strong energy fluctuation, if they do not work together to fight back, not only will they lose the chance to compete for a place, but even their own survival will not be guaranteed. There's another attack. Strengthen your defense. The person in charge of monitoring outside affairs urgently reminded everyone. A surging wave of energy swept in like a hurricane. Everyone quickly cast the barrier spell to erect a more solid barrier around the makeshift shelter, allowing them to safely survive the disaster. It's incredible. Not to mention Boss Yue. How come the other two are so strong? Are they still genin? Some people couldn't help but feel deeply moved. I feel like this final exam is a complete waste of time. The top 3 places have probably been locked in long ago. A candidate shook his head helplessly. Not necessarily. As long as the situation remains the same, at least we still have hope. The other person seemed more rational and optimistic and began to analyze and think. The opponent's amazingly powerful abilities must consume a lot of energy. When their internal consumption runs out of chakra, we may be able to find an opportunity to counterattack. When the time comes, as long as we eliminate these 3 troublesome guys, it will be our turn to re-rank and compete for the remaining positions. That's a good idea. Someone's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. It is indeed possible. Then let's do this and continue to wait patiently for the best time to come. The wooden golem and the 9 tails collided wildly. The competition between them seemed extremely fierce, but there was no winner between the attack and defense. Naruto, nothing will come of this if you continue like this. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze never left the Q-coin shield in Yuue's hand. What on earth is this? Sasuke observed that the shield seemed to be unaffected by any force, and all attacks launched against it were completely offset by some invisible energy. How does it work? Sasuke, who was lost in deep thought, naturally found it difficult to guess that the answer was simply because of the word poor. Then can you think of a solution? Even in the middle of a fierce battle, Naruto still managed to find some time to ask Sasuke for his opinion. Obviously, this shield is very strange, and our attacks alone cannot shake it. Perhaps we should gather an unprecedented and powerful force to crush it. Sasuke's eyes flashed with a sharp light. No matter how strong a defense is, it will break when it encounters a force that exceeds its limits. Good plan. How do we implement it? Transfer all your chakra to me, Sasuke said firmly. All. That's right. Understood. Faced with this suggestion, Naruto nodded seriously. He then stopped attacking and quickly stepped back a considerable distance to keep some distance from Mizuki. Then he began to mobilize the chakra in his body with all his strength, gathering it through the air towards Sasuke's palm. Yue, don't you think this protracted war is too time-consuming? Looking at the other person's still calm expression, Sasuke asked with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Sigong Yue raised his eyebrows slightly. You mean you want to end this quickly? Yes. How about ending this cleanly and swiftly? Of course, I'll be with you anytime. Yue responded without hesitation, her words full of confidence. Sasuke only responded to this calm attitude with a slight smile. I hope you can handle it so easily later. Susanoo broke away from its majestic state and transformed into a majestic Tengu warrior again. At this moment, what connects Susanoo and Nine Tails is not direct contact, but a lightning-like wire that connects the two inseparable. The endless power from Nine Tails flowed into Sasuke's body along this channel, causing the Susanoo under his control to undergo further sublimation and changes. The last time I used this trick was the time before. Although it doesn't have the power of the nine-tailed beasts, a complete Nine Tails seems to be almost enough. Sasuke closed his eyes, immersed in the vast ocean of chakra in his body, experiencing an unprecedented surge. Susanoo's figure became larger and larger, and a face flashing with lightning appeared under the Tengu mask. Ultimate form, Susanoo. Susanoo raised his right arm and clenched it gently, and a stream of lightning suddenly gathered in his hand and turned into a huge longbow. Thunder roared and sparks flew, as Sasuke slowly pulled the arrow on the string until it was fully bowed. Yue, I hope you can withstand this last blow. Indra's arrow. Boom! I'm afraid this is a bit difficult to handle. How about we retreat first? Witnessing this shocking scene happening in the distance, the candidates who gathered together to watch the game couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The students who had formulated the strategy earlier were full of confidence. It's quite the opposite. Such a large-scale move will inevitably use up all their chakra. After the power is fully unleashed, the three of them will definitely have no strength left. Hold on. We'll win. Is it really okay? Some people are still very worried. It's not dead, believe me. Konoha Center. In a magnificent reception room, the five figures gathered here. In the history of the ninja world, whenever the five Kage gathered, it was because of a major event. And most of them are accompanied by a tense atmosphere, but at this moment, the atmosphere here is incredibly calm. The Raikage reached out and picked up an orange, peeled it carefully, gently removing every strand of white silk, and then swallowed the whole orange in one gulp. I thought that with a rough character like yours, you would eat it with skin and meat. Came Inoki's curious voice from beside the Raikage. The Raikage turned his head to see Inoki sipping his tea and watching him with a small smile on his face. Fisk, you're generalizing, old man. The Raikage curled his lips and reached out to grab the tea and teapot that Inoki had worked so hard to brew. Not afraid of the heat, he poured it straight down his throat. Within a few sips, the carefully prepared tea was gone. Hey, you can't drink tea like this. You have to savor the flavor carefully. You can't just wolf it down like you do. Inoki's eyes widened, his face full of helplessness and anger. But he could only watch the empty teapot being thrown back in front of him. I really am. Inoki felt a black screen before his eyes. He had spent half an hour carefully preparing a pot of tea, which he had intended to sip for a long time, but it was drunk up by the Raikage in less than 10 seconds. You still accuse me of generalizing. Look at the impression you leave on others. Inoki continued to puff out his beard and glare. The Raikage was unmoved and just smiled and started peeling the orange again. Let's put aside these two people bickering with each other for a moment. With a crisp sound, Minato placed a chess piece on the chessboard. Luo Sha, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly looked solemn, his eyes fixed on the chess game. Despite his careful consideration, he could only conclude that he could not escape defeat no matter what. You win this game. Luo Sha slowly put down the chess piece with a steady tone. Thank you. Namikaze Minato responded with a smile. How about another try? My thinking wasn't clear enough just now, so I want to try a different approach this time. Please. The two of them quickly tidied up the chessboard and immediately started a new game. You should play black first. Then I'll be welcome. Luo Sha nodded, picked up a chess piece with 2 fingers and dropped it directly into the center of the chessboard. Tian Yuan, seeing this, even the usually gentle Minato couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. From now on, it can be basically confirmed that Luo Sha is probably not a grandmaster of Go. He is the kind of character who only knows a little bit but never gets tired of it. In other words, he is both a novice and a playful person. Choosing to place the piece at the Tianyuan position at the beginning may cause the layout to be too concentrated and lose the ability to control the edge of the board. In actual competition, it is very important to grasp the overall situation. Occupying the center too early may make it easier for the opponent to take the initiative in the development of the situation. Even those who are experienced in chess rarely act so rashly except in special circumstances. But for beginners, doing so may make them think they are quite powerful and stylish. It's your turn, Hokage-sama. Seeing that Minato didn't move for a long time, Luo Sha reminded him. Feel sorry. Minato casually dropped a white piece as a sign of acceptance of the challenge. A silver bell-like laughter came from his side. Minato's eyes moved slightly. What could make this Mizukage laugh so happily? Turning around, I saw Terumi Mei reading a book with great interest. After gently placing a chess piece on the board to counter Raza, Minato glanced curiously at the book in Terumi Mei's hand. May count heaven! A look of disbelief and surprise flashed across his face. There is such a book here. Looking at Terumi Mei immersed in the sea of books, Minato held his forehead and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. It looks like Mr. Jiraiya has gained a new loyal fan. Hokage, what happened? Luo Sha noticed something was wrong and asked in confusion. It's okay, let's continue. Minato smiled and picked up another chess piece. Just as he was about to place it, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly occurred. Then, there was an unprecedented, violent tremor. It was as if the world was turned upside down. Everyone in the room was suddenly thrown overboard and jumped up from their chairs involuntarily. Crash! The chessboard fell, and the black and white chess pieces flew everywhere. But at this moment, no one paid attention to these little things, and everyone stood up in panic. Fortunately, the shaking came and went quickly, and everything returned to calm after a while. What happened to your kidney? The Raikage looked solemn, wondering if Deidara had gotten into trouble again. Several people looked at Inoki, and it was obvious that he was not the only one who thought of this possibility. I'll go check it out, Inoki said in a steady tone, and then he floated up and prepared for action. Suchikage, don't bother. At this time, Minato spoke up to stop Inoki, who was about to leave. Slowly walking towards the window, looking into the distance with the corners of his mouth raised. The sound came from the Death Forest. It should be the end of the final assessment. He smiled calmly. This is nothing to panic about. Several shadows looked at each other in bewilderment. We can hear the noise from such a long distance. Why does it feel like the Death Forest is about to be pierced through? For Konoha, where there are so many geniuses, it's really not a big deal. The Raikage sighed in frustration. There is no doubt that the person named Shirgong Yue is behind this. Having said that, such strength is simply unbelievable. I really don't know how it was cultivated. He felt a little sad in his heart. Why doesn't our Yunin have a similar existence? Let's go and see what's going on together. Minato Namikaze suggested gently. Okay. Several people nodded in agreement. Minato lightly touched their shoulders, and in an instant, a golden light flashed, and the figures of several people disappeared in the room through the Flying Thunder God technique. When several figures appeared on the site of the once vibrant Death Forest, the originally lush and green land has disappeared, replaced by a jaw-droppingly huge sinkhole. The lava in the pit surged and boiled, and billowing hot steam rose into the sky, witnessing the extraordinary destructive power of this attack. Standing on the edge of the Tianqing and looking down at the scene below, everyone was briefly shocked. Is this something a ninja can do? They were already shocked when they saw Shinomiya Yutsuki demonstrate the ability to go back in time. However, the scene before us now pushed this impression to the extreme. The pure, what a shocking destruction, Namikaze Minato muttered to himself, and then looked around as if he remembered something important. Have the other children who took the test evacuated safely, or were they also involved? He should have escaped a long time ago. Onoki replied with a smile. No one would be stupid enough to face such a catastrophic attack under normal circumstances. That's good. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Someone is coming. The Raikage raised his head abruptly, his eyes piercing through the clouds, locking on as several figures rapidly approaching across the sky. Hey, everyone is here. Shinomiya Yutsuki slowly descended from the air, holding Naruto and Sasuke in his hands, looking quite comfortable. Looks like you won. Minato Namikaze smiled and walked quickly towards him. Dad! Naruto raised his weak arms and barely said hello. Namikaze Minato picked him up gently and asked with concern, Are you okay? You seem to have consumed so much energy. Just take a break. Naruto closed his eyes and lay comfortably in his father's arms. After a while, he began to snore in his sleep. There were flapping sounds in the air, and countless crows gathered together. A figure walked out from them. It was Uchiha Itachi, fourth-generation adults. Yuzuki. Itachi smiled gently and greeted the two of them in turn. Then, he looked down at Sasuke, who was leaning on Yutsuki, and seeing the other's exhausted face, a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Sasuke, what's going on? Itachi quickly stepped forward, helped his brother up, and asked, Elder brother. Sasuke looked up wearily. Someone is cheating, he said, looking at Yuyue with gritted teeth. Indra's arrow was blocked by the indestructible shield without even leaving a white mark. Even Six Paths Naruto didn't dare to take the attack easily, but you took it lightly, which is really hard to disobey. Don't be discouraged. If you lose this time, you can always make it back next time. Itachi spoke softly to comfort him and gently ruffled Sasuke's messy hair, then carefully placed his brother on his back. That's right. Winning and losing are common in the military. I will definitely win if we try again. Yuyue grinned and agreed casually. Snort. Faced with his brother's kind consolation, Sasuke puffed his cheeks and turned his head away without saying a word. You are such a grown-up and still acting cute. But I have to say it's cute. Yuyue smiled and gave a thumbs up. Yuyue, have the other candidates left the examination room early? To be on the safe side, Minato Namikaze opened his mouth to confirm. You mean them? Yuyue reached into her trouser pocket and pulled out a black object. Here it is. This is all that's left. He held out his hand, allowing Minato to examine the black mass carefully. This is... Seeing this, Minato was horrified and pointed at the object in the former's hand and asked in disbelief. Those examinees were beaten into ninja pieces. We need to recruit them again. But they were pretty powerful. Although I blocked most of the power, the aftermath was enough to flatten them. They were able to leave so many behind, which shows that they worked together. Namikaze Minato. Onoki. Namikaze Minato remained silent, and the several figures nearby who were equally shocked by the scene were also silent for a long time. Finally, a sigh sounded in the silence. Thank you for helping to restore order again, Yue. The latter nodded and agreed. I will go and deal with the relevant matters later. After a moment of contemplation, Minato smiled and said, Then the crown of this exam must belong to you. Congratulations, handsome boy. Congratulations, Master Yue. Several other actors came closer to express their congratulations. As a reward for the winner, someone will deliver it to you later, said Minato Namikaze. Let's leave those rewards to these guys. Yuyue waved her hand to indicate that no prizes were needed and showed the black block in her hand to everyone. I don't really need material assistance for now, so just consider it as compensation to them. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was startled at first, then laughed heartily and said, That's good too. I'll do as you say. He was sincerely pleased that Yuyue's approach was not only full of humane considerations, but also demonstrated her extraordinary personal charm. Then this Chunin exam is over for now. In a few days, we will hold a grand promotion ceremony to promote those who pass the Chunin exam to Chunin. Yutsuki, do you want to attend? Of course. Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes. Minato nodded slightly. Then I'll take you back now. Send me back. Sigong Yue was startled, then waved his hands hastily, his face full of fear. No, I'm not going back. I haven't slept for 2 days. Yoyue's tone was full of fatigue. Even an Iron Man can't withstand such torture. Puff! Sasuke, who was lying quietly on Itachi's back, suddenly laughed out loud. Not going back. Namikaze, Minato, and the Raikage and others beside him all looked surprised. It was the first time they saw such a horrified expression on Shirgong Yoyue's face. What was it that frightened him so much? Can I stay at your place for a few days? Yutsuki looked at Minato Namikaze with anticipation. Of course, you can stay as long as you want. Namikaze Minato showed a gentle smile and agreed to Yutsuki's request directly and readily. That's great. Let's go. I just want to go back and have a good sleep now. Looking at the excited Yutsuki, Minato could only apologize to the Kages. Then I'll send them back first and can pick you up later. No, Lord Hokage, just go ahead and do your work. We can go back by ourselves. Raikage quietly walked behind Inoki and jumped on his back. We could just ride this old guy back. He flies very fast. Click. Oh, Inoki's way sprained, and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, almost there. Itachi carried Sasuke on his back and galloped all the way, and soon returned to Konoha village. Seeing the village getting closer, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He had won 80% of the Uchiha clan's assets in a lottery. With that penguin's peculiar trick, he might find only a few straw mats left when he got home later. As Itachi stepped into the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke was stunned by the familiar architectural layout around him. Everything is the same as before. There's still the same number of houses and shops. Isn't it strange? Suddenly, a familiar voice came to my ears. Sasuke turned his head and saw that it was the penguin. Seeing Sasuke looking at him, Penguin smiled and patted his head. I'm just teasing you. I can't really take your money. UB asterisk 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 D. Sasuke didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt relieved in his heart. So, you want to keep smoking? I got a lot of new stuff. But you really have to pay this time, the penguin reminded. Smoke. You said that I have good luck. I will definitely hit the target this time. Sasuke said confidently. If you are so confident, then let's meet at the usual place tonight. See you there. After saying that, with a bang, the penguin turned into a ball of white mist and disappeared. Sasuke, who are you talking to? Itachi asked confused. A weird penguin. Time passed quietly, and a day had passed in the blink of an eye since the end of the Chunin exam. Take me to Orochimaru. Sasuke appeared silently in front of a dark cave. He casually picked up a small white snake on the roadside and gave instructions in a low voice. The little white snake spit out its tongue gently, as if it understood what people were saying. It landed lightly on the ground and began to meander forward. Sasuke stepped into the darkness, traveling with the little snake through the winding cave. 10 minutes later, a tall figure came into view. That was Orochimaru. At this moment, he was busy at the laboratory table, and a dim light hanging above was the only light source in the entire space. Welcome, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru put down the work in his hands, turned around, and greeted him with a smile. What are you doing? I can vaguely sense Nine-Tails' presence. Sasuke stepped forward and came to the experimental table, looking around curiously. Orochimaru did not hide, but held up a small test tube filled with red liquid and showed it to Sasuke. This is a sample of Nine-Tails' flesh and blood. I secretly collected it when you were fighting yesterday. It's probably not realistic to capture a complete Nine-Tails, but I could try to cultivate one. After all, Nine-Tails has extremely powerful self-repair abilities. Give me enough time, and I can create a semi-finished Nine-Tails that does not have independent consciousness, but can be used as a chakra supply tool. Ever since he learned the secret that gathering all the tailed beasts could revive the 10 tails and become 6 paths, Orochimaru has turned his focus to this goal and has been working hard for it. Obviously, instead of hunting those legendary creatures directly, this scientist chose to take action to feed himself. What a smart move. Sasuke suddenly smiled faintly. Looking at Orochimaru, who was still calm as usual, I couldn't help but feel a little admiration in my heart. Although it was he who proposed this theoretical framework. But in fact, deep down he always felt that the chances of achieving his goal in this way were almost zero. Unexpectedly, there is such a possibility. People who do scientific research really should not be underestimated. Sasuke secretly admired his heart. By the way, Sasuke-kun, what brings you here today? Orochimaru asked in his unique low voice, interrupting Sasuke's brief distraction. The other party just nodded and then opened his lips slightly. Regarding the question about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan I mentioned last time, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that the moment had finally arrived. Sasuke was coming with his baby. Immediately, he called out enthusiastically, "Sasuke-kun, I saw what you did in the Death Forest. It was like a miracle," he exclaimed loudly. "The power you displayed that could change the world seems to be called Susanoo, right? It's unbelievable. Mangekyo has such an amazing ability. Naruto is also an extraordinary child. The two of you are beyond common sense, and are not like ordinary ninjas at all." There was a hint of admiration in his words. Sasuke smiled with an ambiguous smile. "So, are you more inclined to pursue supreme power or desire immortality?" "Of course it's the latter," Orochimaru answered without hesitation. Sasuke chuckled. "Okay, let's get started." As he said this, he decisively reached out and pressed towards his eyes. Then he let out a heavy groan, and then a pair of eyes were forcibly gouged out. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru immediately took out a special container from the side and carefully received the extremely precious Mangekyo Sharingan. Red blood mixed with crystal tears slowly flowed from the corners of Sasuke's eyes, but soon stopped on their own. Faced with this situation, he turned to Orochimaru, who was busy researching. "How long will it take?" After receiving this rare treasure, Orochimaru immediately buried his head in the experimental table and concentrated on it. "It's hard to say exactly how long it will take, but I estimate it will take at least 3 days to complete." 3 days, not bad. Sasuke nodded. Having a sage body can restore the pupil power. If he does not open Susanoo in this life, and only uses Amaterasu in flame control, his eyesight will not deteriorate even if he uses it for a lifetime, because these pupil techniques consume less energy and recover quickly. However, Susanoo is completely different. The eye power required for each use is almost several times that of Amaterasu and other eye techniques. Especially when it is completed, it consumes dozens of times more. Even with a sage body, it is impossible to keep up with such a huge consumption. Especially after he used his ultimate form most recently, his eyesight had begun to deteriorate, and it was urgent to evolve it to the Eternal Eye. Sasuke, who was closing his eyes, suddenly made a sound of doubt. "What's wrong, Sasuke-kun?" "I feel my eyes are a little itchy." Sasuke looked confused. At this moment, a warm force was surrounding his eyes, but he didn't understand what was going on. Could it be an infection? "Let me check it out." Orochimaru walked up to Sasuke, held up his face, and examined it carefully. "You used your hands to dig your eyes too roughly before. There are too many bacteria on your hands. Remember to use professional sterilized tools next time." He gently opened Sasuke's eyelids, and the scene he saw next made the experienced Orochimaru stunned. In Sasuke's eye sockets, a pair of lively eyes were looking at him. "Orochimaru, Sasuke." The two looked at each other, speechless for a moment. What on earth is going on? Sasuke's eyeball was just taken out. Sasuke also looked confused. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said tentatively, "Could it be because I have a celestial body?" The immortal's body has the ability to heal injuries without the need for seals. So after losing an eyeball, a new pair of eyes grew. Orochimaru stroked his chin and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "If it's a physique similar to Senju Hashirama's, then it might indeed be possible to explain it. So how do you solve your current situation? Can you put your Mangekyo back together?" As he spoke, Orochimaru cast a questioning look in the direction of the lab table, where the Mangekyo Sharingan that had just been removed was placed. Wait a moment, I suddenly have a special idea. Suddenly, Sasuke interrupted with a strange tone. What did you come up with? Orochimaru asked out of curiosity. Give me a moment. Then, Sasuke slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if concentrating on preparing for the attempt. All the unpleasant past experiences came to mind one by one. During this process, Commander blocks out all irrelevant memories and concentrates on immersing himself in the pain he has experienced for a full minute. In just 60 seconds, the strong emotional fluctuations caused Sasuke's body to tremble slightly. Of all the weapons in the world, only the past can hurt the most. When this difficult time was finally over, Sasuke returned to his calm state. Open! A dazzling scarlet light burst out from his eyes that opened wide in an instant. Mangekyo Sharingan. In 1 minute, Sasuke regrows a normal and transforms it to Mangekyo level again. I actually did it. The slightly panting tone could not hide the excitement. Orochimaru, 0.0. Does this mean we have another pair of Mangekyo? He could hardly believe his eyes. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Take it off now. Unable to suppress his excitement, Sasuke urged eagerly, with a smile that was hard to hide. Since 2 pairs of Mangekyo can combine into a pair of eternal eyes, what would happen if we continued to do this? At this moment, specialized equipment was used by Orochimaru to quickly remove the newly formed Mangekyo Sharingan. But soon, new ordinary eyes appeared again. Orochimaru, I have a new idea I want to share with you. Looking at the small bottle filled with precious treasures in his hand, the top master of the ninja world looked bewildered. What is it? Mangekyo mass production plan. We are going to create the strongest Sharingan ever. Since the Byakugan can be upgraded to the Samsaragan, theoretically, there's no reason why we can't do the same. There was immense passion in his words. As another violent storm of emotions swept through the depths of the heart, the 3rd pair of Mangekyo was born. Come and help me take it off. Orochimaru immediately took action upon seeing this and started a new round of operations. Repeatedly, give birth to Mangekyo. Take it off and save it. This process is repeated over and over again until... Stop. Sasuke-kun, there's no place to store it now. After putting down the last bottle, Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with surprise and amazement. I never thought that there would be a day when I would have countless Mangekyo Sharingan. You know, in the past, even getting a pair was as difficult as climbing a ladder to heaven. There's not enough storage space, right? Forget it. Let's just use the batch we have on hand for research for now. Sasuke curled his lips, looking unsatisfied. Shinomiya Utsuki opened his eyes with a look of satisfaction. It was such a comfortable sleep. I sat up from the bed, stretched my muscles a little, and looked at the alarm clock by the window. You slept for a whole day and night. Underwater group first. After opening the group chat, the first thing that catches your eye is an advertisement. Shimura Danzo. The Root organization is recruiting for a limited time. Join now, and you'll be given the strongest tailed beast, 9 tails. Everyone, please think carefully about this. First come, first served. Senja Hashirama, 9 tails? It's really powerful. Even I have to work hard to deal with it. Shirgan Yuzuki, ? Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. Are you confused after sleeping? Shimura Danzo, maybe Shodai is being sarcastic? Senju Hashirama, it's because Mito was beside me just now. I usually use voice input, and it's not good for her to hear it. Shinomiya Yuzuki, the most thoughtful episode. Uchiha Madara, what are you afraid of? 9 tails is not that powerful anyway. I'm just telling the truth. Uchiha Obito, why do I feel like old Madara's words are sour? Uchiha Obito, just ignore what I said. Shimura Danzo. So, are you interested in joining the Root family? Join and get 9 tails for free while supplies last. Uchiha Obito, how come you are so rich? Shimura Danzo, generally, they have money. Madara-sama from the previous group beat up my Madara-sama before he went back. Now he is in charge of external affairs, while Tobarama-sensei is in charge of internal affairs, and they are expanding Konoha like crazy. Every time they do something, a lot of gold coins automatically go into my pocket. I can never spend it all. Uchiha Obito, I want to explode your gold coins, Dango. Shimura Danzo sent a group red envelope. The red envelope has been received by everyone. Orochimaru is the lucky one. Uchiha Obito, really? Okay, I give in. How come I have the lowest amount? Only 30,000. Orochimaru, 98,000. Uchiha Itachi, thank you for 1,001. Uchiha Izumi, Itachi, come over sometime. Let's go out and attack other villages and we can expand as well. Uchiha Itachi, the meaning of strength is not aggression, but protection. Izumi, when will you understand the meaning of it? Uchiha Izumi, then why don't you come over tonight and teach me? Uchiha Itachi, I made an appointment with Izumi for my own time and space to eat meatballs together tonight. Let's do it next time. Uchiha Izumi, then I'll go over there. We'll eat together. Uchiha Itachi, this is not good. Sure, Gong Yua, that's great. The portal has been opened for you. Hurry up. Uchiha Obito, you're not going to fight, are you? You're such a villain at Shirgon Yuzuki. Maybe no. Jiraiya, at Shimura Danzo, is joining the organization really a gift? Shimura Danzo, what a gift. Jiraiya, do you want to join us? Jiraiya, which group are you in? Shimura Danzo, what groups? If we're talking about rankings, it must be one group, the world's #1 organization. Jiraiya, in. Shimura Danzo sent Jiraiya an exclusive red envelope. Shimura Danzo, very good, Jiraiya. You are now the leader of the root branch of your time and space. Make it stronger and more prosperous. Jiraiya, it just so happens that I killed Danzo here, so I can just use the ready-made ones. Someone has the resources. Shimura Danzo, so quick to act? How's that guy now? Is he dead or not? Jiraiya, of course he's dead. His head is in my hand now. Do you want to see it? Shimura Danzo, no, forget it. When you said that, I suddenly felt a phantom pain in my neck. Uchiha Obito, Tisk, that's tragic, but he deserved it. Oh, by the way, Senior Jiraiya, what are you going to do with me in your time and space? Jiraiya, keep him locked up for now. I will revive Minato and let him deal with him. Uchiha Obito, my suggestion is to just kill him, because Minato-sensei will definitely let him go. At worst, I will keep him locked up. I will definitely not kill him. I know Minato-sensei too well. The previous chapter added more than 1,000 words. If you see that it is incoherent here, you can turn back. Namikaze Minato, really? Why do I feel like you know me better than I know myself? Uchiha Obito, hey. Minato-sensei, you're awake. Usually you're fast asleep at this hour. Namikaze Minato, it's noon here. It's not time to rest yet. Six Paths Obito, there's a bad news and a good news. Do you want to hear it? Shirgon Yuzuki, speak. Six Paths Obito, I'm being targeted by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Uchiha Obito, this is inevitable. Kagaya disappeared, and the sacred tree was fused by you. Kawaki hasn't appeared yet. In Ishiki's eyes, the sacred tree is one of his escape routes, so he will definitely use you as a target. He has another 10 tails. If he sacrifices you to the sacred tree, he will survive. Shirgong Yue, I've told you the good news, but what about the bad news? Six Paths Obito, that's bad news. Besides, I could be killed at any time if I'm targeted by Otsutsuki Ishiki. You call this good news? Shinomiya Yuzuki, it's fine that Otsutsuki Ishiki has been hiding, but now that he dares to show up, we can just attack and kill him. Isn't it good to get rid of an old B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Obito. You are so powerful that you don't care about him, but I am different. Without the ability to use Kamui, I'm not sure I can defeat him. But the good news is he doesn't know I've found him yet. Uchiha Obito. Where did you find him? Ishiki is a master in hiding. I searched all over the ninja world, but couldn't find him. Please share it with me. I'll take someone to kill him in a few days if I find him. Six Paths Obito. He ran away on his own and used the name Jigen to gather information in Konoha. Shirgong Yue, no. Everyone is getting stronger. Why are you lagging behind? Are you so scared of one move? Where are the gold coins? Use them to strengthen it. Buy it in the mall. 6 Paths of Beto. Is it possible that most of the plot here is over, and I can't change anything? I have less than 100,000 gold coins in my pocket. What can I do? When Otsutsuki was at his peak, he could destroy Susanoo with just one punch. The 6 Paths body is not immune to taijutsu, and I can't hollow myself now. What if he comes up and punches me directly? If it was during the White Mask era, I think I could still fight for it, but now, forget it. Uchiha Obito, nah. Namake's Minato. Obito, let me help you. I have strengthened my Sage mode and Nine Tails mode. I can react to his punches, and he can't hit me. Shinomiya Yuzuki, I'll send Haiden to help you. 8 gates are all open. What's the 1, 2? The hood is all over the floor. 6 Paths, Obito. Okay, thank you for your help. Uchiha Obito, why are you so polite? Something is wrong. 6 Paths, Obito, just shut up. Uchiha Obito, that's just right. Shinomiya Yuzuki, at Uchiha Obito, you are free now? Come over and help revive some of my brothers. Uchiha Obito, no problem. I'm planning to go watch the show as well. Shirgong Yuzuki, watch a play? What play? Uchiha Obito, you don't know? You are the leader of the group. The Chunin exam is over. Boruto tells Sasuke and Boruto to go back to the past with the help of the noble phantasm, Plow. There will also be Otsutsuki Urashiki coming. It's almost your time period. Isn't this a good show? Shirgong Yue. Oh shit, I just remembered. I've been living too comfortably lately, and I almost forgot the plot. Thanks for reminding me. Then just come over. It will be just in time for the 3 of us to fight Urashiki. Orochimaru. Group leader, I have prepared the computer you requested, but the internet of your time may not be compatible with the computer. Shirgong Yuzuki, so fast. That's great. It doesn't matter if there's an internet connection or not. Just play standalone. Orochimaru sent an exclusive red envelope. You have received Orochimaru's exclusive red envelope. After closing the group chat, Yue couldn't wait to take out the computer and start the installation. After a short busy period, he clicked the power button with great anticipation. This time the boot time was 1 minute, beating 100% of the computers in the country. Look what wonderful game my wonderful great-grandson has given me. Before I had time to think about it, a pop-up window suddenly popped up. Local disk space is insufficient. Please clear up space. Damn, why are all the games installed in the C drive? Yuzuki was a little mad. Does this Boruto know how to use a computer? Yue, are you awake? Just as Yue was concentrating on transferring the disk contents, a soft voice suddenly came from behind her with a hint of joy. The door was gently pushed open, and a tall and elegant figure walked into the room. Following this gentle voice, Kagaya's image came into view clearly. You slept all day, you must be hungry. Get up and eat something. Kagaya, how did you know I was here? Yue didn't react for a moment and seemed a little confused. You didn't come home last night, and I was worried about you, so I came to you with a blank stare. Kagaya covered her mouth and chuckled. She stopped in the middle of her words, but the result was already obvious. With the Byakugan that could easily cover the entire Konoha village, it was not difficult for her to find Yoyue's location. I see. That's great. I'm full of strength now. Let's duel. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Shirgong Yoyue's mouth. Yutsuki, full of energy and high morale, took the initiative to challenge Kagaya. Now, but this is not our home. Kagaya covered her mouth in surprise. What are you talking about? With a puzzled expression, Uchiha Obito's figure slowly emerged from the void. F***K. You came at the perfect time, buddy. Yoyue's face was full of helplessness, and beads of sweat were clearly visible on her head. Of course I came here as soon as I heard your call. How about that? Is this fast enough? Then you have to treat me to a meal? Obito said with a smug smile. Still want to eat? Eat the purple eggs. Yue suddenly pulled out a pistol and fired a shot. Bang! However, Obito didn't even need to transform. The bullet just passed through his cheek with the side of his head. I can react to bullets. He smirked. You guys chat first. I'll go to the kitchen to make something to eat. Seeing a friend coming to visit, Kagaya smiled warmly, turned around and left the room gently, not forgetting to considerately close the door. Oh my God, Kagaya cooking? Obito sat up suddenly on the bed, his face full of surprise and anxiety. Can you eat this? He muttered softly, obviously still remembering the last experience clearly. Don't worry, everyone will improve. Kagaya's cooking skills are pretty good now. Yua put the gun into his belt and continued. Of course, if you really feel it's inappropriate, remember to keep praising her while you eat. For every extra word of praise you say, you'll take one less serving of food. Good idea. There was a huge crowd of people in Konoha village. Everyone gathered in one place, talking in low voices and making eye contact as they walked, with uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Because this day is the day when the results of the Chunin examination are announced, and those who pass the examination will be promoted to Chunin. Located in the core of the village, an area that has been temporarily transformed into a magnificent square has gathered many young people. They're all young people who participated in this selection trial, and each of them is full of expectations, waiting for the glory that belongs to them to come. At the corner of the square, a few teenagers seemed a little absent-minded, in sharp contrast to the joyful atmosphere around them. Oh, what a joyous day, but we are missing. Tutong Wu sighed lightly, without any obvious envy. After all, he knew that the gap in strength led to his defeat. The power of Kizaru is truly breathtaking. Even in that situation, he was still able to turn the tide and win, which was beyond his expectations. Obviously, the speed of my attack has almost reached the limit. Is this the hand of justice? It's really so terrifying. I don't accept it. Yue Luyang crossed his arms in front of his chest with an unwilling look on his face. He thought that the victorious party had merely relied on the strange device to launch a sneak attack, and with a loud bang, he fell flat on his face. You are quite sensible. It's the right time to lie down. If Sigong Yue deals with you seriously, he will definitely beat you up. After hearing this, Gue Dengpingyu laughed so hard that he fell backwards, leaving Yu Luyang with a confused look on his face. What are you talking about? Even if I am destined to fail in the end, at least I can fight to my heart's content, right? Yue frowned and responded. He had no idea what was happening while he was knocked unconscious. Well, if you still feel unhappy, go and fight with Shigong Yue again. See if he won't give you a greeting gift. While speaking, Gue Dengpingyu waved his hands as if to dismiss him and continued to tease the other party. The confrontation in the Forest of Death naturally attracted widespread attention. It is hard not to be aware of the earth-shaking noise. Everyone still remembers the giant, indestructible wooden golem displayed by Yuzuki Shinomiya. As for Shigong Yue, perhaps the only way for everyone present to describe her is to admire her, right? And Yue Luyang here actually wants to fight him again? If this isn't suicide, then what is? You're still laughing at me? Faced with the provocative counterattack, although he didn't quite understand the reason, Yue Luyang did not show any weakness. I remember someone being disqualified for violating the rules and performing a forbidden technique. This remark was thrown out of the blue and hit the other person's sore spot. Shit, this must be an inside job. Gue Dengping, Yu said angrily, obviously resentful of the previous judgment he received. Did they collude with Konoha in advance? Whatever you think is fine. Yue Luyang shrugged and refused calmly. It was not long ago that Konoha officially announced that the taboo of shaking the water gun was lifted. I can only say that you are unlucky. Tutong added with good intentions. What? After hearing the news, Pingyue was speechless and his tone suddenly became higher. Isn't this targeting? It's so unfair. Please invite the first-place winner of this Chunin exam, Shinomiya Yuzuki, to the stage to receive the award. Following the warm announcement, Yue walked up to the platform with a pale face and unsteady steps. After dinner, he sent Obito away and finally had a passionate duel with Kagaya. He lost. They were able to compete with each other before, but now they are being firmly suppressed. Kagaya's strength is improving too fast. Yue must strengthen her training. He didn't want to be defeated instantly in a duel one day, so he had to persist for at least 5 hours. Ms. Yue, please say hello to everyone, the host said with a smile on his face. Shigong Yue raised his hand weakly. Hello everyone, I am Shigong Yue. He glanced at the familiar faces below and waved to them. Why does it feel like Yutsuki hasn't woken up yet? Ino looked puzzled. Did you not sleep well last night? But when I went to call him for dinner, he clearly wouldn't wake up no matter what I did. Naruto scratched his head, somewhat confused about the situation. Only Sasuke covered his face, looking helpless. This guy, Yue, doesn't seem to be in good condition, so let's keep it simple and just give out the awards. Namake's Minato's expression changed, and he quietly conveyed the message to the host. The host nodded slightly, and then continued to smile enthusiastically. The greetings are over. Next up is the exciting awards ceremony. Please invite the 5 Kage to come on stage and present the prize to our champion. Namake's Minato, Reikage, Inoki, Raza, and Terumi May walked onto the stage together. There was a deafening uproar, and everyone in their respective villages cheered for their shadows to appear. The 5 Kage waved and smiled at the people below, then slowly came in front of Shinomiya Yutsuki. Congratulations, handsome boy. Mr. Yue, congratulations. Yue yawned and said tiredly, I'm so sleepy. The expressions of several people changed slightly, and they naturally understood Yue's hint. Then he said no more and got straight to the point. Luo Sha took the lead and stepped forward, solemnly handing over a scroll. This is the magnet-style training method of our sand village. In places with plenty of sand and gravel, the power of the magnet style is quite good. Even the tailed beasts can be suppressed. I hope you will like it. In addition, the sand village welcomes you to visit at any time. Luo Sha gave a stiff smile. Obviously, he was not used to smiling. Magnet style? So generous. Yue took the scroll and seemed a little surprised. Raza, Reikage, Inoki, and the others all smiled but said nothing. This was not the gift they originally prepared. They just wanted to fool the girl. But now Yue is number 1, so she cannot be treated casually. She must be treated as the most important person. They temporarily changed the gift and took out something they thought was quite good as a gift. Thank you. Yue thanked him and put away the scroll that recorded the training method of magnet style. Although he might not be able to use it, he would have too many precious things, especially the free treasures. Seeing Yue accept it with satisfaction, Luo Sha felt a little relieved. Shigong Yue was too powerful, and he was originally worried that the other party would look down on this gift. Seeing this, Reikage and the others were relieved of their anxiety. Since Luo Sha's things were accepted, there shouldn't be any problem with the things they brought. It's my turn. The Reikage smiled and stepped forward, pushing Raza away. Sir Yue, this is my gift. Unexpectedly, the Reikage also took out a scroll, but there were 2 of them. What is this? Yue looked him up and down curiously and couldn't help asking. The Reikage held up one of the scrolls triumphantly. This scroll records a ninjutsu called Super Body Surabu. This technique is extremely powerful. In actual combat, it is possible to sense the enemy's chakra, accurately locate the enemy, and launch an attack when the enemy tries to quickly relocate. We call it an interception. After that, he showed another one. Of course, it is recommended to use it in combination with thunder armor during interception, so as to effectively avoid the risk of losing control. Otherwise, the plane might crash. This contains the specific practice guide for lightning, style, chakra mode. Please accept them as well. For such a precious gift, Shigong Yue naturally accepted it without hesitation. Great, thank you so much. That's not right. The Reikage smiled in response and stepped aside, and the next person to step forward was the charming Terumi May. Handsome boy. She smiled, waved gently at Yue, and winked playfully. Would you like to know the gift for you? Think and think. Yue couldn't help but show some excitement when she heard this. Want to know? Come closer. Terumi May's tone was as gentle as a spring breeze, and she gently motioned for him to come closer again. Full of doubts, Yue took a few steps forward as instructed. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted into my nose. With just a soft pop sound, her lips left a clearly visible mark on Yue's face. Yue opened her eyes wide and involuntarily touched the place where she was kissed. She was so surprised that she couldn't even close her mouth. "Are you satisfied?" Terumi Mei asked with a half-hidden smile. Yuzuki shook her head to recover from her shock. After hearing this, he smiled evilly and said, "Very satisfied. How about this, respected Mizuki-sama? Why don't we find a quiet place tonight to have a good chat?" Terumi Mei couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. Little brat. Although he is small, he is very thoughtful. Isn't this big? Yutsuki stretched out his arm to indicate the slight height difference between the two of them. Now he was even slightly taller than Terumi Mei. I meant in terms of age. I didn't expect the Hokage to mention that you were only 12. But it doesn't matter. I am willing to wait for you to grow up and come to me again. With a flying kiss in the air, Terumi Mei left gracefully. Mr. Yue. At this moment, Owanoki slowly floated over, his expression looking quite awkward and complicated. After all, I just came out of conversation with a graceful woman, and the next moment I was facing an old man with a frail figure. It always felt weird. Yue didn't care about this change, and still nodded politely. Such a kid's adult. Onoki didn't waste any time and went straight to the gate of opening and took out another scroll. His expression was more serious than ever before. "First of all, I have to thank you for helping Deidara. He got into such a big trouble, and I have to trouble you to clean up the mess for him. As a thank you and as a gift for you, I decided to give you the Dust-style training method." It can be seen that Onoki made this decision after several difficult choices. After all, this is one of the most precious secrets of the Iwagakure village. But in the end, he decided to give it away. The prerequisite for practicing Dust-style is that the Grandmaster's wind, fire, and earth chakra natures change, but I believe it is not difficult for you. Finally, I hope you can keep the secret for the Hidden Rock Village and not reveal the Dust-style to others. Onoki took a deep breath and pleaded in a low voice. Dust-style is his core skill as Tsuchikage. If it were to be leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. Dust-style. Yue took the scroll with a strange look on her face. It's a good thing, but came a little late. Okay, I promise you. But Yuzuki finally accepted the scroll and agreed to Owanoki's request. Thank you very much. Onoki breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave when Yue suddenly called him. Tsuchikage-sama, wait a minute. What's wrong? Look what this is. Yue raised a finger mysteriously. Onoki looked intently, and at this moment, a transparent white light suddenly flashed from Yue's fingertips and then disappeared. This is... Onoki's eyes widened and his chest heaved. Isn't this Dust-style? But didn't Sigong Yue just get the training method? How did you do that? Onoki was shocked. Keep it a secret. Yue gave a mysterious smile. Onoki did not ask any further questions and left with an expression of awe in the face of God. The next person to come on stage was Minato Namikaze. Congratulations, Yuzuki. He opened his arms and gave Yue a big hug. After the two separated, Minato smiled a little embarrassedly. They have almost given away all their gifts, and I can't give anything decent. How about I cook a sumptuous meal for you tonight? Okay, Yuzuki responded happily. After the award ceremony for the first place, the awards for other places were also presented one after another. Obviously, the treatment of subsequent winners was far less grand than that of Yue. However, Naruto and Sasuke still caused a small sensation, and their performances were quite powerful, especially those few ninja fragments. Oh no, they have been recruited again now. However, when they saw Naruto and Sasuke, they were shaking like frightened rabbits. Time passed quickly, and the conference came to an end in the blink of an eye. Each ninja who successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin received a Chunin vest as a symbol of honor. As soon as Yue stood still, her friends surrounded her impatiently. You are so amazing. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ino rushed over excitedly, wrapped her arms tightly around Yue's neck, and hung on him like a koala. I didn't hide it from you. I said at the beginning that I would become stronger. If you don't believe me, go back and read chapter 10 carefully. Yue explained helplessly. You laughed at me then. He pinched Ino's soft little face with a slightly displeased tone. Is that so? Ino scratched her chin, looking a little embarrassed. Yutsuki ignored her and turned his gaze to Choji, who was eating potato chips with gusto. Choji, I want to learn the art of multiplication. Can you teach me? Choji, who was enjoying his snacks, was stunned when he heard this sudden request. After a moment, he waved his hands and shook his head and said, That won't work, Yue. This is our family's secret technique, and it is not usually passed on to outsiders. Before he could finish his words, Shikamaru interrupted, Choji, you can teach him. Choji looked at Shikamaru in surprise, as if he wanted to refute something, but then he seemed to remember something. His father had told him that when he was away from home, he had to obey Shikamaru in everything. Okay, in that case, I'm willing to teach you. Thank you so much. After receiving a positive answer, Yue thanked them with a smile on her face. Shikamaru beside him smiled and nodded. Yue, why do I want to learn that? With your strength, you don't need it at all. Driven by curiosity, Ino, who was still hanging on him, looked up and asked, Oh, don't ask any more questions. Yue smiled and waved her hand. Tell me now. Ino shook his arm unwillingly. No, tell me. Ino's face turned pale and she clenched her fists. Okay, I said I actually plan to use this skill against someone. Against whom? Ino was even more confused. It's you, but not now. We have to wait a few years. As for the current stage, Yue paused, and her expression became serious. I still have to face another strong opponent. Naruto, let's go. Sasuke on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so he just pulled Naruto and ran away. But I think it's very interesting. What's the point? You'll become weird if you listen to it too much. Sasuke dragged Naruto away. As they walked away, Sasuke's low warning could be heard faintly. Naruto, I'm telling you, don't play with this Shinomiya Yuzuki anymore in the future. Be careful not to be led astray by him. There was a huge crowd in front of the only movie theater in Konoha. Shinomiya Yuzuki and Uchiha Obito slowly moved forward with the crowd. After waiting in line for a long time, Yuzuki finally bought the ticket and waved to Obito impatiently. Come on, go in quickly. But Obito's expression suddenly froze, and he waved his hands awkwardly. Wait a minute, I'll get something delicious. After saying that, he took a deep breath, covered his butt, and slipped away. Okay, hurry up. In this case, Yue had no choice but to enter the cinema alone. In the brightly lit theater, Yue found her seat with her movie ticket and sat down. Yue crossed her legs leisurely, her expression full of anticipation. Watching a movie in another world is indeed a fresh experience. The Great Adventure of Princess Fengyan. Yue looked down at the movie ticket in her hand and softly read out the title of the film that was about to be shown. Naruto's Luck with Love is about to come. He gave a mysterious smile and put the movie ticket away. Oh, we're sitting so in the front. Obito came back with a smile and sat down next to Yuzuki. Where's the stuff? Yue took a glance and asked with a frown, only to find that he had nothing in his hands. What is that? Obito looked confused. Yue was a little unhappy. Didn't you say you were going to get something delicious? Oh, I went to the bathroom. I thought you knew. Obito grinned. Damn it. You should change your name to Uchiha Laoba from now on. Yue's mouth twitched as she spoke in dissatisfaction. Why do you have that expression? What's wrong with going to the bathroom? It's normal, Obito said with a shrug. Even six paths are not immune to this. If you don't believe me, just look. With that, Obito opened the group chat directly. Uchiha Obito, at Six Paths Obito. Six Paths Obito. What is it? If it's not urgent, we can talk about it later. We are preparing to ambush Ishiki. Uchiha Obito. It's urgent. Very urgent. Six Paths Obito. Speak. Uchiha Obito. By the way, did you need to go to the bathroom after you were promoted to Six Paths? Six Paths Obito. That's all. Uchiha Obito. It's urgent, my friend. Six Paths Obito. You'll be dead when I get back. Namikaze Minato. After closing the group chat, Abito spread his hands helplessly. He didn't say, but I think it should be similar to what I said. Yue was speechless for a moment. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, let's watch a movie first. Yu sighed and turned his gaze to the big screen. At this moment, the lights in the theater suddenly went out, indicating that the movie was about to begin. The film opens. Although the story is cliché, telling the story of a group of people's continuous adventurous journey and ultimately defeating the evil villain. In that era, movies were pitifully rare, and for the villagers, being able to watch one was a rare enjoyment. The heroine of the story, Fuka Koyuki, who goes by the pseudonym Fuji Fuki, adds a lot of color to the film with her superb acting skills and stunning beauty. At the last moment, the villain almost suppressed the protagonist, but the princess played by Xiao Xue suddenly burst out with strength, shouting something about bonds and beliefs, and bravely rushed forward. Eliminate all the villains in one fell swoop. This is where the film ends. The ending song also comes with a theme song sung by Princess Fengyun herself, with a melodious melody. As the movie came to an end, the audience began to leave reluctantly. Yuyuan naturally didn't want to stay any longer, but when she looked back, she saw that Abito was still immersed in the afterglow of the movie. Yuyue stretched out her hand and gently fanned him. Hey, stop standing there, it's over. Abito shuddered slightly, with a hint of unsatisfied feeling still lingering in his eyes. It's really beautiful. Is it so exaggerated? It makes you so fascinated. Yue couldn't help but become curious. There was no such thing in my time. This is my first time watching a movie. Abito raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a warm smile. Really? Then come more often if you have the chance, and I'll treat you to a visit. Yue smiled lightly, stood up from her seat, and turned to leave. Abito followed closely behind and walked to Yuzuki's side. Speaking of which, Yue, what do you think of the last song? It sounds kind of, how should I put it? He racked his brains, trying to find the right word to describe this feeling. Haunting. God is haunting us. That called lingering sound. Yuzuki was shocked and appalled at Abito's cultural level. Abito smiled awkwardly. Yes, that's it. That's what I meant, but I just didn't think of it at the moment. Yue shook her head and said jokingly, I told you to read more books, but you were thinking about looking at girls during class. The two walked out of the cinema slowly, and just as they reached the door, they suddenly heard a chaotic noise coming from the front. Then, a white horse came galloping and ran wildly in the narrow alley. Oh, the plot has begun. Yoyue's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. That's Fuka Koyuki, right? Oh, and her current name is Fuji Fuyuki Hui. Abito looked with interest at the woman galloping past on horseback. Yes, it's her. Yue nodded in confirmation. Tada. The white horse passed in front of Yuzuki and Abito like lightning and continued to run into the distance. At this moment, a dazzling golden light flashed across the sky and instantly caught up with the galloping white horse, blocking the way ahead. I finally caught up with you, Princess Fengyun. As the golden light dissipated, Naruto's excited face was revealed. He held up a small notebook and looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue with anticipation. Naruto-sama, I've already told you I'm not some Princess Fukumo. Please let me go. If it's any later, I really won't be able to leave. Fenghua Xiaoxue said helplessly. Originally, she wanted to sneak away while the movie was showing, because the next movie will be shot in a place that scares her extremely, the Snow Country. That was a land she never wanted to set foot on. However, he never expected that he was intercepted by someone not long after he ran. How could I not recognize the person in front of me when I was in Konoha Village? She recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Uzumaki Naruto, son of the fourth Hokage, the crown prince of Konoha. Huh, how could not be? You are Princess Fengyun. Naruto's eyes widened, and he raised his hand to point at the huge poster next to him, which clearly showed Fenghua Koyuki in her princess costume in the play. I just saw you in a movie. Look, there's your poster here. Just sign for me, okay? Fenghua Xiaoxue held her forehead helplessly. She was somewhat surprised by the approachable temperament of the Prince of Konoha, but he was very stubborn and difficult to deal with, which gave her a headache. Helpless, she could only sigh and hold out her hand to Naruto. Give it to me. After taking the notebook, Fenghua Xiaoshu wrote carefully while saying, after I sign, you have to let me go. And you are not allowed to chase me. After a moment, she handed the book back to Naruto, who took it happily. Naruto immediately smiled and patted his chest to assure, don't worry, Princess Fengyun. I will definitely escort you safely to the snow country. That's good. Fenghua Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief. But when she realized what Naruto said, she was suddenly stunned. What snow country? I don't want to go to the snow country. Get out of my way. Fenghua Xiaoxue frowned and said while holding the hemp rope, Ms. Xuehue, I finally found you. An anxious call came quickly along with the sound of hurried footsteps. An old man came into their sight. He was none other than Asama Santefu, the agent of Fuka Koyuki when she was filming the movie. Ms. Xuehue, stop making trouble. Let's go back first. After some twists and turns, the ship bound for the snow country finally set sail as scheduled. Fenghua Xiaoxue was naturally extremely reluctant to get on board, but she chose to drink to relieve her sorrow and ended up getting drunk. So everyone took this opportunity to act. In the silent room, there was only the sound of the boat swaying gently. With a moan, Fenghua Xiaoxue gradually woke up, but the drunkenness was not completely dissipated yet. She sat up and stretched with hazy eyes. It wasn't until a steaming cup was suddenly handed to her that she realized there was another person in the room. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Fenghua Xiaoxue was startled and instantly woke up, looking at the other person with vigilance. Sakura smiled sweetly. I'm Haruno Sakura. You can also call me Sakura, and I'm one of the guard ninjas responsible for keeping you safe. You were drunk last night, and the other teammates were all boys, so I stayed to take care of you. Have a cup of hot water first. Sakura smiled and held out the cup in her hand. But Fenghua Xiaoxue didn't appreciate it all. She just slapped the cup away and said with a cold face, Why did you bring me on board without permission? Feeling the slight shaking, she knew she had been taken on board. Xiaoying didn't get angry. She just picked up a piece of paper and wiped her palms, smiling softly. This is Mr. Asama Sandeu's request. As our employer, we can only follow his instructions. The third lady, when this name was mentioned, Fenghua Xiaoxue's anger that had just ignited disappeared instantly. After Kakashi took her away from the snow country when she was young, it was he who raised her and became like a half-father to her. She sighed softly, knowing that Asama Sanzi had always hoped that she could go back and defeat the raging snow and waves and take back the Snow Kingdom. But this is absolutely a fantasy. Do you realize that this will kill everyone? After a long silence, Fenghua Xiaoxue spoke in a low voice. Princess Fengyun is worried about safety? Sakura smiled confidently. Don't worry, my teammates and mentors are strong enough to deal with most crises. With them, things can definitely be solved. Fonghena Koyuki suddenly interrupted Sakura. That's because you don't know how strong your opponent is. That man named Fenghua Nuteo will definitely not show mercy. It's not too late to turn back now. Fenghua Xiaoxue tried to persuade them very seriously, trying to change the ship's course. Faced with such a serious Fonghena Koyuki, Sakura actually felt a little hesitant. After all, she had never seen the so-called Fenghua Nuteo and had no idea of his true strength. What if that person is more powerful than Naruto and Sasuke? Sakura did not take Kakashi into consideration. In her opinion, with the assistance of Naruto and Sasuke, she and Kakashi only needed to be responsible for logistics. Xiaoying, go tell your teammates to turn around. Seeing that Sakura's attitude had softened, Fenghua Xiaoxue quickly pulled her hand, full of pleading. Sakura nodded hesitantly and was about to get up and leave when the ship suddenly shook violently. There's an attack. There were confused shouts coming from outside. Boom! Sakura stumbled, but luckily she managed to steady herself in time and did not fall. What's going on? Sakura looked puzzled. Fenghua Xiaoxue beside him covered his head in pain. It's over. Here they come. Who's here? Sakura turned to look at her and asked curiously. Bang! 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 Before Sakura could react, after several consecutive gunshots, the hull stabilized again. The noisy sounds outside also stopped abruptly, as if the previous vibration was just a false alarm. Has the attacker been dealt with? A few minutes ago, at the bow, in the biting cold wind, Naruto and Sasuke were observing this strange and novel glacier landscape. Hey, aren't you two feeling cold? Kakashi, who was wearing heavy clothes, asked curiously. Cold? How can it be cold? Naruto asked back in confusion. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask. Seeing that there was indeed no trace of pretense on Naruto's face, Kakashi realized that the cold wind was no big deal for them. Teacher Kakashi, have you been here before? Sasuke asked, looking up at him. Oh, how did you guess that? Intuition. Sasuke smiled. I can't tell him that I have this past experience, right? Yes, I have set foot on this land in the past, but the experience was not a pleasant one. Talking about the past, Kakashi frowned and shook his head. He was ordered to support the Snow Kingdom and help quell the civil unrest, but unfortunately he was defeated and could only rescue the Snow Kingdom princess while everyone else died. However, when his eyes turned to the two disciples in front of him, the worry on his face gradually dissipated, and he smiled and said, The past was the past, and the present is the present. With you two here, you will definitely be able to help me vent my anger. I'll be there to provide support to you all. By the way, are you hungry? I'll make you some fresh fish porridge. Kakashi patted both of them on the shoulders. Really? I want to eat. Naruto raised his hands and cheered excitedly. Wait, it will be ready soon. After waving his hand, Kakashi left the scene. After walking a few steps away, Naruto's expression immediately became serious. Sasuke, you also feel something is wrong, right? Sasuke nodded in confirmation. 3 enemies. After saying that, 3 icicles suddenly rose up around the ship. They surrounded the entire deck like a wall, with 3 figures standing on the top, their eyes full of playful smiles. They looked down at the ship below them, which looked like its prey, as proud as a cat that had caught a mouse. Princess Snow, you returned to the Snow Kingdom without even saying hello. We came here specially to meet you. Bang, bang, bang. Before Langya Avalanche could finish his words, 3 gunshots echoed in the air. Well, the 3 of them stared at the place where blood was gushing out of their chests, their eyes filled with incredible fear. How could this weapon even penetrate chakra armor? Langya Avalanche murmured his last words before diving headfirst into the icy abyss. Almost at the same time, the other 2 fell into the freezing cold water below and disappeared without a trace. What are you mumbling about? You dare to stand tall with such strong, murderous intent. Naruto blew away the smoke rising from the muzzle of the gun in his hand, turned the gun twice gracefully, and finally put it into his waist. All the hard training during this period has finally paid off. This thing is much better than ninjutsu. Sri Lanka. An old man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted the people around him who were holding cameras. Did you film a scene just now? I filmed them all. The old man was the director of the crew. He immediately waved to the photographer. Bring it here and let me see it. The director watched the playback on the camera with a satisfied smile on his face. As expected of a fight between ninjas, it was so fast that even the details of the fight were difficult to capture, and the battle was over in an instant. This is excellent material. Keep it well and edit it into the film later. After giving the order, the director turned his gaze towards Naruto and praised him with amazement. You're really amazing, brother. That must be a very advanced ninjutsu, right? Naruto touched the pistol on his waist and said with a smile, I guess so. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and shook his head gently. This is Wolfang Avalanche. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from his side. The director turned around and saw Fenghua Xiaoxue had run out at some point. She was standing next to the camera, watching the captured images, with shock written all over her face. Hey, Miss Xiaoxue, you're awake. The director smiled and raised his hand to greet her. But Fenghua Xiaoxue didn't react at all. She just stared blankly at the camera and muttered absent-mindedly. And Crane Wing blowing snow and Winter Bear frozen rain were also defeated. As she talked to herself, the corners of her eyes became moist inadvertently. Of course, she knew these three people. They are all Fenghua Nuteo's most capable subordinates and extremely powerful ninjas. But now he was easily defeated by Naruto in an instant. For a long time, that horrible nightmare had been haunting her mind. Now she realized that the seemingly unshakable storm in her heart was not invincible. Fenghua Nuteo is indeed stronger than Langya Avalanche and the others, but not by much. Since Naruto can defeat these strong men so easily, perhaps he can also compete with Feng Hinatao. The Snow Country seems to have hope. Hi, Princess Fengyan. Naruto walked over with a smile and greeted Fuka Koyuki. We got closer. He found that the other person's eyes seemed a little wet. He couldn't help but feel curious and took a look. Princess Fengyan, are you crying? Seeing Naruto's face so close to her, Fenghua Xiaoxua suddenly got excited for some reason and stretched out her arms to hug Naruto. She pressed his face tightly against the soft spot of her chest. This sudden action made Naruto stunned, until a milky fragrance came to his nose and Naruto's face turned red. Hey. Naruto was so scared that he broke free from Fenghua Xiaoxua's arms. Princess, what are you doing? Naruto was so panicked that he was a little incoherent. Fenghua Xiaoxua's face also blushed with embarrassment, and she didn't know why she suddenly did such a thing. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama. I don't know why I suddenly. Fenghua Xiaoxua stammered a little embarrassedly. Well, there's no need to apologize. Naruto smiled and waved his hand. It just feels like we're not that familiar with each other yet. So, it's a little strange to be so affectionate all of a sudden. Listening to Naruto's words, Fenghua Xiaoxua realized that they were indeed still relatively unfamiliar with each other. The only thing that connects them is the employment relationship. Naruto and his crew's mission is only to protect her safety during the filming. If they want them to help deal with Feng Hanatao, they need to show their sincerity. Thinking of this, Fenghua Xiaoxua took a deep breath, gently opened the collar on her chest, carefully took out a hexagonal crystal, and held it in her palm like a treasure. Master Naruto, I would like to ask you for a favor. For this, I am willing to share with you all the treasures in the secret storage of the Snow Country. Fenghua Xiaoxua looked determined and spoke in a serious tone. Treasure? Naruto scratched his head, looking confused. Not only him, but the people around him also showed puzzled expressions, as if they had never heard of any hidden treasures in the Snow Country. This hexagonal crystal is the key to unlocking the secrets of the Snow Country, and it is also what Fenghua Nuteo desires most. Actually, my name is not Fuji Fuyuki. My real name is Fuka Koyuki. My father was once the king of the Snow Country, and I am the princess of the Snow Country. As Fenghua Xiaoxua slowly reveals her true identity, an event from 10 years ago gradually comes to light. Her uncle, Fuka Nuteo, heard that the Snow Country had hidden treasures, so he hired several snow ninjas, including Langishuabing, to launch a rebellion and killed the then-king, Fuka Hayayuki. Fortunately, Kazahana Hate asked for help from the Konoha village at the critical moment. Kakashi arrived at the scene just in time and successfully broke out with the young Kazahana Hate. So, Miss Shuewe is really a princess. Everyone in the crew found it unbelievable. After spending so much time together, I never expected that she was actually a real princess. We are all working as slaves. It's okay for you to play a princess in the drama, but are you also a princess in real life? Hee. I have always believed that you are a real princess. Naruto grinned, pleased with his own keen eyes. Fenghua Xiaoxua laughed at herself and said, What kind of princess is she? She doesn't even dare to use her real name. She has been living in hiding for all these years. I can only play a fake princess in this play. Don't worry, I will help you defeat the evil Fenghua Nuteo and help you regain your homeland. With Naruto's encouragement, Fenghua Xiaoxua's confidence became more firm. She carefully put away the precious hexagonal crystal again, looked at Naruto, and said seriously, When the time comes, Any treasure in the secret storage will be at your disposal. Naruto waved his hand as if he didn't care. Alas, I have no interest in treasures. What I hate most is evil people like this. Aren't you right, Sasuke? As he was talking, Naruto turned to Sasuke, who was leaning on the boat pole beside him, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. Sasuke smiled, but he knew in his heart that the so-called secret treasure of the Snow Country was not the priceless treasure as speculated by the outside world, but a huge geothermal device. Since the Snow Country is extremely cold all year round and there is no sign of spring, the former King Fenghua Zhaoxue invested a lot of resources in developing this heating system. I hope this land can temporarily escape the harsh winter and usher in a beautiful season of blooming flowers. What a pity! Who would have thought that such a good facility that benefits the people would be mistaken for some valuable property? This in turn triggered the greed of his younger brother Fenghua Nuteo, which eventually led to the turmoil of the entire country and the destruction of families. In the core area of the Snow Country, in a huge castle, there was a constant blizzard outside, but it was warm as summer inside the room. Fenghua Nuteo was sitting on a gorgeous chair, shaking the wine glass in his hand, looking relaxed. After taking a sip of the wine with enjoyment, he glanced at the clock on the side and whispered, "According to the time calculation, Schweb Bong and the others should have succeeded by now." Boom! At this moment, the whole building suddenly shook slightly, small stone chips fell from the ceiling, and the chairs also shook. Fenghua Nuteo, who was originally at ease, suddenly lost his composure and asked with a frown, "What's going on?" Soon, a very nervous snow ninja ran into the room and reported. "Report to the master. There is a huge fox rushing over here." The snow ninja's face was filled with fear, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. A big fox. A trace of annoyance appeared on Fenghua Nuteo's face. Can such a small thing scare you like this? There were many snow foxes in the Snow Kingdom, and he subconsciously thought that his subordinates were talking about a slightly larger snow fox. But how big can a fox be? It must be as big as a calf, but it's still so frightened? Despite the fear in his heart, the snow ninja still lowered his head and refuted. But it's really huge. Waste. Lead the way. After saying this, Fenghua Nuteo stood up and left his seat. While walking quickly behind him, he muttered and complained about the incompetent performance of the rest of his subordinates. Except for Schweb Bong and his men, the others are completely useless. The snow ninja, who was leading the way in front, quickened his pace to lead the way. Fenghua Nuteo walked in front of him and said with disdain, "Let's see what kind of guy can scare you so much, and whether you are worthy of seeing my Black Dragon Blizzard." Push the door open. Just as he took a step out of the door, the sky suddenly became dark. Fenghua Nuteo frowned and looked up. He saw a huge foot falling rapidly in front of his pupils, quickly filling his entire field of vision. Boom! The entire castle shook violently. Who is Fenghua Nuteo? Come out now. Today it's time for reckoning. Naruto, transformed into 9 tails, got down on all fours and roared angrily towards the castle. The deafening sound echoed in the air and even caused avalanches on some hilltops. Even if Fenghua Nuteo was sleeping, he would be awakened by this sound. However, the other party still did not show up. Fenghua Nuteo, you are not afraid to show up, are you? Come out now. No matter how Naruto shouted, the other party seemed determined to hide and did not respond at all. This, Sir, Fenghua Nuteo is here. Just as Naruto was about to lift up the castle to search for himself, a timid voice of a snow ninja suddenly came from below. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head to check. Where is he? Ninetails' hideous face came closer, causing the snow ninja to tremble in fear, but he still managed to point to the bottom of Ninetails' claws. Here, you're here. Are you trying to sneak attack me? Naruto raised his claws in surprise. All that was revealed was a pool of unrecognizable meat paste. Naruto, Fenghua Nuteo committed suicide. The plot of the main world is in full swing, but at this moment, in the 67th year of Konoha, An unprecedented super war is quietly brewing. In an inconspicuous house, Six Paths Obito closed the chat group, his face full of annoyance. This idiot is so idle. We should really bring him over here. Huh? Obito's ideas are always a little special. Minato Namikaze couldn't help laughing. What are you talking about? Faden, who couldn't see the chat group interface, asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's okay, just keep observing. Oh, the three of them refocused their attention on the crystal ball in front of them, which clearly reflected a part of the Konoha village. This is the telescope technique often used by the old third generation, which can give them a glimpse of what is going on in Konoha village. They were using this technique to secretly observe a man who was walking aimlessly in Konoha. That person is Tsishin, or rather, complete set of Otsutsuki. More than a month has passed since the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and although that sudden battle ended in an anticlimactic manner, life still goes on. All countries quickly entered a state of rest and recuperation. After a month of restoration, Konoha has returned to its former prosperity. The streets were bustling with people and smiling, and people seemed to have gradually forgotten the trauma of the battle. Otsutsuki transformed into Jigen and walked leisurely on the streets of Konoha. Holding a crystal-clear wine glass in his hand, he gently shook the bright red wine inside, which danced in the glass like a flame. If he's not in Konoha, is he hiding in another time and space? Jigen looked around and used his left eye to use the Byakugan to penetrate all obstacles, looking for the trace of Six Paths Obito. Konoha is not big, and it didn't take long for Jigen to walk through the entire village and take in everything. Although he did not find the person he was looking for, he did find two descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya who carried Otsutsuki blood, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The degree of compatibility between these two people should be higher than that of ordinary people, but the specific situation needs to be brought back for further testing. At the same time, he also noticed a genius named Orochimaru, who had penultimate research results in the field of biotechnology. If we can deal with these three people, this trip will be considered a gain. Hopefully, their fit with the wedge will be as expected. Sishin took a sip of the wine and prepared to leave. Just then, two children who were playing and fighting bumped into each other and accidentally hit Sishin. Bang! The unfinished red wine spilled all over the floor, and the wine glass broke into pieces. Sorry, I didn't mean it. The child who fell to the ground rubbed his aching head and immediately apologized to Sishin. Facing this reckless child, Sishin did not show any anger at all, but just nodded calmly. Don't mind it, just be more careful next time. Then he waved his hand, and the broken wine glass disappeared without a trace. After dealing with all this, Jigen turned and left, heading towards Uzumaki Naruto. That direction, he was heading towards Naruto. In front of the crystal ball, Minato Namikaze's face became serious, and he turned to look at Obito. Looks like we have to change our plans. We must not let Naruto and the others get involved in a battle of this level. Six Paths Obito thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, then try to lead him somewhere else. But in this way, we will lose our first mover advantage and will have to confront him head-on. Obito's words carried a certain weight. Their original plan was to wait for the right opportunity and then launch a surprise attack on Sishin. But the current situation obviously did not allow them to wait any longer. What are you afraid of? Can't the three of us handle him alone? It would be so embarrassing if the news got out. Fadewan said nonchalantly that he never took the first or second style seriously. Okay, then you go first. Six Paths Obito gave him a sidelong glance. I'll go ahead if you want. Faden replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he took out a small gourd and uncorked it. Soon, countless tiny mosquitoes swarmed out of the gourd. This guy, looking at the mosquitoes flying densely outside the window, Six Paths Obito's eyelids trembled unconsciously. Namikaze Minato was also quite impressed. Yuzuki is indeed a genius to be able to think of such a method. Okay, let's go and wait for my little baby to bring back good news. Haiden waved and smiled playfully. Minato gently placed his hands on the two men's shoulders and immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique. The spell that had been set up long ago was instantly activated, and the figures of the three people disappeared without a trace. Outside Naruto's house, Jigen, who had just knocked on the door, suddenly changed his expression. That guy's aura. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the west. Showing up at this time and exposing his presence. Is it a coincidence or is there another purpose? Cixin turned around and looked at the house next to her, falling into deep thought. Squeak! The door slowly opened. Uzumaki Naruto stuck his head out and met the slightly unfamiliar face of Jigen. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Naruto asked curiously. "It's okay, I just found the wrong place." After leaving these few words, Cixin turned and left. Perhaps Six Paths Obito showed up to lure him away and protect Naruto. But with Jigen's ability, he can easily hold Naruto hostage and use him as a bargaining chip in his hand. He didn't do so, and the reason was simple. Just because of his identity. Complete set of Otsutsuki, his power is enough to sweep away everything, so he disdains to use such means. What a strange person. Naruto looked at Jigen's receding back, his face full of confusion. On the other side, after making sure that they were out of Naruto's sight, Jigen raised his hand and a dark space passage suddenly opened up in front of him. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly noticed a series of subtle vibrations in his ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A small mosquito that had landed on his shoulder at some point raised its sharp mouthparts and tried to have a feast on his neck. Even in the state of Jigen's possession, Otsutsuki's aura still shocked everyone, and ordinary creatures didn't dare to approach easily, let alone these insignificant little creatures. This phenomenon couldn't help but arouse Cixin's interest, and she took a few more glances. But in this brief glance, he noticed something unusual. Mosquitoes carrying chakra. There was a hint of surprise in Cixin's eyes. Through the unique vision provided by its white eyes, he clearly sensed that there were subtle energy fluctuations hidden in the mosquito's body. It looks like someone is manipulating them. He narrowed his eyes slightly to make a judgment, then quickly crushed it. However, this action seemed to have touched some mechanism, and a large number of mosquitoes suddenly emerged from all directions and rushed towards where Cixin was like a tide. Since sneaking up on them doesn't work, we'll just use a forceful attack strategy. Cixin looked around and found that all of these mosquitoes carried chakra and were driven by external forces. It's so boring. Cixin waved his arm expressionlessly, and a fierce energy swept away. In an instant, all the mosquitoes died, and not even a single one escaped. After making sure there were no more threats around, Cixin stepped directly into the space channel and headed for an unknown place to keep his appointment. At the same time, in a remote place far away from Konoha village. "No, my little darlings," Phaeton roared almost desperately, and the shrill sound cut through the silent air. Six Paths Obito raised an eyebrow and stared at him. At this moment, Haiden fell to his knees and wailed. He had never seen the usually fearless Haiden look so grief-stricken, and even the usually calm and composed Six Paths Obito could not help but be surprised. Just as they were about to say something to comfort each other, a subtle but obviously unusual wave quietly reached their ears. The two of them turned their eyes in the same direction almost at the same time. Where there was nothing originally, a dark space-time portal suddenly opened up the next moment. Cixin walked out slowly, looking calm and composed. "Here we come." The expressions of both of them suddenly became serious. His eyes fell on Six Paths Obito, and seeing Obito, Jigen couldn't help but smile. "You finally showed up, the new 10 Tails Jinchuriki. I never thought that you would get the power of the sacred tree in the end. But it's a pity that those who are not from the Otsutsuki clan will never be able to unleash the true power of the sacred tree. Just give the sacred tree to me. It will be put to the best use in my hands." After some persuasion, Six Paths Obito didn't react at all. Jigen felt a little bored. He was just another person who had lost his mind due to power. He glanced around casually. Only then did I realize that there were actually 2 other people here. 3 people? You guys are so on guard. It seems like you already knew about my existence. Cixin looked at the three people in front of him with interest. So, please tell me, where did you get this information about me? A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I want revenge for my little baby. The evil god personally ordered me to raise them, and you dare to kill them all. Six Paths Obito and Namikaze Minato had no intention of responding, but at this moment, Haiden next to them suddenly rushed towards Jigen in anger. Cixin was slightly surprised by the other party's sudden action. This enemy, who didn't seem to be very smart, launched an attack so rashly without knowing the relative strength of the two sides. If all the enemies were of this level, then he would probably be in for a disappointment today. With a slight movement of his eyes, Jigen locked onto Haiden's figure. Suddenly, several black sticks appeared in the air and pierced through Feiden's body in the blink of an eye. Bang! With a dull sound, Haiden's charging steps suddenly deviated from the track, and the whole person fell directly to the ground. He slid forward for several meters by inertia and finally stopped in front of Jigen's feet. Jigen casually condensed a long black stick and stabbed it towards Haiden's head without hesitation, piercing it completely through. We've dealt with one, now it's 2-1. As he spoke, Cixin let go of the black stick in his hand and clapped his hands calmly. Six Red Sun Formation. Seeing this, Six Paths Obito quickly formed hand seals, and the black rods set up earlier began to take effect. A huge barrier quickly formed, covering the four of them. These barriers were set up to prevent Jixin from escaping. Even the tailed beast balls of the 4 tails could not easily destroy the Six Red Yang Formation. Even though Jigen is very powerful, it will take some time for him to destroy this barrier, and Six Paths Obito and Namikaze Minato will obviously not give him this opportunity. Facing the current situation, Cixin's tone remained calm. Barriers? There's no point in that. His strong strength is the basis of his fearlessness. You'll soon find out whether it makes sense or not. Six Paths Obito hit back without showing any weakness. Is that so? After saying that, Cixin gently raised his hand, and countless slender black sticks suddenly emerged from the void and shot towards the target at an extremely fast speed. Sniff, sniff. The momentum was like an overwhelming force, making it hard to breathe. Ding, ding, ding. Six Paths Obito quickly waved the staff in his hand to block the incoming objects, and at the same time used the truth-seeking ball behind him to transform it into a hard shield for further protection. Teacher, Six Paths Obito suddenly called out. Yes, Namikaze Minato replied. Kurama, it's time to act. A smile flashed in his eyes. This was the first time they worked together to fight a powerful enemy. The annoying fourth generation always orders me to do things. In the sealed world, Ninetails complained while putting his hands together to gather natural energy and then released it to the outside world with all his strength. Immediately, a dazzling golden light burst out from Minato Namikaze's body. The double superposition of Ninetails' chakra mode and sage mode makes the whole scene particularly dazzling. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and Minato Namikaze teleported behind Jigen. Sage Art Super Time Rasengan. As his arm slapped down hard, a dazzling golden Rasengan hit Jigen's back hard. Feeling this astonishing speed, Cixin couldn't help but be shocked. Although he sensed the threat, it was too late to react. Little name. It was too late for him to use the summoning power of Xiaoming Bigu to shrink himself. In this state, without using the power of the wedge, his abilities in all aspects had not reached their peak. He could only helplessly watch the attack fall. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in all directions, and Jigen flew away from his original position as if he was catapulted by a powerful cannonball. After adjusting his posture in the air, he quickly thrust his legs into the ground to reduce the impact, leaving 2 long traces on the ground before finally stopping. After standing still, Cixin said in a deep voice, "It seems that I underestimated you." At this moment, a shocking scar suddenly appeared on his back. It was a fatal wound caused by Sage Jutsu, which could effectively break the natural defense of the Otsutsuki clan. However, at this moment, a Manuma Hoko, Six Paths Abito launched an attack from midair, and the creation sword in his hand transformed into a sharp giant spear that was 100 meters long and thrust forward. But Cixian showed no fear and allowed the weapon to approach until only an inch was left between them. Then his face turned darker, and a black wedge-shaped symbol representing the awakening of Otsutsuki's power gradually appeared on his forehead. The power of Otsutsuki was initially released. Bang! At the moment when it was about to touch the body, Cixian's palm grasped the gun body tightly like steel, causing this powerful object to suddenly stop moving. Catch the Amanuma spear with one hand. Seeing this, Six Paths Abito couldn't help but gasp. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the strength displayed by the opponent. Then, another loud shout rang out. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. While grabbing the Amanuma spear, Jigen was temporarily unable to move. Namikaze Minato once again used his ultimate move and flashed above Jigen in an instant. A huge blue sphere quickly gathered in the sky and pressed down, giving people a strong sense of oppression like a doomsday meteorite. Sizzle. At the critical moment, a seemingly ordinary hand stepped forward and firmly blocked the huge Rasengan that was about to descend. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to exert downward pressure. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not make his opponent retreat even a little bit. Jigen held the Amanuma spear tightly in his left hand without moving at all, while his right hand was under the pressure of the rotating force field that exceeded his limit without retreating at all. He neutralized 2 fatal attacks with ease. Seeing that the two were stuck in a stalemate and unable to break through the defense, Cixian showed a relaxed smile on his face and looked up at the golden figure in front of him. The speed is good, but the power is a little lacking. The moment Xiaoming Viguna was activated, the originally huge, massive Rasengan suddenly shrank to the point where it almost disappeared. Minato Namikaze lost his support and fell down. At the same time, a black spike quietly appeared in Jigen's hand, pointing directly at the falling person. Minato's pupils shrank slightly, realizing that danger was approaching. However, Jigen's upward swing did not bring the expected feeling of hitting the flesh. Just when he was wondering, his keen spiritual perception made him instantly aware of someone behind him. Before he could even turn around, an extremely powerful side kick struck him as his pupils dilated. Super fast. Young name is Viguna. Jigen's body turned into the size of a grain of rice in an instant, barely avoiding Minato Namikaze's fatal blow. After Minato Namikaze's attack missed, he dodged without hesitation and disappeared from Jigen's sight in the blink of an eye. Boom! Without the support of Jigen's power, the blocked sword of creation, Tianju's spear, suddenly fell down and pierced straight through the earth. For a moment, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, at this time, Jixian had shrunk to an unnoticeable level, and such a fierce attack seemed to pose no threat to him at all. Upon seeing this, Six Paths Abito retracted the Amanuma spear and quickly launched a new round of offensive. A few wisps of cherry pink flames, harboring danger, appeared behind him. The crossfire. As Six Paths Abito's arms waved gently, scattered sparks fell lightly from the sky, ignited as soon as they touched the ground, and instantly formed a blazing fire. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in a vast sea of fire. The blazing fire of Six Paths burned brightly everywhere. The entire Six Red Yang formation was completely enveloped by the omnipresent flames, making it almost impossible for Cixian to hide. But surprisingly, facing the raging flames, Cixian had no intention of retreating at all. He just stood in the fire and restored his body's shape. Although the flames all around were rapidly gathering towards it, an extremely strange phenomenon occurred. The wedge seals around Cixian's body emitted a strange and powerful suction force, which not only prevented the raging crossfires from harming him in the slightest, but instead absorbed him into his body like running water, transforming him into a part of his own strength. This kind of power is quite suitable as a source of nourishment. Cixin said with a faint smile on his face. The seal has the ability to devour all ninjutsu and transform it into the energy it needs. However, this skill is not often used on a daily basis, because one must remain still to use it effectively. But in the current situation, there is no harm in doing so. As Cixin's palm flipped, the black spot in the palm that looked like an endless abyss began to frantically absorb all the crossfires that permeated the surrounding area. Those jumping and flying hot liquids rushed towards him as if they were summoned. Eventually, a huge and dazzling fire tornado was formed, and it couldn't wait to drill into the host's body. After a short while, the raging flames that had swept across the sky were completely extinguished. If it weren't for the charred and cracked ground on the ground proving that nothing had happened, the catastrophe that just covered the entire area would have seemed unbelievable and unreal. A whistling sound was heard. A golden light streaked across the sky, and Namake's Minato appeared next to Six Paths Obito again. He looked at the figure below, who was still standing calmly with a thoughtful look. It seems that only Taijutsu and Sage Jutsu can defeat him. I'm afraid the other means will have no effect on the other party. At this time, Six Paths Obito's voice came from the side. Sealing techniques may also work. After a brief pause, Namake's Minato replied, "It seems to be extremely difficult to find sealing techniques that can deal with people of this level. Personally, I think that Shiki Fujin is the most powerful option, right? Just thinking about it may not work." Shiki Fujin is indeed not effective, but if used in conjunction with Six Paths Planetary Devastation, it might be effective. Six Paths Obito said as he looked towards the Haiden who was playing dead in the distance. When the crossfire broke out before, it deliberately bypassed the area where he was. Now this guy was so well disguised that Cixin obviously didn't notice his presence. In fact, Jigen never expected that the character he thought was dead long ago is still alive and well. Who could survive being shot in the head? Not him. I have the power of Yin and Yang, and with the help of Haiden, who has a complete samsara eye, as long as I can hit the target, I may be able to successfully seal Ishiki completely. Six Paths Obito stated his plan solemnly. Just as he finished speaking, Minato Namake's beside him seemed to sense some bad omen, suddenly grabbed his arm, and instantly transferred the two of them to another safe area. Hiss! Shortly after they exchanged positions, dozens of black rods suddenly penetrated from the body and pierced through the left half of Six Paths Obito's body. "Are you okay?" Minato Namake's looked at him with concern. Six Paths Obito shook his head slightly. "Not bad." Then he frowned and reached out to pull out the foreign objects that had pierced his skin. This move is really too insidious. Jigen's attack method is direct and brutal. He uses the ability of the young Viguna to shrink the black stick to an almost unnoticeable size and then launches it. Once the black stick hits the target, it will suddenly enlarge, creating a shocking effect as if the black stick grows out of the body out of thin air, which appears extremely scary and frightening. Be careful. You can't detect the shrunken black sticks with your naked eyes. Fortunately, I can roughly predict some of the attacks through sensing. Namake's Minato warned, "I will lead the attack now, and you will be responsible for interfering with the opponent. According to the original plan, we will first defeat his current body." Minato quickly arranged a battle plan. "Understood." Six Paths Obito responded, and his injuries quickly recovered, and he soon regained his ability to fight. "Then, I'll go first." Minato showed a confident smile. "It's time to try the power of this strange fruit that Yueyu gave me." Flash kick. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato Namake's figure turned into a ray of light, refracting and dancing in the air, and almost instantly appeared behind Jigen. "Have you ever been kicked by light speed?" Minato suddenly asked such a strange question, as if it would be incomplete if I didn't say this when using this ability. "What?" Cixin's heart suddenly tightened at this sudden question. It was not until I heard a noise coming from behind that I suddenly realized someone had circled behind me. Bang! With a low roar, Cixin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly retreated in the air, and finally hit the edge of the 6 Red Yang formation, used to set up barriers in the distance. Just when Jigen had gained his footing and was ready to fight back, he found himself facing a smiling and high-spirited Minato Namikaze. Sage Jutsu, Flash Rasengan. Following a roar, a golden energy ball shone towards Sishin's head at lightning speed. However, at this time, Jigen, who had partially released the power of Ishiki, had already surpassed ordinary people in reflexes. Even though a surprise attack is difficult to guard against, if you fight head-on, you only need to seize that moment of opportunity. The little name Viguna starts immediately. In an instant, the flashing Rasengan that was about to hit the target disappeared out of thin air. Minato's expression changed slightly. The heavy blow that was originally destined to succeed could only helplessly turn into a hard slap in the face for the opponent. This level of attack was more like a humiliation to him than a fatal blow. Jigen immediately launched a counterattack. Mahakala is activated. Suddenly, countless dark and slender objects burst out from Minato's body and pierced him into a sieve-like shape. Then Sishin tightly grasped the throat of the human in front of him who did not seem to be afraid of death. It's rare for an ordinary human being to be able to do this. Looking at Minato in front of him, who remained calm and had an inexplicable smile on his face, Jigen commented calmly. But at this moment, something he didn't expect happened again. Before he could think further about the reason, the figure in his hand suddenly exploded. The strong, incandescent light instantly filled the entire visual space. It was like being hit by a super bright flash bomb at close range. Even someone as strong as Jishin inevitably experienced temporary blindness. This means his eyes with special powers have temporarily lost their effectiveness. Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, two Namikaze Minatos, with brilliant golden light surrounding them, appeared one after another near the original position. Then they simultaneously launched a chakra aggregate attack with extremely strong rotational force, gradually approaching the enemy from different directions. It is as smooth and natural as the inner and outer circles of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram. Due to the affected vision, he was unable to perform normal defensive measures, and the Wedge Seal was unable to absorb the Sage Jutsu. This time, Sishin really suffered a great loss. After a while, all I heard was a series of loud, rumbling noises. Not only did two powerful Rasengan reach critical point at the same time and explode, even Jigen's own extremely hard body was not spared. The whole person was split into upper and lower halves. Actually, once again, Zishin murmured in disbelief. He could no longer feel his lower body, which reminded him of the sneak attack by Kagaya thousands of years ago. He was equally helpless at that time, but he didn't expect that after many years, he would be in despair again. "Well done, teacher." Six Paths Abito fell from the sky with a look of joy on his face. "I was almost scared to death when you were captured just now. I couldn't even tell that it was your clone. I was ready to ask for help in the group." Namikaze Minato smiled softly and said, "I just had a sudden idea to combine the light clone with the shadow clone. By the way, teacher, what kind of ninjutsu did you just use? I don't think I've ever seen it before." Six Paths Abito showed a puzzled expression. That move that directly transformed into a flash of light had reached an extremely astonishing level in terms of both attack and speed. Although the teacher is called Yellow Flash, it is just a title and does not mean that he is really as fast as Flash. Well, I'm not very clear about this. It was something that Yue gave me. It is said that it is a specialty from some other world, and eating it can give you magical powers. Namikaze Minato explained. "It feels pretty good. I practiced privately for a long time and used gold coins to strengthen it several times." "Can you tell me your name?" Zishin's faint voice came. Six Paths Abito and Namikaze Minato immediately stopped communicating and looked at Zishin with serious eyes. They knew that the easiest stage was over, and the next step would be the birth of Otsutsuki. "Don't get me wrong, I won't investigate you, nor will I take action against the people around you. I just don't want to drink at your grave without knowing your name." There was a strange self-confidence in Zishin's calm eyes. He firmly believed that he would be the next winner. Namikaze Minato smiled calmly. It's still uncertain. What if I win? Heh. Zishin shook his head and smiled helplessly. Well, then I can only make a nameless monument for you. As soon as the words fell, a heart-pounding feeling of oppression came over me. The source was Zi Xian, who was lying on the ground with only half of his body left. Otsutsuki's wedge completely thawed Zishin's body, but his body was simply unable to withstand this force. This body will disintegrate in 2 days at most, but this time is enough for him to capture 6 paths of Beto and feed him to 10 tails. By then, Otsutsuki will be able to obtain the fruit of the sacred tree in one go, and will naturally be able to continue to survive and even become more powerful. Boom! The transparent air waves swept wildly, and the smoke and dust they raised obscured everyone's vision. When the dust settled, a brand new figure appeared in front of 6 paths of Beto and Namikaze Minato. Pale skin, gray hair, a crown-like horn on his head, a black eye pupil with a golden wool pattern on his right eye, and a white eye on his left eye. It's Otsutsuki. Let's continue. It's a new round now. Otsutsuki smiled faintly and walked over leisurely. 6 paths of Beto's Adam's apple rolled, and he glanced at Minato Namikaze. Teacher, go ahead. Then, he hurriedly ran towards Haydn. Is your disciple? You are really responsible for leaving your teacher behind to fight alone. Otsutsuki said with a hint of amusement. Namikaze Minato smiled nonchalantly and said, That's why as a teacher, I have to protect my students from being harmed by bad people. Otsutsuki nodded. Don't worry, you two won't be alone down there. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a burst of air waves overturned the earth. Otsutsuki came in front of Minato Namikaze in the blink of an eye and punched him hard on the head. Otsutsuki frowned and snorted. With his powerful strength, he thought he could kill the enemy with one blow. Strangely, after the punch, Minato Namikaze's body briefly turned into a flash of light, and the punch missed. Otsutsuki attacked again. A black stick appeared in his hand and swung it down fiercely. He thought it was some kind of ninja trick again. These ninjas always come up with some weird and wonderful things. But he believed that no matter what kind of ninjutsu it was, it needed chakra to support it. This black stick can cut off the flow of chakra and break all laws with one force. Boom! Surprisingly, the attack missed again. The black stick hit the ground, creating a huge crack. Flash kick. A shoe sole enlarged before Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes. When it was about to hit him, he shrank down and avoided the fatal blow. Then he appeared above Minato Namikaze's head and summoned a huge black and red cube to smash down, as if the sky was collapsing, suppressing Minato Namikaze. However, not long after, some golden particles emerged from the bottom of the cube like water, and eventually reformed Minato Namikaze's body. Are you an energy being? Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki asked in surprise. That's about right. Minato Namikaze did not deny it. After hearing the other party's answer, Otsutsuki realized that he might fail. At present, he really has no means to deal with this energy body that could be transformed into virtuality. Skydrive. Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind me, like thunder. A red figure was approaching rapidly through the air. It was Haydn with 8 gates fully activated. After seeing who was coming, Otsutsuki frowned. He's not dead. Obviously, his head had been pierced with a black rod before, so even if there was any regeneration technique, it should have been ineffective. But now, not only was Haydn standing there alive, but his strength had also greatly increased, which made Otsutsuki Ishiki feel vaguely threatened. Yuzu a pair. Fadewan didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and punched, and the fierce air cannon attacked crazily. But Otsutsuki just flicked it lightly, and the air cannon instantly disappeared into thin air. Afterwards, Mahakala activated his power, and countless small black sticks that were imperceptible to the naked eye shot towards Haydn at high speed. You think this thing can deal with me? You are kidding me. A disdainful sneer sounded. Fadewan's figure moved left and right in the air, so fast that it left after images in the air. The samsara, I gave him extraordinary dynamic vision, and combined with the extreme speed after the gate of death was opened, Otsutsuki's dense black stick shot out were all missed. Take a taste of my punch. After dodging the attack, Haiden stepped into the air, rushing like the wind in midair, heading straight for the Otsutsuki style. Amidst his wild laughter, huge waves were set off wherever he passed, and the deafening sound echoed in all directions. This punch is for revenge of my little darlings. The roars gathered into an endless momentum, and Fade One used all his strength to strike a fatal blow. Otsutsuki's expression became solemn. The punch in front of him was extremely powerful and should not be underestimated. In a flash, Fade One's fist was in front of him. Otsutsuki has no extra time to think and immediately gathers strength to fight. Boom! An earth-shattering shock wave instantly erupted from the point where the two men fought. The wind waves swept across the sky and earth crazily. The clouds in the sky were forcibly split apart, and even the ground was shaken to pieces. With an imperceptible groan, a gray figure fell to the ground like a meteorite, creating a huge, deep pit. Otsutsuki, looking a little embarrassed, slowly stood up from the pit. What kind of secret technique is this that can allow such a useless person to suddenly increase to such a level of power? He looked up at the red figure, his voice filled with incomprehensible shock. It's not a good habit to be distracted during a battle. Behind Otsutsuki Ishiki, the voice of Minato Namikaze came into his ears with a hint of laughter, as if whispering in his ear. Boom! Otsutsuki turned and swept without hesitation, and the huge force instantly destroyed a large area of the ground. But it didn't hit anyone. Sage Art, Spiral Flash, Super Round Dance, Roar, 3 styles. The surroundings suddenly shone with golden light. Otsutsuki turned around quickly and saw countless figures of Minato Namikaze filling the sky and the ground. They were so dense and numerous that they were countless. Without any words, Minato Namikaze immediately launched an attack. Each clone held a high-speed spinning Rasengan in its hands, emitting brilliant golden light, and attacked Otsutsuki like lightning. The younger name is Viguna. The cross pattern in the black I activated, targeting all the energy clones. In Otsutsuki's understanding, energy can also be reduced to a certain extent. However, this time, little name Viguna failed. These clones are not simply energy entities, but new products that combine the light clone and shadow clone. They are considered half-living things, making Xiaoming Viguna completely useless. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Ishiki immediately adjusted his strategy and targeted the Rasengan in the clone's hand. This time the eye technique was successful, and the Rasengan in the hands of all the clones shrank one by one until they disappeared. Now that you've lost your weapon, let's see how you can fight. The words haven't finished yet. The golden clone was like a high-speed laser, instantly hitting Otsutsuki Ishiki's body. Even without the Rasengan, attack directly with your body. Otsutsuki's expression was distorted, and a burning pain spread from the place where he was hit. Even with a natural 6 paths constitution, he still felt unbearable pain, which means that the opponent's attack power temperature has reached an incredible level. This is his real purpose. Otsutsuki was shocked and finally understood that the Rasengan was just a trick to distract attention, and the clone that was rushing towards him was the fatal killing move. Mahakala. In an instant, countless tiny black rods and huge black and red cubes swept out like a storm. These clones must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation will be out of control. Sniff, sniff. The big box pressed down, and the black stick shot out like a gust of wind. In an instant, a large number of clones were ruthlessly wiped out. However, boom! After this brief moment, the clones that had just disappeared suddenly exploded violently at the same time. The golden light was dazzling, bursting with blinding brilliance. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a world of brilliant golden light, and the entire world seemed to be filled with this hot and brilliant color. It's that trick again. Otsutsuki suddenly became alert, but it was too late, and he could only close his eyes tightly. However, this light with unparalleled speed had already deprived him of his vision. For a moment, his vision was temporarily blocked by the strong impact of light. The pain in his eyes made Otsutsuki cover his eyes subconsciously. It worked. The real Namikaze Minato, who was hiding among countless clones, witnessed all this, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whether it is a unique skill like Xiaoming Viguna or Daikokuten, Otsutsuki's eye power can be quickly released while staring. Lightning speed is its advantage, but also its fatal weakness. As long as he loses his vision, he will no longer be able to use those terrifying pupil techniques. Minato smiled and said, "This move is called Golden Sky Flash Bomb Zero." Chirp, chirp, chirp. The remaining clones continued to launch a fierce attack on the enemy, and strong rays of light hit Otsutsuki like sharp arrows. Despite being temporarily blinded, the opponent was still able to rely on his body's instincts to quickly evade the attack path. But ultimately, human power is limited. Just when he thought he had escaped, countless rays of light gathered together again and blocked all escape routes. It was as if the sky was filled with arrows woven into a net, and an almost suffocating feeling of oppression enveloped the surroundings, and every inch of the air was boiling in the violent fluctuations. Even far away from the core area, one can feel the temperature rising rapidly to an alarming height. Otsutsuki, who was in the center of the battlefield, was covered in red and was under intensive fire, unable to escape. "Haiden, it's your turn. My attack can only serve as a distraction. We need one final blow to end the battle once and for all," Minato shouted loudly to Haiden. "I've been waiting for a long time." Fade One rubbed his hands together and said with a grim smile, "Today I will make the guy who killed my baby pay with blood." He gathered strength with his legs and pushed the ground suddenly. With a deafening roar, a huge hole appeared in the ground, and Fade One leaped into the air like a cannonball. In just a moment, his figure turned into a streak of fire in the sky and disappeared without a trace. Flying out of the ninja world? What moves is he going to use? Minato couldn't help but be extremely curious. Rumble, rumble. Then there were thunderous sounds coming from the air. When he looked up, he saw Fade One running in the opposite direction in the sky, and then he was falling with his head down at a speed that violated the laws of nature. As they got closer to the horizon, they could clearly see that Haiden was still increasing at an astonishing rate. Minato raised his eyebrows slightly, and after observing for a long time, his expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he teleported away from his original position to avoid potential danger. Just after this moment, boom! Even though he was in a safe area more than 10 kilometers away, Minato Namikaze still felt the strong vibration that shook the mountains and rivers, and his eyes widened in disbelief. At this time, he had already understood that Fade One was using the most direct, effective, and extremely powerful physical impact method. First, it climbs above the clouds and uses gravity to fall freely, and then with the combined effect of self-acceleration, it generates unprecedented destructive power the moment it touches the ground. This time, I hope the ninja world will be broken through. Namikaze Minato said with a somewhat amused look. Fade One has an immortal body, so he must be fine, but the people on the ground are not so lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he returned to the battlefield again, he found that there was no trace of the ground where he landed, only a huge, bottomless lava pit. Minato's expression changed slightly, and he jumped into the deep pit. He fell freely in the air for nearly a minute, and the depth below was still unfathomable. Minato immediately used his escape technique to speed up his fall. A golden light flashed, and his figure sank rapidly. I don't know how deep the ground is, but we have reached the lava zone. The hot breath and the smell of sulfur fill the entire space. Is that Haiden? Minato Namikaze looked carefully and saw a constantly rising and falling skeleton on the surface of the rolling magma, faintly emitting the aura of Haiden. With a flash of his body, He picked up the skeleton and brought it to the ground. Minato-sensei, what's the result? As soon as they put Haiden down on a flat surface, Six Paths Obito's figure dropped from the sky and landed in front of them. No one knows where this guy hid before. We should have one, Namikaze Minato said with a smile. The three of us are so strong. Six Paths Obito immediately smiled excitedly. Minato smiled and glanced at him lightly without saying anything. Oh, by the way, where is that Ishiki now? Six Paths Obito turned to another question. One style? Look, it's everywhere. Namikaze Minato pointed at the surroundings. Everywhere. Hearing this, Six Paths Obito immediately became alert and looked around for any trace of the enemy. After a moment, I noticed the smile on Minato Namikaze's face and realized that it was just a joke from the teacher. Minato-sensei, don't joke like that. Six Paths Obito said helplessly. Ah, just a little joke. In fact, Haiden has already blasted him into pieces, so it's not wrong to say that he is everywhere. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, took out a bottle of potion and began to pour it on Haiden's bones. As time went by, Faden gradually began to sprout like a small tree, indicating that recovery was imminent. It would be wrong to ruin this joy, but there is something bad that needs to be reported. Six Paths Obito suddenly looked at Minato with a serious expression and said, What's going on? I did not receive any gold coin reward. Six Paths Obito replied with a frown on his face. What? Minato Namikaze frowned involuntarily and asked, Has it been checked many times? Yes, I didn't find it. At this moment, Minato Namikaze also felt ominous. Ishiki Otsutsuki is a major villain in Boruto. How could his death not have any gold coin reward? Hearing this, Minato already had the answer in his mind. Otsutsuki Ishiki might not really be dead. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato activated the Fairy Fox mode that he had just released again, and his senses were fully turned on, carefully searching every inch of space around. After a moment, Minato Namikaze opened his eyes, and his face looked quite gloomy. Didn't find it? Six Paths Obito felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Minato nodded with a tense face. Suddenly, the air around them seemed to freeze and fell into a dead silence. It doesn't matter. He only has 2 days left to live. He can't hide anyway, Namikaze Minato said in a firm tone. The problem is that our methods have almost been exposed in this battle. I'm afraid it will be a bit tricky the next time we fight. How about we call for backup? Six Paths Obito suggested. Quick, give me another bottle of life potion. I feel like this one may not be enough. Just as the two were thinking about their next plan, Fadewan's weak voice suddenly came from the ground. The two looked down and found that although Faden was still weak, his condition had improved. Minato quickly took out a bottle of potion and fed it to Haiden. Soon, his face gradually regained its rosy color. Haiden suddenly jumped up and shouted energetically, Haha, I'm back to full health again. What's the situation? Has that person been dealt with completely? Can we withdraw? I'm afraid not for now. Otsutsuki Ishiki is still alive. Six Paths Obito replied. How was that possible? I saw him being destroyed into pieces with my own eyes. Fadewan was surprised, but the fact is that he did not die. It is not clear what other methods he used. Six Paths Obito spread his hands, showing a hint of helplessness. Haiden scratched his head with his hand. So what should we do next? Find his position and continue attacking. Let me think about this for a moment. Minato Namikaze raised one hand, signaling them to stay calm. Okay, take your time to think about it, and tell me when you're done. Using your brain isn't something I'm comfortable with. Fadewan scratched his head and found a place to sit down. Then he grabbed his hair a few more times. Why are you scratching your head? Six Paths Obito thought it was a bit strange. It's so itchy, Fadewan said irritably and started scratching even harder. Let me see if there are any sequelae left. Six Paths Obito walked forward and lifted up Haiden's hood, and what came into his eyes was a deep and dark mark. Six Paths Obito's eyes widened instantly. Wedge seal. Wedge print. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze, who was deep in thought, immediately looked up and hurried over to check. No wonder. Seeing this special mark, All previous doubts were explained at this moment. I didn't expect Otsutsuki Ishiki to have set a wedge seal on Hayden's body. No wonder the chat group showed he was still alive. What on earth is this? Faden asked with his eyes wide open in confusion. This is a resurrection technique that belongs to the Otsutsuki family. It can convert one's own information into data and store it in the wedge seal, and transfer it to another person to use as a host. Eventually, in this way, the dead Otsutsuki will be reborn in its host. Namikaze Minato added meaningfully. In other words, Otsutsuki will return to the world through your body. You will no longer be who you are now. Does this mean that I can no longer serve the evil god? Faden looked at them in horror. It is most likely so. Then what should we do? Faden seemed extremely anxious. This situation is definitely beyond our ability to handle. We really need to ask for help, Minato sighed. They originally thought that they could handle Otsutsuki on their own. After all, their strength had improved significantly over the past period of time. I didn't expect that in the end. I still needed to rely on the power of group chat for support. Then he opened the chat software, had Gong Yue in it, and briefly explained the current situation. Gong Yue said, "What? There is such a good thing. Call. Let's take a break first. I'm going to go out and take care of something." Yue closed the group chat and slowly floated down from the sky, her face rosy and her spirits high. "Go quickly and come back soon. Of course, if you are busy, we can fight again another day." Kagaya said this with a smile, but there was a hint of weakness in her tone. In this competition, she was always at a disadvantage, suppressed by Yue in all aspects, and was completely unable to fight back. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Yue smiled slightly, with a hint of pride in her smile. This time, the evil Otsutsuki was defeated again, which was a milestone victory. With this battle as the beginning, Kagaya may find it difficult to defeat him in future battles. With a wave of his hand, a dark space portal opened in front of Yue. It was Yomi Hirasaka. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared without a trace in the space of Tainziu. Now, their competition no longer takes place in the real world. On the one hand, it is because the noise is too loud and has a bad impact. On the other hand, this area of the sky has various spatial areas with different attributes, which can add extra fun to sparring. In the room in the real world, Yue's figure appeared again. "Huh? When did you come back?" Yue was stunned when she saw 2 more black Zetsu in the house. They lay quietly like 2 pools of mud on the ground, with only a pair of big eyes prominently exposed. "Just got back not long ago." One of them replied. "By the way, where is Mom?" Tian Wenjing asked curiously. "You smell like your mother. What did you do?" Black Zetsu moved forward and sniffed carefully. "She has been in the Tianzia's Hong space. Whenever she has free time during this period, she will ask me to go there to train my fighting ability." Yuzuki explained easily. "You are so amazing and still work so hard. No wonder you could become so powerful." Tian Wenjing couldn't help but sigh. Strength is something that the more the better. People who relax and slack off after having a little strength will never become strong. Yue said with a smile. Hearing this, Black Zetsu beside him nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder you are so powerful. Sorry for troubling you during this period of time." "What's the trouble? It's just a small matter." Yue smiled and picked up the 2 black Zetsu, gently rubbing their heads, as tenderly as if they were her own children. The 2 black creatures clung to both sides of his body without resistance, as if they had become a part of the black mud and naturally leaned against him. For some reason, they always felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to Yue. Pushing open the door, Yue strolled to a stream with fresh air and sat down. Then he turned on the teleportation function in the chat group and brought Faden back to this world. A colorful space-time tunnel opened instantly, and panicked footsteps could be heard from inside. That was the sound of Hayden running outside in a hurry. When he saw Yue, he could no longer suppress his inner panic and fell to his knees, crying and shouting with tears streaming down his face. "Lord Evil God, please save me. Something called Type 2 or Type 3 has invaded my body and is trying to take complete control of me. But I don't want to be separated from you. the evil god, so early. I want to stay by your side and serve you forever. Yue comforted him softly and reached out to help him up. Don't worry, I'll help you. After hearing what he said, Fade Wan seemed to calm down immediately and looked at his master with expectant eyes. The next process may be a little painful. You have to hold on. Please rest assured, Master Evil God. I am not afraid of pain. Yue nodded, then put his hand on the other person's head and pressed lightly, then suddenly lifted it up, and a ball of dark light was grabbed out by him. This is an existence hidden within the wedge that has been transformed into pure data form. Otsutsuki Ishiki's soul was successfully separated at this moment. Okay, you can go back now. Thank you for your hard work, Faden. Yue looked at Faden and smiled softly. It's done already? Fade Wan was stunned. Well, you're fine now. Not only was Faden safe and sound, but he even turned a disaster into a blessing. The Otsutsuki wedge seal carries a complete soul and power, and now, this soul has been extracted by Yue. The remaining, unconscious power will be slowly released within Haiden, and he will be able to fully inherit Otsutsuki's 100% power. These include the magic of the Black Eye, the lesser-known Viguna and Mahakala, and the White Eye. Although this wedge seal seems to be a stupid ability, it causes the soul to fall into the hands of the enemy and the power to be taken away by the enemy. But you have to know that this time you encountered Yue, a cheating person. For someone else, being subjected to the wedge mark is almost equivalent to being sentenced to death. Even Yue was able to achieve this feat with the help of the chat group. Then I will go back first. Lord Evil God, if you have anything to say, just call me directly. Haiden smiled happily and then turned and left, not worrying about what would happen next. The evil god said it's done, so there must be no problem. Watching Faden's figure gradually disappear from sight, Yue lowered his head and stared at the black light in his hand. The whole set, with a deep black light reflected in his eyes, Yue was quickly browsing the memories in Otsutsuki Ishiki's soul. After eliminating the complicated and disordered memory fragments from thousands of years, Yue was able to quickly extract the important information. At this point, he had a thorough understanding of Otsutsuki's style, and also knew the places where he had usually hidden over the years. This piece of information is extremely crucial. Now the friends in the chat group can no longer wait and are eager to get the gold coins, especially a certain land. So, you were hiding here. Yue smiled softly and pondered for a moment before turning to the two black Zetsu and saying, Can you do me a favor? No problem, just tell me. So Yue transmitted some information to the two black Zetsu and instructed, Help me investigate the situation in these places. Be careful. There may be a powerful hidden person in that area. Your mission is limited to exploring the outside and confirming whether there is anyone there. Understood. Let's set off immediately. The black Zetsu nodded in agreement and separated from Yue's body like black mud, eventually disappearing underground. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, Yue did not linger any longer and immediately tore through the space to enter Tainziu. You're back so soon? Seeing Yutsuki suddenly appear, Kagaya suddenly felt nervous, but still forced a smile and went forward to greet him. She hasn't gotten enough rest yet. Originally, I thought that Yue's return would continue the previously interrupted fight, but unexpectedly, he mentioned a name that surprised Kagaya. How much do you know about Otsutsuki Shirbai? Upon hearing this, Kagaya's expression suddenly changed. She hurried over, grabbed Yue's hand, and asked, Have you met him? Otsutsuki Shiba is the legendary god of the Otsutsuki clan. If he really showed up, the consequences would be disastrous. Yue patted the back of her hand to comfort her. That's not the case. I just got some information about him from Ishiki's memory. Hearing this, Kagaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the god of Otsutsuki who came here in person. But when it comes to Ishiki, Kagaya still shows some surprise. Ishiki's memory? You defeated Ishiki. Yue nodded, then took out the energy body representing Ishiki's soul and explained. But it's not the one in our time and space. Now that I have his detailed information, I will be able to locate and eliminate him soon. Kagaya looked at the black light curiously. What information are you talking about regarding Otsutsuki Shirbai? Yue touched his chin and said, "It's not really new information. After all, I've known this information for a long time, but I just confirmed it recently. As far as I know, Otsutsuki Shibai has consumed a large amount of chakra fruit over the past 1,000 years, and finally reached a critical point and evolved into a true god. He has transcended the boundaries of life and death. After leaving this earthly world, he has now left the dimension we are in. It turns out that he really did it." Kagaya was slightly stunned and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Kagaya, have you heard any news?" Yuzuki asked curiously. Kagaya nodded. "There's an old legend among the Otsutsuki clan that if a person can consume enough chakra fruits, he can be elevated to a true god. Thousands of years ago, Otsutsuki Shiba was already the most powerful person in the tribe. Unexpectedly, thousands of years later, he would eventually fulfill this ancient prophecy." Yutsuki suddenly looked at Kagaya carefully, with a questioning look in his eyes, which made Kagaya feel a little uncomfortable. "Yue, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay. I was just thinking you can be so powerful after eating one chakra fruit, and Otsutsuki Shibai ate so many. What kind of existence must he be? Destroy the stars with one punch? Or destroy the entire solar system with a single thought?" Yutsuki's eyes were full of curiosity, and she was very interested in Otsutsuki Shiba's power. After all, in the legend of Boruto, the clones created using only his genes possess extremely exaggerated abilities, i.e. his magic and omnipotence. It can even change the world's perception and directly swap the identities of Boruto and Kawaki. "How would I know that?" Huiruchi was speechless. For a small character like her, who is almost ignored by the Otsutsuki clan, it is difficult to even talk to Otsutsuki Shirbai, let alone obtain such confidential information. "It doesn't matter if you don't know, just experiment. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth." Yutsuki chuckled, and under Kagaya's confused gaze, he quickly opened the group chat interface and started typing rapidly in it. "Shirgong Yuzuki. At all members, wake up. We're going to become gods. The group owner has updated a new group announcement. The tree planting plan is open for a limited time. Don't miss it if you pass by." Uchiha Obito has confirmed the new announcement. Uchiha Obito. "What is this? A reforestation project? You can just ask Yamato for this kind of thing. Oh, by the way, have you solved the Otsutsuki wedge?" "Shirgong Yue. Is there anything I can't handle?" "Six paths to Obito. The gold coins have arrived. Ishiki has been completely eliminated." "Orochimaru. Yuzuki-kun, I am very interested in what you said about becoming a god. Could you please tell me more about it?" "Shinomiya Yuzuki. I just learned some key information from Ishiki's memory. The Otsutsuki Shirbai of the Otsutsuki clan has ascended. Now he's a true god. Whether he possesses omniscience and omnipotence is not yet clear, but he is definitely incredibly powerful. And now, I have obtained the secret of his ascension to God. Uchiha Obito. I'm a student. Can you give me one?" "Senja Hashirama. Oh, Yuzuki is really amazing. Can you share it with me?" "Uchiha. If Hashirama wants it, I want it too." "Uchiha Itachi. Then I'll shamelessly ask for one too." "Uchiha Izumi. If Itachi wants it, I want it too." "Namikaze Minato. I'm curious too." "Jiraiya. If Minato wants it, I want it too." Yuzuki Shinomiya uploaded a document, a forestation plan. Everyone has downloaded. Uchiha Obito. Huh? Planting sacred trees in space to obtain chakra fruit? Isn't this the Otsutsuki clan's routine? Besides, can this method really work? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Since Otsutsuki can do it, why can't we? 10 Tails is available for sale in the store, and as a sacrifice to 10 Tails, I think this one is quite suitable. After the sacrifice, you can use the wedge to revive it and reuse it repeatedly. You just need to find a suitable planet, place 10 Tails there, sacrifice a person to make it evolve into a sacred tree, and wait for the fruit to mature. It's a piece of cake. Jiraiya. You are right, but Yuzuki, destroying planets and lives just to increase your power. How is this different from what the Otsutsuki are doing? Orochimaru, evolution always involves sacrifices. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Jiraiya, that's why you were kicked out by the teacher. Orochimaru, when will you realize the value of life? Orochimaru, life is so fragile. I'm afraid I will never understand. Shirgong Yue, wait a minute. Did you misunderstand something? What's sacrifice and trampling? Can't we just choose some planets without life to plant? Do you know how many planets there are in the entire Milky Way? 40 billion of them. Even if we plant one a day and people get sick of eating chakra fruits 1,000 years later, it won't have any impact on the galaxy. By then, maybe we will have ascended to the three-dimensional world, and then we can catch the mastermind behind the creation of the chat group. A ruthless scholar. Uchiha Obito, support Honru. But if it is a completely desolate planet with no life, can chakra fruit really be cultivated? Where does chakra come from? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Good question. Then let me ask you, what did Kagaya eat thousands of years ago? Uchiha Obito, chakra fruit. Shinomiya Yuzuki. After the chakra fruit is produced, do you think it will have any impact on the ninja world? Also, how come there's no chakra on the planet? Do you know where the nearly endless chakra under the dragon veins comes from? Uchiha Obito, I can't come. Shinomiya Yutsuki, so don't worry about this kind of setting problem. A program that relies on a bug to run might crash if you modify it. Namikaze Minato. In that case, the feasibility of this plan is still quite high. Shirgong Yue. Planting trees is not difficult. As long as we find the target planet, we can start sowing and wait for the harvest. It's just that there's indeed a very difficult technical bottleneck that needs to be overcome urgently. Uchiha Itachi. The key is distance, right? After all, from a macroscopic perspective of the universe, interstellar travel is simply not possible with ordinary means of transportation. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Yes, the distance between planets is sometimes very despairing. Even if you spend your whole life at normal speed, you may not be able to reach a neighboring star. Orochimaru. It is indeed a huge problem, but I think Yuzuki-kun must have a plan to deal with it, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to propose such a great project that all members can participate in. Shirgong Yue. As expected of you. Of course, normal speed is limited by space, but we're not the only one who can take that route. Wouldn't it be better to use space mobility technology, which is also the main method that the Otsutsuki people rely on when roaming in outer space? Uchiha Obito. Your solution doesn't seem to be widely applicable because I'm the only one in this group who can time jump at will, and Minato-sensei still wants to insert a mark. Shirgong Yuzuki. You are enough for me. Uchiha Obito, huh? Shirgong Yue. I wonder if you have ever heard of the saying, if one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. The first to ascend to God will lead the next to ascend to God. Oh, by the way, take off your eyes and I will strengthen them 10 times for you. Konoha 48, Uchiha Obito's timeline. You're here. Yes, I am here. You shouldn't have come, but I'm already here. So who are you anyway? Otsutsuki finally couldn't hold back any longer and questioned. Waking up from a deep sleep, he found a figure inexplicably appearing in his base. The man stood in front of him silently, staring at him like a ghost. Hence, the above conversation took place. Obito showed an awkward smile. Isn't that a coincidence? I read a dialogue in a novel not long ago, and when I heard your question, I naturally connected with it. After saying this, he immediately regained his serious expression, cleared his throat, and said seriously, Ahem, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Uchiha Obito, your potential future companion. In this vast universe, there are only you and me. I believe that we can become very tacit partners. As he said that, Obito raised his eyebrows towards Ishiki with an expression that said, I'm very optimistic about you. Partner times. Tools square root. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression did not change at all. He slowly stood up from the bed, his tone still calm. How did you find this place? This deep underground shelter is several kilometers away from the surface, and even the most powerful ninja cannot detect its existence. But Obito walked in as if he were in an empty space. This made Otsutsuki wonder, is there a traitor inside? Recently, he has just founded a secret organization called Shell and is looking for talents to develop a suitable body container for himself. Although he had taken several members to several hidden locations, he had exercised extremely strict mental control over all of them. So in theory, there should not have been any leaks. In this case, how did this person who calls himself Uchiha Obito get in here? The answer to the question is puzzling. Come on, we are talking about the grand cosmic plan. Why bother with such a small matter? Obito rolled his eyes and spoke unhappily. In response, Otsutsuki looked at him as if he were a fool. A frog in a well who only knows how to live on the soil wants to touch the stars. The point is, how did you get this top secret information about me? Obito couldn't help but shake his head at the naked contempt. Alas, actually, we should have cooperated happily. Are you planning to take action? Otsutsuki raised his head slightly, a meaningful smile on his face. Then let me see. Before he could finish his words, a black hand covered his face and interrupted him. Ow, how is it possible? Otsutsuki's expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with shock and confusion, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening before him. What happened? Everything happened so fast, like a frame-strip picture. Suddenly, Obito stood in front of him. The whole process seemed so natural that even the transition time was erased. No wonder you are destined to be a puppet your whole life. It's a pity that I can't find friends to talk to on the road anymore. Just before his consciousness completely sank into darkness, he heard Obito's slightly regretful voice. But at this moment, Otsutsuki was no longer able to struggle and could only accept this cold end helplessly. After packing up Otsutsuki, Obito quickly activated his Kimi ability and disappeared without a trace, leaving only emptiness and silence. Next to a gurgling stream, Kimui broke open a space crack and Obito walked out slowly. Huh? So fast. Sigong Yue tightened the fishing rod in his hand and said without even turning his head, "It seems like a fish is about to be caught." Obito sat down next to Yuzuki, smiled softly, and pointed at his eyes. With a plus 15 Rinnegan, how long would it take to kill one Otsutsuki? Ever since he got the hiding place of Ishiki from Yuzuki, Obito, who had been unable to contain himself, set off immediately. Originally, he intended to get rid of Ishiki, and now that he plans to become an astronaut, Ishiki's existence becomes even more crucial. Without him as a sacrifice, Ten Tails could not evolve into a sacred tree that bears fruit. Indeed, Yue nodded in agreement. The fishing line in his hand suddenly lost the vibration he had expected. Apparently, no fish had taken a bait. He put down the fishing rod with a little disappointment. The airman turned and looked at Obito. Now that everything is ready, when do you plan to set out as an astronaut? By the way, you can really be considered the first pioneer in the ninja world to explore outer space. Yuzuki patted Obito's shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Obito looked sideways and said, "It's okay to leave this title to you. Compared to wandering among the stars looking for places to sow seeds, I would rather accompany Lin." Yue couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this. Why not take her with you? It won't be a big deal anyway. Besides, Otsutsuki Shiba has already left this dimension. With your power, you're almost invincible in this universe. Since even Otsutsuki dares to wander the interstellar space without fear and without encountering any fatal threat, it proves that there is no force in the universe that is strong enough to be feared. Explore bravely. After hearing this, Obito thought about it seriously for a while and finally shook his head. Let me explore alone first. After all, in the depths of this unknown and vast universe, danger may come at any time. Yuzuki seemed puzzled by Obito's worried attitude. What kind of danger would there be? Unless you encounter a train on a track crossing the starry sky. A train? In space. You're the funniest. After hearing this, Obito couldn't help laughing, thinking that the other party was teasing him on purpose. Seeing this, Yue waved her hands and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about your current spatial movement ability. What is the maximum distance you can move instantly each time?" Let me do the math. After some recollection and calculation, Abito gave the answer. One flash is about 500 kilometers. If I go all out, I can make 4 jumps in 1 second. In other words, a journey of 2,000 kilometers is just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Yue nodded in agreement. It looks like we can reach the moon in less than 3 minutes. If we continue to move forward at this amazing speed, it will only take a little over 100 years to completely leave the solar system. With the addition of chat groups, living for a few thousand years is no big deal, and a mere 100 years is not long either. It doesn't take 100 years. Abito laughed and retorted, "I can speed up my own time flow, and the actual travel speed can be increased by nearly 100 times. In other words, it will only take a little over a year to leave the solar system, and then we can plant sacred trees among the major galaxies. It is expected that we will begin the journey to the divine realm in 2 years. Don't forget to come back to us and help the brothers ascend together." Shinomiya Yuzuki smiled and winked at Abito. Although he could buy the chakra fruit directly in the mall, he would definitely give priority to getting it for free. Unexpectedly, Abito suddenly grinned and laughed strangely. Do you still want to fly high with you? In my eyes, you are nothing more than the food for the sacred tree to absorb nutrients in the future. F*****Ku damn. Yue raised his foot and kicked toward Abito. Abito dodged the attack with a nimble move, a cynical smile on his face. "Okay, no more nonsense. I'm leaving now." However, the next second, his expression showed some reluctance. "Thinking that this separation will last for a long time and into the vast sky, I really can't let go of everything here, especially you." Seeing this, Yue waved her hand helplessly. "Come on, you can easily open a portal to return to the ninja world in the group chat. It only takes a few minutes to see whoever you want." Hey, are you trying to ruin the atmosphere right now?" Abito protested dissatisfiedly. "That's enough. Stop making a fuss and get going. Finally, leave a blessing. Have a nice trip. Safe journey." Then there was a whoosh sound, and Abito disappeared suddenly. When the astronauts went, in perception, Abito's breath quickly faded away and soon disappeared completely outside the sensing range, completely leaving the ninja world. Yue then opened the transmission channel and returned to her own timeline. In the group chat, after learning that Abito had already set off, everyone sent their blessings. Namikaze Minato, Abito, if you encounter any difficulties on the road, you can always come back and we will find solution together. Orochimaru, I believe that with Abito-kun's strength, he shouldn't run into any troubles. Have a safe journey. Uchiha Madara, I have not yet left this small ninja world, but Abito is ready to explore beyond the solar system. The glory of the Uchiha clan has reached its peak in this boy. Afterwards, all the members of the group, including Itachi, Izumi, Jiraiya, Hashirama, and even Six Paths Abito, sent their blessings. May he have a safe journey. Abito's trip can be regarded as the first real pioneering journey in the history of the ninja world. Next time you see Brother Tuzi, remember to call him Pioneer. Returning to her own timeline, Yue resumed her daily routine of going back and forth between home and school. Naruto and Sasuke are still on their mission and haven't returned yet. Yutsuki estimated the time. At this moment, Naruto is probably struggling hard with Feng Hinatao. I hope Feng Wanuteo is okay. After leaving home, Yue strolled in Konoha village. It was an ordinary day for him. Yuzuki. Suddenly, he heard an excited call in his ear, and Yue turned around and saw the 4 members of Class 10 walking towards him. Yamanaka Ino waved to him enthusiastically. "You got up so early? That's strange," Ino said in surprise after coming in front of Yue. Yue smiled but did not respond. "He can't say he didn't sleep all night, right? The battle lasted all night. Why do you smell like heather?" Ino, who was standing close to her, suddenly sniffed carefully and asked suspiciously. Although the smell is very light, Her family runs a flower shop, and she can accurately identify the variety by just smelling the subtle smell. Are you a puppy? Can you smell it even though I took 3 baths outside? Yue was completely shocked. When did you plant flowers at home? Why didn't you come to me to buy some? Ino's resentful look made Yue feel very uncomfortable, so he had to quickly change the subject. Teacher Asuma, are you planning to go on a mission? Noting that they were fully armed, Yue didn't ask this question too deliberately. Yes, there happened to be a suitable A-level mission recently, so I thought of taking these little guys out for some training. Asuma put out his cigarette, and replied with a smile. At the same time, let them learn some experience in ninja duels. A-level? That's good. I think you will all make progress by the end of this time. Yuzuki nodded, and his eyes fell on Choji, who was happily eating potato chips next to him. By the way, Choji, this thing is for you. The multiplication technique you taught me last time was very useful. Consider my way of thanking you. After saying that, Yue flicked her fingers lightly, and a golden light penetrated into Choji's brow. What? Choji was startled, then slowly absorbed the extra information in his mind. Laws of heaven and earth? He whispered in confusion. This is called the law of heaven and earth, which is similar to your multiplication technique, but it's a little bit more powerful. Yue smiled and made a small gesture of a universe with her fingertips. I see. Thank you, Yutsuki. Choji smiled innocently and expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Remember not to use it too often. Even after my improvements, its consumption is still huge. With your current abilities, I'm afraid you'll run out of energy after just one use. Got it. Choji nodded solemnly. What about me? Have you prepared a gift for me? Ino came up eagerly, her delicate face full of anticipation. Do you have anything for me? Anything produced by Yue must be a top-notch product. If you happen to come across it, then of course you should get one. Of course. Yue gently rubbed her hair and smiled. There wasn't any gift originally. He's not a prophet, and he didn't expect to run in a class 10. So how could he prepare gifts in advance? Of course, Choji was well prepared and gave it to me as soon as he met me. But since Ino had already spoken, he naturally wouldn't spoil the fun. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an item and handed it to Ino. 2 slender and soft ornaments appeared on the palm of the hand. What is this? Ino took it curiously. I think white stockings suit your current style. You can wear black stockings when you grow up, Yue explained with a smile. How to wear it? Ino pulled the stockings in her hand and looked at them in confusion. How do I wear this thing? A thin layer put on my head. What are you putting on your head and legs? Okay, then I'll take it and give it a try. Even though she didn't quite understand the purpose of these small items, she thought they must be precious souvenirs because they were made by Yue, so she gladly accepted the gift and kept it properly. The word count was added to the previous one, as per old rules. Then he took out a pistol and handed it to Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you are a control-type ninja. This thing has good lethality and can make up for your low attack power. Thank you. I will treasure it and use it. After receiving the weapon, Shikamaru smiled and thanked him. It's getting late. We have to set off, Yue. Asuma relit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and waved goodbye to Yue. See you later then. Several people waved goodbye to each other. Oh, I almost forgot. However, after taking a few steps, Ino suddenly screamed, as if she had just remembered something. Turning back to her, she said, Teacher Asuma, give that to Yue as well. After this reminder, Asuma suddenly remembered something and patted his head. Look at my memory. I almost forgot. He took out a small red card from his pocket and said happily, Hong and I have decided to get engaged. I hope you can attend the wedding celebration. After receiving the invitation, Yue smiled and congratulated. Congratulations. By the way, when will the wedding be held? We'll get married after we finish this mission. Asuma's tone was filled with obvious anticipation, and he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. Hearing this, Yue was stunned. Why does it sound like setting some strange flag? After parting with Lao Ma and his group, Yue continued to stroll in Konoha village. As he walked, he came to the residence of the Hyuga clan. Originally, Yue was just passing by, but suddenly heard call, Adult Yuzuki. Yue turned around and looked in confusion. Master Yue, it's me. At the entrance of the Hyuga family residence, a man with an excited look on his face walked quickly towards them. Yua looked at the person who came and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. She asked uncertainly, "Hyuga-ji, it's me. I didn't expect that Master Yua still remembered me." Hyuga smiled and came in front of Yuzuki with a look of relief. Yua smiled slightly. "Are you feeling better?" Hyuga patted his chest and said cheerfully, "I have recovered a long time ago. I'm doing very well now. I did do something wrong in that incident. It was just a few words. I shouldn't have been so harsh." Thinking back to my past self, when I first got the cheat, I was full of energy and would attack anyone who contradicted me. Looking back now, it was indeed a bit immature. When Yutsuki mentioned the past, Hyuga waved his hands and said indifferently, "Hey, the past is the past, and I was wrong at that time. I hope that Master Yuzuki will not have a bad impression of our Hyuga family because of this." At this point, Hyuga-ji crossed his hands and showed a shy look. "Besides, Brother Chin-chi has taught me a lesson. I will not make similar mistakes again in the future." "What the hell? What's with that expression on your face? Have you awakened some strange attribute?" Yua took 2 steps back in shock. Is that so?" Hyuga immediately calmed down and said seriously. Yua nodded seriously. "Yes. Let's not talk about this anymore." Hyuga-ji quickly changed the subject. "The owner of the house is instructed that if he sees you passing by, he must invite you into the house and sit down. Lord Yue, why don't you move over and let us entertain you properly?" Yue thought about it for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, let's go. This way, please." Hyugatsu extended his hand to lead the way and brought Yue to a reception room and stopped. After settling Yutsuki, Hyugashi withdrew and went to find Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Yua pushed open the door and prepared to find a place to sit down. Looking around, there was only a tea table and a futon on the ground. This big families just have a lot of rules. Yue recalled that this kind of big family seemed to mainly sit on their knees, and there were basically no chairs in their homes. But Yue was too lazy to follow these cumbersome etiquettes, as it was too tiring. He simply lay down on the ground comfortably. The ground, covered with a layer of soft blanket, felt quite good. As she lay there, Yue moved a few times involuntarily. So, when Hyuga Hayashi approached, what he saw was a cricket pupa wriggling on the ground. Yue, do you like our carpet?" "When did you come?" Yue sat up suddenly. Yue calmed down and stroked the carpet as if nothing had happened. "It's really good. I tried it. Where did you buy it?" "This is custom made by the Hyuga clan and is not for sale to the public. If you like it, I can give you a set later." "Then I'd be honored to refuse," Yue said with a smile. After the greetings, Yue turned her attention to the 2 people beside Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Ningxi and Hyuga Hanabi. "Hinata is not here. She must have gone out on a mission with teammate." "Ningji, Hanabi, hello." Yuzuki. Hanabi also stood up, smiling brightly. "I almost forgot, little Hanabi. Here, this is a gift for you." Yue took out a new set of clothes and handed it to her. "What beautiful winter clothes." Hanabi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you like it? Remember to wear it in winter. Will Brother Yue come back to see me then?" "Yes, it's so cute." "Brother Yue." The 2 responded with a smile. "Please sit down, don't stand," Yue called out, as if he was the master here. Hyuga Hayashi said nothing and led Niji and Hanabi to sit down slowly opposite Yuzuki. "Drink something?" Yue asked, picking up the teapot. "Let me do it." Hyuga Hayashi hastily reached out to take the teapot. "It doesn't make sense to ask guests to pour tea, Yue." Yue smiled slightly and said nothing. He had not received any special etiquette training, but he was not at all shy when facing these people from big families. Instead, he becomes the host and makes the other party obey him involuntarily. This is what power means. While pouring tea, Yuzuki noticed that Hanabi was sitting to the left of Hyuga Hayashi. In this world, the left side represents honor. As the second daughter in the family, according to the rules, she should be sent to the branch house to live with Niji. However, even though Niji is obviously older than Hanabi, his status is still lower than the latter. The Hokage world is still a society where bloodline is everything. US sighed silently in her heart. The son of a Hokage is still a Hokage, and the son of a scapegoat is still a scapegoat. But fortunately, I have a plug-in-like existence, which does not restrict me from these restrictions, and I have the opportunity to make major reforms to all of this. Once my tree planting plan is initially formed and a stable spatial channel is built, I can allow local ginseng to participate in the greening project. I want this world to be full of 6 paths. After setting such a grand goal, a confident smile appeared on Sigong Yoyue's face. Every step of change will bring more gains. One day, the seat on the throne of heaven will be filled with his butt. Yue, please use it. Hyuga Hayashi's voice brought Yuzuki back to reality. I usually don't drink this tea, so I specially took it out today to welcome our distinguished guests. Would you like to try it? You can hear a hint of hidden and proud anticipation in Hyuga Hayashi's tone when he talks about his tea. Really? Then I'll obey your command. Having said that, Yue couldn't wait to pick up the freshly poured cup of hot tea and swallow it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hayashi, who was originally immersed in the confidence of his own tea collection, was completely stunned. You won't get any flavor from eating it this way. It's delicious. However, surprisingly, Yue nodded seriously to express her satisfaction. Hyuga Hayashi, I should have expected that. How can a young person like Yue really know how to appreciate high-quality tea? It's okay if you don't like tea. I have soda here. Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. Why are you talking about this good thing only now? So Hyuga Hayashi had no choice but to smile and get up to get it. Hanabi looked at Hyuga Hayashi's back. After confirming that the other person had left his sight, little Hanabi immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then relaxed from his previous upright posture. My legs are almost stiff from sitting. She pouted and kneaded her legs. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to maintain an upright sitting posture for a long time. Seeing his sister's lack of courtesy, Ningji, who had been sitting upright, immediately became serious and warned in a low voice. Hanabi, this won't work. Remember to sit up straight. Hanabi just stuck out her tongue playfully and retorted, Anyway, I'll follow the etiquette when Dad comes back. Just let me rest for a while. But Niji, as the elder brother, insisted, No, we must be polite in front of the guests. Seeing his brother's firm attitude, Hanabi had no choice but to say, Okay. At this time, Yue suddenly spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Just sit however you feel comfortable. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Hanabi smiled instantly upon hearing this, and jumped up and sat down next to him. Great! It turns out that brother Yue thinks the same way. Hanabi was extremely happy and felt as excited as if she had found an ally. Finally, I don't have to be so restrained anymore. Faced with this scene, although Ningji had many doubts in his heart, he could not say much and could only remain silent. Especially when he thought of what Yue said before, living people don't need to stick to the rules. He found it even more difficult to understand. To achieve this, I'm afraid the prerequisite is that you must first have strong strength. Ningxi lowered his head and smiled bitterly. If there is no sufficient ability to support it, the rules are just a framework to restrain ordinary people. Ningji, do you think this is true? With her excellent hearing ability, Yue had already caught the other party's muttering. The sudden words scared the young man, because he never thought that his faint mumbling just now would be heard. So he quickly waved his hands and explained, no, I didn't say anything. Ningji denied it with lingering fear, fearing that if these words were heard by the clan leader, there would be adverse consequences. Yue's gentle smile is like a spring breeze, refreshing and pleasant. Don't worry, maybe I can help you. Ningji lowered his head and said nothing, and Yue did not continue to speak either. Suddenly, he took out a stack of playing cards from his pocket. He laid out the playing cards on the table. Pick one, Niji. These cards contain enough power to transform you. Yue's smile carried a hint of deep meaning. Hanabi and Niji turned their eyes to the table. On the back of the playing card was printed a cute penguin holding a Q coin. As for what is on the front, you can only know by opening it. Brother Ningxi, how about I help you take a look? Hanabi asked when Niji didn't move. If you don't say it, I'll take it as a promise. As she said that, Hanabi smiled and rolled her eyes, glancing at the poker cards. Yutsuki smiled calmly and did not stop her. After a moment, Hanabi let out a surprised cry. Hey, my Byakugan is ineffective. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Yue, wanting to ask him what card it was. But the scene that came into her eyes stunned her. It seems to be better again. As soon as the words fell, Hanabi was stunned for a moment, and when she realized what was happening, she immediately lowered her head with a red face. She quickly closed her eyes. He looked at Niji and poked him with 2 fingers sheepishly. Sorry, Niji-san, I can't see through this card. Can't even see through the white eyes? This made Ningxi curious. Could it be that Yuzuki was not joking? Does he really want to help me? But why? Although they are friends, that's all their relationship goes. Are you sure you don't want to pick one? If you miss it, there will be no more. Meeting Yutsuki's meaningful eyes, Niji no longer hesitated and pulled out a card from the table and turned it over. Oh wow, I'm lucky, Yue said in surprise. The cards on the table showed a pair of blue eyes, with white threads dotted in the blue pupils, like a bright starry sky. What's this? Niji was silent for a moment, then looked up at Yuzuki. The Samsara Eye. The Byakugan evolved to its extreme form, allowing a person to possess unparalleled power. As he spoke, the playing cards on the table suddenly turned into a beam of light and entered Niji's eyes. Niji closed his eyes subconsciously, but the expected pain did not appear. Instead, he felt a warm and comfortable feeling. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. The white eyes had disappeared, replaced by a pair of reincarnation eyes with boundless power. An invisible pressure emanated from him, even causing the house to shake slightly. Such a powerful force. Ningxi looked at his palm in surprise, with dots of golden light flowing on it. With just a thought, he can activate the chakra mode of the Samsara Eye and perform a technique called Golden Will Samsara Explosion, which is powerful enough to destroy everything. Oops! Hanabi was so scared that she hid behind Yutsuki and looked at Niji with surprise. Yue laughed. Congratulations, Niji. You now possess immense power. How do you want to use it? Change the system you don't like? Or kill everyone and build a new Hyuga family? Yue asked with interest, her eyes full of anticipation. Hanabi also watched all this with curiosity. As an outsider, she didn't understand the grudges involved. Now I'm just a spectator. However, Hyuga Hayashi on the roof clenched his fists nervously when he heard this. He never left, listening quietly to their conversation. Ningji, what will you choose? Hyuga Hayashi whispered to himself that although this matter was complicated and painful, as the head of the family, he never showed any of it. Under everyone's gaze, Niji finally spoke. He looked at Yue, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you for your gift, Yue. Then his tone became firm. But if you want to see the internal fighting of the Hyuga clan, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I won't do that. I will try to change, but I won't use radical methods, Niji said firmly. After hearing these words, Hyuga Hayashi finally loosened his clenched fists and felt relieved. Hearing this answer was different from what he expected. Yue suddenly remembered something and sighed. Damn, I actually forgot you were already playing with Naruto. Due to plot changes, Ningji had frequent contact with Naruto long before the Chunin exam. Since I've been hanging out with Naruto, I've naturally been infected by his positive spirit. Little son is not a joke. I was hoping to have some fun, but now I can't. Yue shook her head helplessly. Immediately, he patted Niji's shoulder with a look of relief. Don't worry, I'm just asking casually. Even if you really want to do it, I won't let you do it. Since you have this awareness, use this power well. Whether to use it to protect or destroy, it all depends on your thoughts. While speaking, Yue glanced at the ceiling from time to time. With an inexplicable smile, Yue slowly stood up and said, the following matters will be left for you to handle slowly internally. I'll be leaving first. Thank you, Yutsuki. Niji thanked him again with a sincere look. Yue smiled and waved. Brother Yue, let me see you off. Konoha Park, a corner with few pedestrians. Look up. Yes, look at the camera. Click. The camera flashed, and the picture froze, recording the carefully dressed Kagaya forever. How is it? Kagaya walked over curiously and asked. The camera slowly spit out a photo. Yue took out the photo, shook it gently, and held it up to take a look. Very nice, very girly. Yue raised her eyebrows slightly and praised with a smile. Girlish feel. Kagaya stared at the photo with a slightly obsessed look, but when she came back to her senses after a moment, she sighed and lowered her head. But I am already thousands of years old. I am not young anymore. A self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a strong hand hugged her from behind, holding her tightly in his arms, and said tenderly, Age is never a problem. You may seem older than me now, but 100,000 years from now, 1,000,000 years from now, the difference between us will only be a fraction of a second. Yutsuka. Kagaya's whole body softened, and she leaned in his arms with a gentle light in her eyes. These words made her happier than any vows or romantic confessions. The two looked at each other affectionately. This moment was a good time to be intimate. Yue naturally would not miss this opportunity. He stood on tiptoe with all his might and held his face high. There's no way. Kagaya is just too tall. Just as their lips were about to touch, a sudden call came from behind. Yuzuki. Sigong Yue's body froze, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. F***K. You really know how to catch my timing. He had no choice but to let go of Kagaya, and said with a sigh, You go back first. I have a friend coming. Wait for you at the usual place. Kagaya smiled brightly and nodded in understanding. Yomi Hirasaka activated, opening a space channel behind her. Kagaya took a few steps back, entered the passage, and disappeared. Naruto, you better be okay. Yue turned around, her eyes widened, and she spoke through gritted teeth. There was a sound of footsteps coming from afar, and several people came jogging and entered Yue's field of vision. It was the three members of Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Huh? Yue, why do you look so angry? Naruto looked at him in surprise. I'm fine, but why don't you tell me what you want from me? Yuzuki took a deep breath. Maybe Naruto really had something important to do? Oh, I'm fine. The mission in the snow country is over, and Teacher Kakashi gave us a holiday. When we were playing in the park, I sensed your chakra, so I came to see you. I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you now? Naruto said with his hands on his hips and grinned. Fine? There was a dangerous light in Yue's eyes. I'm fine, but you'll be fine soon. Yue smiled kindly. What? Pa. Just when he was at a loss, 3 loud slaps landed on Naruto's butt. Remember not to catch my timing so accurately next time. Yue clapped her hands and smiled faintly. Oh, I'm dying. I can't get up without 3 meals of ramen. Whoa. Naruto lay on the ground, holding his butt and wailing. Okay, stop lying down. I didn't use any force. It doesn't hurt. With your physique, you can be fine even if you eat 3 tianai jinshin. Also, what on earth do you want to see me about? Don't try to fool me. You were running straight towards me all the way, and it was obvious that you were not in the park just now. Yuzuki casually kicked Naruto's butt twice. As expected of Yue. So smart. The latter immediately climbed up with a smile. Well, actually it's not me who's looking for you. It's Sasuke who's looking for you. Naruto pointed to the side and saw Sasuke leaning against a tree trunk with his arms folded and a cool expression on his face. Ertsuzi, what's wrong with you? Sasuke's expression instantly fell at Yutsuki's casual words. What is Ertsuzi? Where did you hear such a shitty name? Sasuke's face darkened instantly, and he asked somewhat out of control. This is the name given to you by netizens. If you don't agree, go and settle the score with them. Yue looked at him with squinted eyes and pointed her finger at the sky. TSK. Sasuke spat softly and stopped dwelling on the matter. Then he turned his eyes to look serious and said solemnly, The Boruto incident happened recently. What are you going to do? Yuzuki looked confused. What about Boruto? You didn't know? Sasuke looked surprised. Yue was getting more and more confused. What do I know? Please, is there something you can't just tell me directly? Why do you have to play tricks like this? At this time, Sasuke looked at Naruto and Sakura beside him, suddenly revealed a mysterious expression, and pulled Yue to change positions. This confused Naruto. He didn't expect that even his best friend would be kept in the dark. After walking a distance, Sasuke approached Yuzuki and said in a low voice, I mean the fact that Boruto and I traveled back to the present together. I don't believe you don't know. Yue patted her head in sudden realization. So this is what you were talking about. So you know this, don't you? Yes, I know. So what are you going to do? Sasuke asked solemnly. Let it be. Yue smiled slightly and responded calmly. Sasuke choked and asked in surprise. Let it be. Sasuke felt his scalp tingling when he thought about what expression his former self would have when he saw Konoha today. Is it really not necessary for me to go out and hide? After all, at this time in the original time and space, I had already defected. If we run into each other, there might be unpredictable consequences. Sasuke asked with a serious look on his face. Why are you hiding? You can hide, but can Itachi hide? Can Shisui hide? Are Fugaku and Mikoto going to follow you out too? Even if you all leave, can the rest of your Uchiha clan escape? Yue spread her hands and said helplessly. Sasuke was speechless for a moment and felt that what he said seemed to make sense. Okay, instead of wasting time thinking about it, why not take Sakura and Xiangling out to play? Yutsuki patted Sasuke's shoulder. A smile flashed in the corner of his eyes, and his gaze turned to Sakura, who was looking at them expectantly, not far away. Sasuke curled his lips. Do you think I'm like you? For others, emptiness is color, but for you, there's color when there is emptiness. Big guts. You are slandering me like this. Are you trying to destroy me? Uchiha Sasuke. Yue was furious and was about to bring down divine punishment. Yutsuki, Sasuke, what mysterious things are you guys talking about again? When they stopped lowering their voices, Naruto knew their conversation was over, so he walked over curiously. Sakura, let's go. Sasuke snorted, took Sakura's hand, and left. I'm sorry, we'll be leaving first. Sakura waved her hand apologetically. Tisk, you're still talking about me, you stinky boy. Watching the two people's backs gradually walking away, Yue folded her arms across her chest and revealed a faint smile. Time passes slowly. Finally one day, something strange happened. Somewhere in Konoha, a piercing scream pierced the sky, and two figures fell rapidly from the sky. Plop! The adult Sasuke landed steadily and flexibly, while the vortex Boruto beside him fell heavily in a perfect somersault posture. His head hit the ground directly. Ouch! Adult Sasuke reached out and pulled him up. Are you okay? Okay, it seems like something is up, Mr. Sasuke. Boruto's head was tilted to one side and couldn't turn it around, with a painful yet funny expression on his face. Hold on. Click! Adult Sasuke held his head and twisted it hard to put it back in place. Ah! Boruto cried out in pain, but soon he found that he seemed to be back to normal. Wow, this technique is amazing, Mr. Sasuke. Boruto shook his neck excitedly, showing some curiosity that he had never seen before. Suddenly, there was a click and the neck was stuck again. Help me again, Mr. Sasuke. Well, adult Sasuke held his forehead helplessly. I'm drooling after such a cure. I really don't know how Naruto's personality can be passed down from generation to generation. On Hokage Rock are the faces of only the 4 Hokage. We've traveled back in time. Boruto looked at the spectacular scene in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. This era, is it the time when Tsunade ruled? Adult Sasuke's eyes were lost in thought, as if he was recalling a distant memory. The time travel mission was completed, although there were some deviations. The little pink turtle in Boruto's hand spoke up. It is the Otsutsuki clan's precious secret treasure, the plow. Then, Lee began to talk about the important rules that need to be followed when crossing. First rule, do not reveal anything about the future to anyone in the past. Secondary condition, It is also not possible to change the trajectory of the future by modifying history. After listening to Lee's detailed explanation of the course of action after the time travel, the adult Sasuke couldn't help but sneer. Urashiki was boasting about fighting Naruto before. I thought he would choose to challenge him head-on to a final duel. I didn't expect that this method would be used. You're actually making a fuss about Naruto's childhood. Really? Although he hadn't finished speaking, the disdain in his eyes had already exposed the attitude he wanted to express. Boruto was also very angry about this situation. This guy is so despicable and insidious. Luckily, we got here earlier than them. Now we just need to find Dad and protect him. Right, Mr. Sasuke? Well, let's go. Following Sasuke's agreement, the two of them headed towards the bustling Konoha village. After disguising themselves, they entered the bustling and lively Konoha district. Walking in it, Boruto was attracted by the dazzling sights around him and couldn't help looking around. Wow, it turns out the village was already so prosperous back then. Suddenly, Boruto's attention was attracted by a stall. It was a fruit chopping game. The boss threw fruits into the air in the background, and the players chopped them. You can also get rich rewards by chopping off a certain amount of fruit. Boruto noticed that the first prize at this booth was a red swirl mask, which looked very cool. In contrast, Sasuke's expression became more serious. Something is wrong. It should be not long since the Chunin exams ended, and less than a month since the Konoha collapse plan was completed. Konoha has suffered heavy damage. Shouldn't it be a quiet and desolate time now? Why are there so many people coming and going on the street? This doubt made Boruto notice his abnormality. Mr. Sasuke, what's wrong? You don't look happy. It's okay, let's go. After hesitating for a moment, Sasuke decided to move on, but the confusion in his heart remained lingering for a long time. After all, he had left the village by then and did not witness with his own eyes what kind of baptism and transformation the village had gone through during that special period. Perhaps the residents here are born with a strong ability to adapt, and it is not impossible for them to quickly get out of the shadows and resume normal life in a short period of time. After seeing Sasuke's mood improve, Boruto immersed himself in the warmth of the city around him again. As they were walking through the crowd, a passerby suddenly made the adult Sasuke stop. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the clearly visible clan emblem on the man's back in disbelief. A young man carrying the Uchiha family crest was walking slowly by. Etc. Sasuke called out to the other person without hesitation. At this time, the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan is only him and Uchiha Itachi. What is going on with this person? What's the matter, sir? The man who was called turned around in confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Sasuke? Boruto was also stunned. Sasuke ignored Boruto and stared at the man. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Isn't it obvious? He turned around and smiled, showing the Uchiha clan pattern on his body. The logo looks like a ping-pong paddle. What's your name? Adult Sasuke's voice trembled. My name is Akira, Uchiha Akira. Sir, do you have anything to do with the Uchiha clan? If so, you can go find our clan leader. He is right here. Uchiha Ming reminded kindly. I still have to go on patrol. I'll take my leave now. Uchiha pointed in a direction and then left with a smile. As he said, his job is to maintain law and order in this area. Uchiha Akira. Sasuke whispered the name as if possessed, but he couldn't get any more information from it and couldn't tell whether the other party was making up a name or telling the truth. After all, the Uchiha clan was huge, and it was impossible for him to know everyone's name exactly. By the way, did he just mention the clan leader? Sasuke was shocked. The head of the Uchiha clan. Isn't it Uchiha Fugaku? His father. Without thinking any further, Sasuke turned and ran in the direction Uchiha Ming pointed. Hey, Mr. Sasuke, wait for me. Boruto looked at Sasuke's sudden action with a confused look on his face and could only run after him. I fell asleep yesterday, so I just made up for yesterday's post. In the Konoha vegetable market, a loving couple walked slowly hand in hand. Sasuke said that there would be guests coming today, but he was very secretive and didn't say who it was. He also asked us to prepare meals according to his favorite foods. But will the guests like the food? Uchiha Makoto rubbed his brows helplessly. It is a bit strange that when someone comes to visit, Instead of buying the food that the guest likes, he buys the food that he likes. Just do as he says. Sasuke must have his own reasons for doing this. Uchiha Fugaku said with a chuckle. He could no longer see through Sasuke, but no matter what, he was his proudest son. All right. Mikoto also smiled, then walked to a vegetable store and started picking fresh tomatoes. This is Sasuke's favorite. Fugaku watched gently from the side, but his eyes would occasionally glance toward the hidden corner. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Who was following them? Fugaku made a secret gesture, and some people in the crowd immediately moved. Somewhere in a corner, adult Sasuke was trembling all over as he looked at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto over there. Father, mother, it's really them. His heart was filled with great joy at being reunited with his parents, but also with incredible shock. What on earth is going on? The doubts that troubled his mind grew more and more serious. At this moment, the Uchiha clan has been extinct for many years, and Fugaku and Mikoto have also died long ago. So how could they appear here alive? Moreover, the people nearby seemed to be unaware of it. The owner of the vegetable market was even chatting with Mikoto with a smile. It was obvious that they often visited this place. But they are obviously dead. At this time, Boruto ran over panting, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. What happened? Adult Sasuke was about to explain to Boruto when a dark shadow suddenly dropped from the sky, standing between them, and asked a bland question. What evil are you planning to do by following and spying on the head of the Uchiha clan without permission? Uchiha Sure put his hand on the hilt of the knife behind his back, ready to subdue the adult Sasuke if he couldn't come up with a reasonable reason. Uchiha Sure. Adult Sasuke looked at the person in front of him, took a deep breath, and his heart was once again shaken. How did you come back to life? You're not. He blurted out the words in surprise. Why are you so surprised? I've been resurrected for a while. Sure looked puzzled. Ever since he reappeared in Konoha, he has never concealed his existence. Most people in the village have gotten used to the fact that he has returned to the world, and even other villages have heard the news. The shock shown by adult Sasuke at this moment surprised Sure a little. Revival. As the adult Sasuke's eyes tightened, he grasped the key words in this sentence. In an instant, he had some understanding of the context behind the matter. It turns out that those who were supposed to be sleeping in the ground came back to the world not by chance, but were awakened from death. So the next question is, who accomplished this miracle? From what Sasuke had seen, this was a nearly perfect method of resurrection, far superior to inferior techniques like impure world reincarnation. The only one who can master this power and bring back multiple deceased people at once is someone who possesses the Rinnegan. Could it be Nagato? Sasuke asked tentatively. In his mind, the only person he knew who possessed such strength seemed to be Nagato. When asked about this, Sure seemed extremely confused. Who are you talking about? No, it's not him. Sasuke immediately denied his previous thoughts. The process of changing history this time clearly went beyond the scope of ordinary people and was certainly not something that Nagato could reach. From your tone, it seems that the Nagato you mentioned is the mastermind behind this action? Sure asked doubtfully. Inform him to come with me to the security department. Don't worry, I'm just asking questions. Don't run. Suddenly, the streets became a little messy. The two of them looked over subconsciously. On the street, 3 people were being chased madly by a group of women, causing chaos on the street. How dare you peek into the women's bathhouse? I think you want to die. Someone screamed and chased angrily with a mop in hand. Teacher Jiraiya, what on earth did you do? Yahiko was shocked, but he did not dare to stop at this time. Well, I ran out of creative inspiration, so I thought of getting some materials. Who knew Nagato would expose me? Jiraiya was a little embarrassed. Nagato, you did it too? Yahiko looked incredulous. No. Seeing that a misunderstanding was about to arise, Nagato hurriedly began to explain. Don't worry, I just asked Nagato to help me spread the word, and I didn't let him get involved. Jiraiya said with a smile. Ah, you guys are so real. Yahiko didn't know what to say. Come on, just run. The figures of several people were chased and disappeared at the end of the street. Shursui looked back at Sasuke and asked with interest. The guy who just passed by was also called Nagato. Is he the Nagato you mentioned? But Sasuke's extremely shocked gaze could not be easily relieved, so he had no time to pay attention to Shursui. Why is Nagato here? And there's Tendo Pain. Nagato and Tendo Pain didn't fight with Jiraiya when they met, but instead they ran away because Jiraiya peeped in a bathhouse? Is this something that could happen in Konoha? Adult Sasuke could hardly tell whether this was a dream or reality. Everything feels messed up. Sasuke rubbed his brows with a headache. Well, there's no need to think about it now. It definitely wasn't Nagato who did it. Sasuke saw clearly that he didn't even have the Rinnegan anymore. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. Can you tell me who brought you back to life? Adult Sasuke stared directly into Shursui's eyes. Rather than making endless guesses, he decided to seek the truth directly from the person who had experienced it. Shursui couldn't help but laugh when he heard Sasuke's words. It's my turn to ask questions now. Why did you go after the head of the Fugaku clan? As long as you reveal the information of the mastermind, I will tell you my identity. The adult Sasuke did not have enough chips in his hand, so he could only suggest this. At this moment, he didn't care about being exposed or anything like that. The current situation was too complicated. Shursui shook his head and smiled. This seems a little unfair. Mr. Sasuke, hurry up. Boruto suddenly stood up and rushed towards Shursui, shouting at the adult Sasuke to signal the attack. But what is amazing is that without even turning his head, Shursui simply reached out and grabbed the other person easily. With a muffled groan, Boruto was pinched in Shursui's hand. It was as easy as the latter walking into a trap on his own initiative. Boruto, what are you doing? Boruto's sudden action shocked the adult Sasuke. Why are you still using force? Do you know who he is? Then you can use force, craving distinguished heavenly gods. Besides, it would be fine if you just said you were going to launch a sneak attack, but why did you have to shout it out loud? Sasuke really wanted to know what was going on in Boruto's head at this moment. Help, Mr. Sasuke. Being grabbed by the collar, Boruto was unable to free himself and had to call for help from Sasuke. Sasuke. Shursui was slightly startled. This name, the adult Sasuke had a blank expression on his face. Although he felt helpless, the person was still saved. He raised his face slightly, revealing the six-hooked Rinnegan in his left pupil. The power of the sky was activated immediately, and at that moment the air wavered and twisted, causing Boruto to exchange positions with a carrot next to him. Shursui was still stunned by Boruto's voice, Sasuke. Suddenly, Boruto in his hand turned into a carrot. After realizing what was happening, Shursui's expression instantly changed from confusion to amusement. Since you chose to take action first. Shursui's eyes glowed bright red, and it was obvious that his signature Mangekyo Sharingan had been activated. I really have to control you. Uchiha Shursui stared, and the Sharingan suddenly activated. Adult Sasuke immediately felt an extremely aggressive force invading his brain. The next moment, his eyes became empty and lifeless. Total domination. No power can compete with this Jinjutsu. Come with me and go to Chief Fugaku to explain your identity. Shursui smiled gently, turned around, and walked forward. However, at this moment, the adult Sasuke broke free from control in an instant. He suddenly grabbed Boruto beside him and leaned back. Then, a dark space vortex suddenly unfolded and swallowed them up. You broke free from my Jinjutsu so quickly. Shursui was slightly startled, but reacted quickly and took action immediately. Uchiha style, four-way slash. Using the carrot in his hand as a knife, Shursui's figure flashed in front of the two people in an instant. Unfortunately, the portal used by adult Sasuke was too fast, and the two of them fell into the space vortex and disappeared without a trace. The carrot fell into the air when it was swung down. He actually escaped? Shursui shook his head helplessly, casually put the carrot back into his waist, and his figure turned into countless afterimages and disappeared without a trace. However, this trip was not without gain. At least he heard the word Sasuke from the mouth of the little guy with yellow hair who looked like Naruto. This should be a key clue. Somewhere in Konoha, a space-time portal opens, and Boruto and adult Sasuke fall through it. As expected, Boruto fell flat on his face again, rubbing his but with a grimace. "Boruto, why did you suddenly attack just now?" As soon as he stood firm, adult Sasuke asked in confusion. Boruto was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Mr. Sasuke, didn't you say you wanted to hide your identity? If we are caught, won't we be exposed? I certainly can't let him take us away." Sasuke sighed helplessly. "It's barely an excuse. But next time, don't act without warning, understand? This era seems to be getting a little weird. I need to investigate again." Boruto nodded repeatedly. "Okay, Mr. Sasuke. By the way, Mr. Sasuke, do you think that person just now looks very much like your future sister?" "Who?" "Sarutobi Mirai. Yes, they're just like two peas in a pod. They look exactly like each other." "Who is he? Is he my future brother or uncle?" Boruto's eyes flashed with strong curiosity. Sasuke shook his head and smiled softly. "Don't let your imagination run wild. He is from the Uchiha clan and has nothing to do with the Sarutobi clan." "Really? They really look alike." Sasuke pondered for a moment. Uchiha Shursui is the descendant of Uchiha Mirror, who had a very close relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe there really is some connection. For example, Shursui's mother might be a member of the Sarutobi clan, so Shursui would have half Sarutobi clan blood. If this possibility is true, then the similarities between Shursui and Mirai's appearance are not entirely coincidental. After all, if they are related by blood, it is normal for them to look similar. Suddenly, Sasuke seemed to have grasped a clue. He remembered that before his death, Shursui had told Itachi to protect the future of Konoha. This future wouldn't refer to Sarutobi Mirai, right? I'm starting to have wild thoughts. Sasuke shook his head helplessly, trying to get rid of these weird thoughts. When Shursui died, Asuma and Hong were still children. Unless Shursui's eyes really had the special ability to predict the future, how could he have foreseen all this? It was all because of Boruto's words that got him into this nonsense. "Mr. Sasuke, you look a little weird." "Fine. Let's go and see if there is any information we can gather over there." Adult Sasuke pointed in a direction, which was the direction to Ichiraku Ramen. The two had just set off, and when they passed a corner, Boruto was suddenly held on the shoulder. Then, an excited voice came from behind. Naruto? What a coincidence. Want to go on a mission together?" "Dad!" Hearing Naruto's name, Boruto was also stunned, and then turned around to see who was coming. When I turned around, what came into view was a gentle smile, curved eyes, and a beautiful face. Sorry. I got the wrong person." As Boruto turned around, the smile on the other person's face immediately froze, and he waved his hand awkwardly. "Mr. Zabuza, let's go." Bai lowered his head, his cheeks flushed with shame, obviously feeling very embarrassed for having recognized the wrong person. Zabuza raised an eyebrow and glanced at Boruto. I also think this boy looks like Naruto." Shaking his head, Zabuza turned and left with Bai. "I don't know them, but they seem to know Dad." Boruto scratched his head and fell into deep thought. At this point, adult Sasuke could no longer hold back. "Haku and Zabuza, these two guys are resurrected too. Who on earth has nothing better to do than to do something like this?" "Ichu." Shurgong Yue suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, thinking of me first, scolding me second, worrying about me third. Someone is thinking about me. "Ichu." Just as he finished speaking, he got hit again. Yoyue's face changed immediately, and she slapped her thigh. "Oh no, I'm being scolded now. It's my dad's favorite Ichiraku ramen," Boruto exclaimed, and a ramen restaurant not far ahead came into view with the familiar word Ichiraku written on the sign. "Walk." Adult Sasuke looked up and glanced at the sky. It's almost lunchtime. Naruto should be there. It turns out that Ichiraku Ramen has been open for so long and is still so popular. Boruto looked around the ramen shop in amazement as he followed adult Sasuke into the store. It was dinner time, but the ramen restaurant seemed a little deserted. The noodle shop owner was lying leisurely on a chair at the door, reading a novel with great interest. The title of the book is very long, and Sasuke can't help but take a closer look. Legend of the Eyes, 5 Villages Fight 3. Kimui Can't Hide His Tears. Written by Shinomiya Yutsuki. There are also several novels from the same series placed next to it. Legend of the Eyes, 5 Village Fights 1. Only Mom is Good in the World. Legend of the Eyes, 5 Village Fight 2. No One Follows Me. This kind of novel, Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Just by the title of the book, he could feel a sense of failure coming towards him. I think it's not as interesting as Intimate Paradise. Is there really anyone who would enjoy watching this kind of thing? Welcome. What kind of ramen would you like to eat? Seeing the guests coming, he reluctantly put down the book in his hand and stood up to greet them. Boruto waved and was about to explain that they were looking for someone. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance came, and although he was not particularly hungry, Boruto felt his stomach rumbling at this moment. Seeing the greedy look on Boruto's face, he smiled and said, "You must be hungry. Food is the most important thing for people. How about a bowl first?" Boruto's throat moved slightly, and a tear fell from the corner of his mouth. He turned to adult Sasuke and whispered, "Mr. Sasuke, why don't we have one first? Only when you are full can you have the energy to do things. Whatever you want." Adult Sasuke responded nonchalantly, his eyes continuing to scan the surroundings. Ichiraku Ramen is a small restaurant, and you can see the entire store at a glance. Sasuke didn't notice the familiar figure of Naruto. "You're not here." Sasuke frowned slightly, looking a little surprised. "Hey, Uncle Hand, give me some miso ramen. This is my dad's and my favorite flavor." Boruto couldn't wait to order and sat down at the counter, waiting for the ramen to be served. "Okay, it will be ready soon." He nodded and smiled, then turned around and went into the store to get busy. After a while, a bowl of hot ramen was ready. "Here comes your miso ramen, little one." He placed the ramen in front of Boruto, who raised his head and took it with joy. "Thank you." After picking up the chopsticks and stirring the noodles quickly a few times, Boruto began to slurp the noodles impatiently. "Ouchie." Boruto gave a thumbs up with great satisfaction. "Just like it, eat slowly." Seeing the young man in front of him enjoying the ramen he made so much, Shouta couldn't help but feel happy and couldn't help but look at Boruto a few more times. Seeing this, Shouta's heart was suddenly shocked. He vaguely saw the shadow of Naruto on Boruto. "Naruto, it's so similar." Boruto, with his head down and eating voraciously, gave me a sense of déjà vu when typing it. Take a closer look at Boruto. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a few lines on his cheeks that resemble fox whiskers. It's a replica of Naruto. Shouta was shocked, and as mentioned earlier, his father also loved the ramen here. With such similar looks and eating habits, could it be that his father is fourth Hokage? But as far as he knew, the fourth Hokage seemed to have only one son. So where did this mysterious person come from? He was extremely surprised, as if he had accidentally discovered some shocking secret. Is it an illegitimate child? However, judging by the character of the fourth-generation members, this kind of thing should never happen. Just when Shouta was in deep doubt, the voice of adult Sasuke suddenly came from the side. "Uncle Shouta, do you know where Naruto went? Why didn't he come to eat ramen?" Naruto's whereabouts? He temporarily suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, turned to the adult Sasuke, and said doubtfully, "At this time, Naruto must be eating at home. Although he has a special liking for ramen, he can't always eat it as a main meal." Adult Sasuke was speechless for a moment by this response. Eating at home? This was unbelievable to him, even though his words may not seem friendly. But in all these years, I have never heard that Naruto can cook, so I can imagine that his cooking skills must be terrible. What should I eat when I'm alone at home? I can't just eat instant noodles every day, right? "Thanks." Sasuke gave a small nod of thanks. Although he still had some doubts, he roughly understood Naruto's location, which could be considered a fruitful trip. "You are welcome," he replied calmly with his hands, but his eyes were secretly observing the other person. Sasuke was seen wrapped tightly in clothes, and his cautious posture seemed to be deliberately concealing his identity. What is even more suspicious is that the mysterious aura emanating from the other party makes the hand feel an indescribable discomfort. Considering the fact that he came to inquire about Naruto's whereabouts, an idea suddenly came to shout his mind. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Boruto, who was still eating hard. An irrepressible curiosity surged in my heart. Oh no, is it really going to be that bloody plot where the long-lost heir comes back to fight for the family fortune? He had previously read a novel called Nine Sons Fighting for the Shadow, which followed a similar pattern. It tells the story of a current Hokage who has been living in seclusion, and upon learning of his father's death, he resolutely returns to the village and vows to take back what belongs to him. He smiled crookedly. Whatever I have lost, I will personally find it back double. I never expected that such a dramatic plot would actually happen in real life. It really opened my eyes. Hand beat, uncle. We'll leave first. After a moment, Boruto wiped his mouth with satisfaction, waved his hand with a smile, turned around and left the scene with Sasuke. Goodbye. The hand hits and smiles in return. After the two figures completely disappeared from the sight, Shouta immediately bent down and opened the sink door. Then he took out a mini toad, touched its belly lightly with his fingers, and then brought it close to his ear and whispered, "Hey, please help me contact the third Hokage. This is hand-typed. Please help online. Just now I found two suspicious people sneaking into Konoha. They seem to be coming for Naruto, and their motives are unclear. One of them was wearing very tight clothes, and he was accompanied by a little guy with blonde hair and blue eyes who looked very similar to Naruto. He was easy to identify. Please deal with this as soon as possible. Please." After ending the call, I breathed a sigh of relief. Although I am looking forward to what exciting things will happen next, this little thought becomes insignificant when compared to my concern for Naruto's safety. Considering the sensitive nature of the matter, reporting it directly to the fourth Hokage might not be the best approach, so it was decided to first report it to the retired but still highly respected senior. Just continue to enjoy my novel. He sat leisurely on the chair at the door and picked up the novel he had not finished reading again. This Uchiha is so bad. He does all kinds of bad things. Adult Sasuke and Boruto rushed all the way towards Naruto's house in his memory. As they walked, Sasuke felt something was wrong. The streets were bustling with people before. Why are they suddenly so quiet now? He looked around alertly, but saw no one. "Mr. Sasuke, what's wrong?" Boruto was completely unaware of what was happening and looked confused. "Wait, this seems a little weird," Sasuke said solemnly, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings, his hand slowly reaching to his waist and touching the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. "Good perception. Your Excellency has such strength. Why don't you use it for the right purpose, but instead plot against Konoha?" A voice that sounded old but still full of confidence came from the front. Sasuke turned his head, and his sight fell on the end of the street. A hunched figure came into his sight. This was another one that surprised Sasuke. "Third Hokage." Sasuke took a deep breath, speechless for a moment. Whatever, so many people have been resurrected anyway. One more won't matter. What puzzled him even more was how his actions were noticed by the other party and attracted Sarutobi Hiruzen to come. Sasuke looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen rationally and said calmly, "Third generation, please believe that we have no ill intentions." "Then why don't you explain your purpose to me, and I will make the decision?" Sarutobi Hiruzen responded. About this point, Sasuke was at a loss for words. As people who have traveled through time, they really cannot explain too much to those who have passed by. "Are you hiding something from yourself?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with inquiry. "Well," Sasuke sighed softly, feeling extremely conflicted and indescribable. He clearly wanted to come here to protect Naruto from harm, but now he is misunderstood as a threat. But it doesn't matter. He has endured a lot in his life. So what if there is a little more? Myriad causes and effects are all my faults. Clang! Lightning flashed, and the Kusanagi sword came out of its sheath. The shining blue light outlined the contours of his face particularly clearly. "Let's fight it out the ninja way." Before the battle began, Sasuke made one last attempt to communicate. Third generation. Please believe that my words are not lies. It's just that due to certain reasons, I can't tell you the details at the moment. But I really have no intention of harming Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, then stretched out his hand and waved, and the Vajrarui stick in his hand instantly appeared. You seem to be sincere, so I believe what you say. But as the village's Hokage, I cannot allow any potential danger to enter the village before confirming that it is safe. Sasuke nodded silently in agreement and stated, Then we can only convince each other through fighting. But before that, I want to give you another piece of advice. The three of you are no match for me. Sasuke chuckled as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen across from him, and the two Umbu on the rooftop to his right. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. That's not right. Mr. Sasuke, there should be 11 people. Boruto reminded in a screaming voice. 11. Even Sasuke himself was stunned. After thinking about it for a while, he lifted his bangs from his forehead. There were 8 Umbu standing on the roof of the house on the left. They did not hide their figures, but Sasuke simply did not notice them. The air seemed to become a little awkward. Although those Umbu didn't say anything, Sasuke always felt that the 2 small eye holes on their masks looked like they were smiling. Okay, even if there are 11 of them, it's all the same. Sasuke's cheeks were slightly red, and his tone was mixed with anger and embarrassment. You guys step back first. I'll handle it myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt that the young man in front of him might not be as smart as he had imagined. So we made a decisive decision to give up our numerical advantage and fight fairly. Yes, Hokage-sama. Umbu members responded one after another and quickly dispersed to nearby hiding places to wait. Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Sarutobi Hiruzen held the Vajrarui staff in his arms, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No. Suddenly, he squatted down and quickly formed a seal. Spiritualism. Countless tiny black tadpole characters quickly spread out. Bang! A cloud of white mist exploded, and a giant crab was summoned. The crab attacked Sasuke without hesitation. Foamy waves. The surging waves swept over like a tsunami and rushed towards Sasuke. Isn't this Pain's summoning beast? Sasuke was shocked, but he had no time to think at that moment. He grabbed Boruto and threw him quickly towards the tall building next to him, then jumped away immediately. The waves washed over, but did not hit anyone. After the waves hit, the crabs disappeared without a trace, leaving only puddles of water on the ground. Sasuke landed safely on the ground and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, about to ask him how he could summon Pain's summoning beast. Whether he is secretly communicating with the Akatsuki organization. A huge Vajrarui stick was whistling towards them from the opposite side. Leave in a moment. Ape Demon. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With a roar, a roaring fire dragon followed closely behind the Vajrarui stick and pounced toward Sasuke. He activated his heavenly hand power without hesitation. The 6 Magatama Samsara I was immediately activated, and Sasuke instantly exchanged positions with a wooden board behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. This space exchange not only allowed him to dodge the opponent's fierce attack, but also created a perfect opportunity for counterattack. Lightning-style roars. Sasuke swung the Kusanagi sword and slashed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed unable to react in time, and a cold light flashed. A flash of sharp blade. One of Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms was cut off, and this was only because Sasuke showed mercy. Otherwise, this blow would have been fatal. However, Sasuke frowned slightly, because the sword did not feel like it was cutting flesh, and no blood splashed. Click! The figure in front of me instantly turned into a wooden stake broken into 2 pieces. Substitution technique? Sasuke's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he quickly looked around for any trace of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, the ground bulged, and a huge object rushed out of the mud and lifted him up high. Sasuke was caught off guard and was knocked away. The mirage of the ghost lantern and the moon. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, his eyes full of confusion and shock. Boom! Sasuke fell heavily to the ground. The shell's movement was so fast that it was difficult for him to resist. It didn't even give him a chance to use his sky hand. How can you use these spirit beasts? Sasuke covered his chest and climbed up with difficulty, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen intently. It's from you, Weh. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and took out a yellow ball from his arms. He squeezed it gently, and the ball broke, with golden light softly penetrating into his body. Solution and recovery. Leave in a moment. Ape Demon. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The huge Vajrarui stick and the Fire Dragon are coming. Sasuke's pupils suddenly dilated and his eyes were bloodshot. Is this still the ninjutsu professor he once knew? The psychic starts with a cage and fire. If the skill is used up, the substitute will place the shell and then take over the cage fire. What's your strategy? Where's your wisdom? How did it become so pure?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.